gösterecek bir maç programımız var. Kaçırmayın.
大家多多支持，多多收看。
Mark your calendar and stay tuned.
Отметьте даты в своем календаре и будьте готовы.
CS1 많은 응원과 시청 부탁드려요.
冠军竞赛活动现已回归。
Pick'em Challenge is back.
コンソールは6月23日からオープンします。
Các bạn có thể tham gia dự đoán đội vô địch trực tiếp ở trong game.
Bạn sẽ nhận được 6 lượt bình chọn khi mua vật phẩm BCS1.
และรายการดูไลฟ์สตรีมสดเนี่ยก็สามารถลุ้นรับตลาดทายผลนะครับผม
记得准时收看 PCS1 东亚洲预赛。
PCS1 잊지 말고 시청해주세요.
Так что оставайтесь дома и следите за PKS1.
You can get a maximum of 7 coupons, including 1 free coupon.
If
you click the Esports tab for my game lobby,
팀 정보와 PCS1 매치별 스탯 그리고 실시간 순위까지 확인하실 수 있습니다.
Äänestä joukkueita, joista tykkäät.
ถ้าเพื่อนๆทายถูกเพื่อนๆก็จะรับสกิน PCS สีทองสุดลิมิเต็ด
Stay home and
watch PUBG Esports。记得待在家看 PUBG 比赛。Stay home and watch PUBG Esports。
Bliv hjemme og se noget dejligt PUBG Esport.
Bliv hjemme og se på PUBG Esport.
So make sure you stay home og se PUBG Esports.
Stay home, stay safe, and let's get that chicken dinner.
Hi PUBG Sports fans, I'm your PUBG Sports guide, Annie, and I'm here with Paper Thin. It's been a long time, right?
Yeah, it really has. It's been a while, but we've got plenty of PUBG Esports action coming your way.
So PCS Charity Showdown is over, but PCS1 is right around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. We've got 4 days with 5 matches per day in each of the 4 regions. And there's 16 teams in each region, so that means there's 64 teams competing in total for those 4 championship spots.
So have you heard the Pick'em Challenge is coming back?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I saw the preview for the new skins and they look super cool.
Yeah, that's right. We have to guess a champion for all 4 regions, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we're gonna be here today to help you guys, give you some background information on the teams and kind of help you decide who to pick.
So we'll be doing the little guessing at the end of today's news show, so stay tuned. As always, we're going to start with APAC region. PCS1 is going to start off with APAC on June 25th. 16 teams are already decided by regional leagues and regional qualifiers.
Yeah, there's 7 new teams that are going to be coming through from this. 2 of the top teams from the last time did not qualify. Division X Gaming and Archangel Predator are not going to be with us this time around, so we will be crowning a new champion in APAC.
The team I would like to highlight from this region is MSC Theraton from Thailand. This is a new team, but they have been maintaining top of the scoreboard in the recent PUBG Thailand series for 15 days. The key player from this team is Yoshi Minburi, the Thailand superstar. And this team also consists of former Tokyo Striker members, so I'm really excited to see them competing in PCS1 APAC.
Yeah, for me, I'm also looking at two of the other Thailand teams to do well. Buriram United Esports has been very, very strong. They're a team that can frag out. They play extremely aggressively around the edges of the circles. Q Confirm, on the other hand, is a more balanced, kind of more traditional style team, but they're also a very, very strong team from Thailand. Finally, I'm looking at Divine Esports from Vietnam. They've consistently made it to these big stage events, so I'm waiting for them to really break through at one of these.
So it's time for North America. 3 weeks of group stages have just finished and all 16 teams were decided. So one interesting point is that Sonics, Shoot to Kill, and Oath took top 3 in both PCS Charity Showdown and PCS1 group stage. It was also interesting that Oath and Shoot to Kill tied with the overall score.
Yeah, exactly. So both of them had the same total score. However, in competitive PUBG, we determine who gets a higher placement when they tie based on the number of kills. So in this case, Shoot to Kill had more kills than Oath, so they were second instead of third.
So this time Shoot to Kill won, right?
This time.
Then which team do you think has higher possibility of being champion in North America from these top 3 teams?
I think it's really hard to say. Between Oath, Sonics, and Shoot to Kill, they're all really, really good right now. Oath, we've seen them have the ability to pop off and put up crazy rounds. They won 4 games in a row at the Charity Showdown on the final day. Shoot to Kill has consistently been a second place top tier team in NA. And Sonics, just now with the addition of Mime on the team, they've been fragging out. So it's really hard to say. They're all really good.
Yeah, it's true. And I heard that Drussel is coming back.
Yeah, so he's a player that many people in NA are familiar with. He was big in the 2019 scene. He competed in the PGC event in 2019 as well. So a very strong player. He's moved over to Exodus now. They didn't do amazing in the group stage, but maybe there's some growing pains with him being there. Definitely a team to watch out for going forward.
In Asia, most of the participating teams were decided in advance, so participating team lists are very similar to those of PCS Charity Showdown.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be seeing a lot of the same teams, a lot of the same rivalries, a lot of fighting over the same landmarks and rotations, so it should be pretty exciting in that regard.
That's right. And we have 3 new teams. One team, VSG from Korea, and 2 new Japanese teams, Crest Gaming Xanadu and Element 36.
Yeah, so I think a lot of our international fans are going to be very excited to see VSG back competing on the big stage again. It's been a while for them. They haven't been back on an international stage since the Face It Global Summit. But now we're seeing a little bit of a different look for VSG. Wicked and Mental, 2 perennial contenders from Korea, have moved over to VSG and perform extremely well for them. The other team I'm really interested in watching is going to be Crest Gaming Xanadu. We haven't seen them since PGI 2018. So this is really exciting to see one of the old school PUBG esports teams from Japan come back and make it to compete at an international competition.
On top of that, one of the most interesting watch points in PCS1 Asia will be rivalry between Genji and Tianba Gaming. Genji was playing so well in KR qualifier recently, and PO is crazy these days. So he averaged 2.5 kills and like 454 damage per match. This is a lot in the pro scene.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see with how well Genji has been performing. They've been getting better and better as time goes on, if they're going to try to compete with Tianba Gaming for South George. Now, they didn't at the Charity Showdown. I think they maybe should. They're really strong right now. Tianba has been struggling in China recently in some of their events, so maybe there's a weakness here to take advantage of. However, I know Genji is comfortable going to other spots like Mill to Power if they need to.
I'm also curious how Team Kirsten would play because they were the biggest contender to Tianba Gaming.
Yeah, especially at the beginning of the Charity Showdown, they did very well. They're a very disciplined team. They like to play slow, rotate late, come into the middle of the circles, and try to hold territory. So they're the real deal. They made it back here again, and I'm excited to see how they perform this time around.
Last but not least is Europe. Europe has just finished the 6 days of group stage, and now 16 teams are now decided. There are a lot of landmark fights going on in PUBG Esports scene, and this happened in Europe too. So there were this battle for Hacienda del Patron between Unity and TSM, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a central spot on Miramar, therefore a lot of teams are really interested in trying to fight over it. TSM and Unity were going at it. It seems like maybe TSM got the best of it a little bit, with Fex doing a little bit of a dance after they won a fight there on day 6. The real question is, going forward, will they fight over it at the PCS1 event? I'm not too sure. Usually one team backs off eventually because it doesn't really benefit either team to fight over a location like that.
Yeah, and one shocking thing was that Na'Vi barely made it to the final. They ranked 20th after the 34th match, but they managed to earn around 30 points from last 2 matches and finally made it to PCS1. They qualified by just 5 points.
Yeah, Na'Vi is a team I don't expect you can keep down for very long. They were 3rd at the charity event. They've been really strong in general in 2020, so I expect to see them rise again as time goes on. I think it was just a bit of a fluke that they didn't do as well. Some other teams to look out for in Europe, you definitely got to keep your eyes on Tornado Energy. They've been playing incredibly consistently this year. Example was basically the top fragger in the top everything in every stat category in Europe. Team Liquid has been very, very good as usual. Still looking to see if they can finally kind of overcome that hurdle and get a 1st place, but don't count them out. And one other team I'm really interested in is Tempest. On day 2 of the group stages, they won 3 Miramars in a row, which in Europe is incredibly difficult to do.
As mentioned earlier, Pick'em Challenge is back in PCS1. We have 2 games, and main game will be simply guessing the champion of all 4 regions, and you'll need 1 coupon for 1 vote.
And then we have another free game to play where we're gonna break down each of the 16 teams into 8 different groups, so a rivalry between 2 different teams, and you have to pick the team that you think will do better overall to earn some points.
So you can get up to 6 voting coupons by purchasing PCS1 items, and most importantly, you can get 1 free coupon by watching live broadcasting for PCS1.
Yeah, so make sure you guys tune in to all the PCS1 events, as there is only a limited amount of people who are going to be able to use those codes that you see during the live broadcast. So you gotta be tuning in and you gotta be ready to go.
So who did you pick, Favorite, then? Let's see who gets right in the next episodes, and stay tuned for PCS1. Oh, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Update 7.3 has arrived and brings an explosive new weapon, some new updates to vehicle balance, quality of life changes for landing with your team, and an update to the esports menu. Let's get right into it. The first update is the addition of C4, a brand new explosive that sticks to most surfaces. Once its long timer finishes, this powerful explosive deals damage to everything within a 25-meter radius, both horizontally and vertically. C4 isn't meant to be another throwable, but rather a tactical choice to prevent enemies from staying in a defensive position. There's a clear audible beeping sound when C4 is armed, which increases in frequency as it gets closer to boom time. You'll want to be clear of it when that happens. C4 spawns as world loot on Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, and Sanok, and will also appear in care packages on these maps. Vehicles are getting a balance update this patch as well, with new damage zones being added to change how you go about taking them down. Starting with 7.3, damage dealt to the engine of a vehicle will still be full, but damage done to the sides and roof of a vehicle will be reduced. Vehicles will also no longer explode immediately upon reaching 0 health. Instead, the engine will die and catch fire, giving you about 5 seconds to bail before the vehicle reaches its ultimate end, though excessive damage can be an exception. These new damage zones affect most basic 4-wheeled vehicles like the UAZ and Murata. Other changes include increased armor for boats, no more increased collision damage when vehicles are rolling, and a 50% increase to spike trap length. You can check out the patch notes for full details. One more vehicle-related thing. The trains on Vikendi have gotten a new vertical line on the map, which should give more options for use. Some trains will now also make an additional stop before reversing direction, and we've added new indicators for when trains are arriving and departing. Players dropping with their team can once again utilize the parachute follow feature, which was previously disabled pending some improvements, to stick close to their group without having to maneuver there manually. From the pre-match countdown to before the drop, you can select a teammate to follow to the grounds. This can be cancelled on the map screen by holding F while in the plane or while following the player in your shoot. Finally, the esports menu has been updated in preparation for PCS1. Here you'll be able to find an overview, team standings, and the next iteration of the Pick'em Challenge. We'll be talking about PCS1 and the Pick'em Challenge more soon, so keep your eye on PUBG channels for more information. Update 7.3 is available now on PC test servers, so drop in and check out everything new. Get excited, PUBG Esports fans, because the Pick'em Challenge is back again, and just in time for the PUBG Continental Series 1, the 2020 PUBG Esports Tournament to crown the grand champions of each region. First introduced during last year's PUBG Global Championship, the Pick'em Challenge rewards players with exclusive items for correctly guessing which teams will win. The Pick'em Challenge has changed a bit since last year, so here's a quick breakdown of the event. You'll find the Pick'em Challenge in the updated Esports tab, along with PCS1 player info, team stats, and real-time tournament information. Our 2 Pick'em Challenge games are in each region's tab, where you'll have a chance to predict the winning team or the better result between rival teams. Predicting the winning team is the Pick'em Challenge's main game, where you use your voting coupons to guess the grand champion of each region. You can earn a total of 6 of these coupons by purchasing celebratory items for PCS1. You'll also be able to earn one for free by watching the tournament. Each region where you successfully guess the grand champion will net you 100,000 esports points, which is enough to buy a good chunk of the PCS1 items in the esports shop. The second game, and Pick'em Challenge Newcomer, is open for everyone to play, regardless of how many voting coupons you have. For this game, we'll pit 2 rival teams against each other for you to vote on. Earn your points by successfully predicting which of the rival teams in each region ranks higher. You'll get 2,000 points for each team you successfully predict, so use that to supplement your upcoming big win, or start saving for the PCS1 items you want the most. The PCS1 Pick'em Challenge will run from June 17th to July 2nd for PC fans, and from June 23rd to July 2nd for fans on console, with the special PCS1 items available in the esports shop from July 7th to July 22nd. All esports teams participating in the tournament, including from APAC, Asia, Europe, and North America, can be voted on, and the more you play the Pick'em Challenge, the more chances you have to collect exclusive PUBG Continental Series 1 rewards. Keep an eye out for the final tournament schedule, and we'll see you and your favorite PUBG Pro teams on the battlegrounds. Welcome back, survivors. One of the most requested features from the community has been a proper ranked mode, where players can put their skills to the test against others. We're happy to announce that an official ranked mode is finally coming to PUBG with update 7.2. But what is ranked mode? How do you play it? And what else do you need to know? Let's dive in and take a look. Ranked mode replaces the old survival title system, and is a separate queue from normal PUBG matches, featuring its own unique characteristics and rule set. To play a ranked match, navigate to the play button on the main menu, and find the ranked button in the sub-menu. In an effort to keep cheating out of ranked play, you'll need to link an SMS device before you're allowed to participate. Ranked games have a maximum of 64 players, and can be played in FPP or TPP squads, though players do have the option of going in with fewer than 4 people. You'll first need to play 5 placement matches to determine your starting tier and division. Tiers progress from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and master, with 5 divisions between each tier. As you play games, you'll earn and lose rank points, or RP, which move you up and down the rankings. Once you reach the end of Division 1 in any tier, your next win will promote you to the lowest division of the next tier. But be aware that poor performance can also lower your rank. When a game starts, your map will be randomly selected from Erangel, Miramar, or Sanhok. Ranked matches have their own rule set, which pulls from both normal and esports super settings. These settings mean more loot, a heavier focus on competitive weapons like ARs, altered blue zone settings to encourage more conflicts, and by very popular demand, no red zones. To check out the full rule set, visit our Ranked Mode dev letter linked below. Now that you know how you'll be fighting, let's dive into what's at stake. Ranked Mode features unique rewards that you can't get anywhere else, and you start to earn them by simply finishing your placement matches. These initial rewards are special add-ons for your PUBG ID, but the bulk of the rewards are earned once you reach Gold Tier and consist of unique skins with a competitive ranked theme. For those who go above and beyond, there's a special PUBG ID reward for ranked players who finish in the top 500 of their territory. You can check out our new and improved leaderboard to see where everyone stands and how they got there. We've put a lot of thought into how to make ranked mode great, and your feedback has been invaluable here as well. A couple other things to go over before we wrap up. First of all, we want to reiterate that bots will not be in any ranked games. And as we stated before, we're putting a stronger focus on authentication to help prevent cheating. This means you might have to connect to your account to a cell phone or reach a certain level of mastery before being able to play ranked. We hope these measures will help keep ranked matches focused on pure competitive gameplay and skill. Ranked mode is coming with update 7.2, so get the squad together and get ready to show the battlegrounds what you're made of.
And welcome everyone to day number 2 of PCS1 Asia. We have gone through quite a bit of PUBG over the weekend, and there's still more to go. I'm Paper Thin. With me once again is Bench. As we move forward, the Chinese teams seem to do very well on day number 1, Bench. As we go into day number 2, I think a lot of the Korean teams are looking to pick it up here.
All-Stars gained 55 points, sitting them at first place, where out of 55 points, they had 35 kills, so they were killing people for sure. VSG actually comes in second with 46. Tiamba was leading third with 36 points. And these results show how Korean teams are a little bit of underperforming in a sense. Genji definitely left out in the show. Element Mystic definitely left out in the show. Quadro definitely been sleeping out for match number 1. So all this being said, we can see some Chinese teams really perform well in this tournament.
Yeah, it was definitely China's day, I would say, on day number 1. As you can see, the overall for all of the regions, the top 5 for all 4 regions here. Now, Asia and Europe, we've only had 1 day apiece, but APAC and North America have 2 days each. And you can see there, Tianba Infantry are 3rd and 4th. So Tianba continuing to have success after their charity showdown win. Infantry looked really strong on Erangel, didn't really show us much on Miramar. It felt like having Longsker back at times seemed to help them, so it's good to see that. A lot of the other regions, some really, really exciting PUBG guys. You make sure you want to tune into all of it. All 3 of them have been absolutely nuts, in my opinion. North America's had some crazy circles. A lot of fun over there. Europe, you're seeing a lot of the top teams kind of come back to form. APAC, it's been a real big duel between Vietnam and Thailand. So a lot of really great stuff coming at you. And here, it's been a duel between Korea and China. And right now, once again, China seems to have the advantage. And we talked about this yesterday, Bench. We thought that maybe Korea had kind of started to learn and to adapt, but so far that really hasn't, other than what VSG's been able to do, we haven't seen too much of their new style really bear fruit.
I would say it's the adaptation hasn't fully changed into their playstyle fully just yet, but we already had match day number 1 where 5 matches was already done, and these pro players have been scrimming all day long. So now, day number 2, we might be seeing some Korean teams step up for sure. I mean, for sure, indeed, we see Aqua 5 and Loki was going crazy in Friday's matches where Loki was just spinning 360 to dodge those bullets, and then Aqua 5 was going crazy. But this is our overview for the maps. As you guys know, Sandhog will be left out from all the maps. We are going to be playing 3 Erangels once again on day number 2 and 2 Miramars. And we're going to be switching things over once again to 3 Miramars next week. And the point system is just as is, the typical point system, 1 point per kill, 10 points for first place. Nothing special about that.
Right. This is, everybody who's watched competitive PUBG, you know what's going on with all of this at this stage of everything. If you guys are looking for leaderboards, I believe Liquipedia.net should be keeping track of all of this for us. They did for the charity showdown, so I'm assuming nobody's going to get too upset if I reveal where the stats are for that. They do a good job of keeping track of all the rankings and everything for us. So take a look over there. I think when I think about yesterday, VSG outside of their 1 win was just really consistent. They didn't do some of the stuff we see them do in Korea where they set up traps. They do come in late with their rotations, and I would say of the teams that do that, like them and Griffin, they kind of do it the best.
Right.
At least so far. And I've been a little disappointed with Griffin, but I think in the situations that we normally see Griffin do well, which is like, for example, Southwestern Miramar circles, they ran into Rushby Gaming in a spot that I don't think they expected anyone to be at. And so they're kind of running into some, what they would consider unorthodox strategies and aren't really able to handle it well.
And for Griffin, it was just unfortunate series of bad luck for them, where in the Erangel matches, they were rotating in late, and wherever they rotated to the edge of the circle, it would shift onto the other side of the map, and that was just unfortunate. But we're going to be seeing some highlights here from Luminosity Stars. They had 2 wins yesterday, and that was some great stuff coming out from them, as their Asia Charity Showdown wasn't too great.
I mean, and from what I understand, I'm not an expert on Chinese social media. This is their last event together, from what I understand, and they should be going to a new team. Luminous Stars is really coming out to show that, they belong to have an organization. They belong to have a team, and they are looking really strong. I mean, especially on that Miramar game, taking some great fights, great rotations. They knew they had Element Mystic pinned behind a rock and in a bad position, and if they could take that position, they potentially had the best spot in that circle outside of being inside the compounds in that particular Game 4 circle. So this is a really, I think, rejuvenated L-Stars team. They look like they're hungry because they want to show going forward that they are players that deserve an organization, and they have won big events. I mean, they won the spring event this year. They got first place, won over $100,000 US. So these guys are legit.
And the tendency of the Chinese team is going strong. Not just L-Stars and Tiamba. It continues on with the scrims as well. The 8 p.m. scrim yesterday, LYG was leading first spot with 49 points. Genji coming in second with 47. Quadro 41, but Infantry also had 37 to show that they are here. As you can see on the highlight reels, VSG Mental with those flashbangs were just too damn good, I would say.
I mean, Mental has been huge for VSG. I mean, him as your frontliner, Wicked as a flanker, Hulk and, Foxy's coming in as his support. Hulk can play just about any role. I feel like Hulk's like this all-around kind of maverick who can do just about anything. So VSG, I think, really has a really good balance. I'd like to see a little bit more from Foxy. I think he's still trying to work his way into the team, find a good spot. We'll see if he can pick it up for them, because the rest of VSG has been playing excellent. Tianba started off the day pretty hot. As time went on, they cooled off a little bit, but this is just Tianba things here. They get second place in this one, but Lin Shun was absolutely nuts, and he clutched out a win for them.
Lin Shun had a 1v3 clutch almost in match number 1, I believe that was. And at the same time, it was Lin Shun, and we all know that Lin Shun is not the only best player in Tianba. We also have Tian, who pulled average of like 2 kills in Asia Charity Showdown. He pulled out like 2,000 damages in matches, and Tian was pretty quiet yesterday. And given that, if he does pop up once again on Sunday today, we might be seeing Tianba taking more win points in their bag.
100%. Tianba's still scary. There are some of your good players. I'm assuming that's from day number 1. Crazy 112 for LYG was their shining star. LYG didn't play well on Miramar like we'd expected, like what we saw in the Charity Showdown. We'll see if maybe they can keep that going. Way less. I think that's supposed to be Lin Shun over on the right. Actually, I don't think that's crazy. I think that's supposed to be Lin Shun, because Lin Shun was nuts. He was the top fragger and the top knocker on day number 1. I remember that. So I'm going to assume that's him. But way less
100 points.
Playing, his firepower and finishing. The guy was getting knocks and finishing him off. Clearly doing a lot of damage for 4AM. 4AM did well. They weren't great, but they're doing well, and I think there might be a change going on with them.
Right, so their roster on Friday was going on with Long, but this time around they switched up their rosters. They benched Long, and they're going to be taking Lu, XXX Lu once again. And Lu have been playing for them more often because Long, he was underaged for quite a while, and he couldn't participate in the Chinese tournaments because their law doesn't allow minors to play in it. So they've been using Lu for that. And I would say Long's also a really great player. I'm not saying bad things about him, but Lu for sure, like, he's been tapped into the team more longer, and given that, the tactics and the strategy they can pull off with Lu is definitely more diverse, so to speak, in comparison to what they can do with Long.
Yeah, I mean, when you're young, you're coming in, it's hard, and especially when so much pressure at these big events is put upon you. If you guys are looking for codes, stay with us. They should show up during the games today. So make sure you guys are ready. Have your game clients open and ready to go. And we'll try to get those to you as soon as we can. Once the games are underway, they randomly kind of come up there. And we've got Entis, some smiles on their face today. It wasn't the best day for them on day number 1. But that's kind of what we've seen from them. I mean, you remember at the Charity Showdown, it was a slow start. They didn't even finish in the top 3 for Korean teams.
Right.
And then in the Korean qualifiers, it felt slow for them as well, and it kind of took time for them to get going.
And here comes the memes of Entis 4th. As we all know, Entis is a slow starter. And even if they do ready up, it takes some amount of time for them to get themselves into the top roster. So that's just that for Entis in match day number 1. We've seen players get picked off. Once again, the typical quintessential Entis problem where they lose a player early on, and if they get messed up in their rotation, they just don't know what to do, how to react to that.
Yeah, and I think definitely part of the problem for Entis is that they can't really run their traditional 2-2 splits as well because teams are just too aggressive. These Chinese teams, we saw Infantry do this to Element 36 yesterday, where they'll just full-on send it in a compound because they think they have a numbers advantage. Infantry scouted that compound that's just to the northeast of the museum. They saw that Element 36 only had 2 people in it, and they just full sent it with 4. Now, they ended up losing to Element 36. You got to give them a lot of credit, but they will send it if they think they have a numbers advantage. As our plane is up in the air. Oops, looks like we might be having a little bit of a technical difficulty there, so hold tight, guys. I think we might, we're not exactly sure what's going on there. Hold on. Hold your horses. We'll be back soon. Hold your horses. But anyway, see, this is why I just kept talking about Element 36. Let's talk about them quick. Our 2 Japanese teams.
Right.
Element 36, I don't think anybody had any expectations for them really coming into this. The Japanese teams in general don't perform super well at these events. They're brand new to this. Now, Satao has been playing in other things, and he was their top fragger the other day, but it was cool to see them do pretty well. I mean, they're tied with Gen G.
Yeah, like for Japanese teams, Crest Gaming, that is, and Element 36 are both brand new naming to the Japanese teams here, and we would typically expect teams like Sun Sisters or Detonation Gaming to be in a global tournament like this, but, well, looks like they have lost their chances, and now we are seeing some new names up there. Definitely something great to see for sure. And are we going to be seeing some hot drops? No, looks like Quadro will be going their way, and so is Crest Gaming. Nothing too spectacular early on in this game.
Yeah, no one wants to mess with each other here right away. I mean, Quadro's trying to get down to Milta, so they're avoiding anything they can help it with. They've got a UAS there to get in, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem to get down there. Circle is going to go way northwest, though.
Oh, my God.
So a pretty strong shift to start this one. We might get a coveted Zarki circle, which seems to be loved throughout all the casters in all the regions, except maybe... Well, of the ones that I've watched pretty closely, most people seem to be pretty happy with Zarki circles. It is kind of a fun and unique area to fight in.
Clinton, you gotta confess to me, how many coffees did you have today to get this first circle there?
Well, this is number 3.
Oh, God.
So I had a couple before I came here to nerd out a little bit. I was playing some Dungeons & Dragons with my friends online before I came here, so I had a little coffee while I was hanging out with them, and now my powers have arrived as I will summon all the crazy circles that I can, guys.
Channeling the dark power.
I am a dark sorcerer when it comes to these circles. I like to make this difficult for the players. North George is VSG's home once again these days, as they don't seem to go too many other places. Sometimes they'll stop up short and do some of the trash looting to the east of North George, and then they might set up a trap. We did see them try this, but they didn't spring it. Actually, they tried to spring a trap for Tianba. I think it was game number 1.
Yes, so.
But they never sprung it. They just kind of let Tianba go by.
And for Gen G, it looks like they have definitely made their choice in this tournament to go towards Yasnaya rather than Milta Power. Just because for the pure fact that Quadro will be farming Milta. At the same time, Milta Power is a little too far if the circle does shift extremely like this one we have. It's a hard rotation, so if you do farm Yasnaya, it's a rather little bit shorter rotation path, so to speak. So it makes their game a little bit easier unless nobody contests them.
Yeah, and I will say, so they dropped Yasnaya 2 times and Milta Power 1 time, and it all depends on where the plane path goes for Gen G. If it's a northern plane path, they're going to choose Yasnaya. If it's a more southern plane path, like towards the military island, then they're going to choose Milta Power. And I will say, the circles where they did drop Yasnaya were favorable to the Yasnaya region, and they did okay, but they still didn't do great. And game number 2 was kind of weird because it was a 50-50 between Military Island and the main continent. But I will kind of criticize Genji a bit here. They didn't really take advantage of what I thought were some pretty generous circles to them, especially when they dropped Yaz and the circles were near there.
Right.
And then on Miramar, I thought they made some huge mistakes, especially with an Onyx going out early that one game, which I thought was just very uncharacteristic of not only him but of the team. And in general, I thought an Onyx was not great yesterday. It seems, and honestly, like I went back and watched the VOD a little bit, and it felt like when we saw an Onyx, his spray with the barrel just wasn't there. It feels like he's not comfortable with this new meta with the gun changes yet.
Well, it looks like he hasn't definitely picked up the spray patterns and whatsoever, but at the same time, he's a pro player, so he will definitely be back at some point, but he's got to do that fast because this tournament is only 4 days and you've already went through one. It's 1/4 has been already finished. And at the same time, the decision-making from Anonix, I definitely want to criticize that too. Like, there was absolutely no reason for him to drive the car into that compound, especially because that compound was part of the circle, part of the plane path as well. And if you have a car, it might as well as just go a little bit further away. You want to minimize those risks because taking risks early on, okay, maybe you can capitalize off of picking up some guns early on. Yeah, that's true. But if you do die like that, what exactly happened to him?
Yeah,
you just can't help it.
That should have been something they scouted out or saw with the parachute drops as well. So there are some big rotations happening here. Genji is sending members up quickly towards Severny, as is L-Stars. And Team Curzon, it was a day to forget for them, as well as their other PML team, GEX. You're going to see Lipovka here from Curzon as they've been bumped out of Yasnaya this go-around by Genji. In general, this is not the Curzon we saw on day number 1 of the Charity Showdown. They have been struggling mightily.
And this tournament, a lot of things happening with those vehicles. I think the Ghost has definitely been summoned to take control of the body of the players. And just like a couple seconds ago, TNTN ran over M200 with his own vehicle. So hey, this time around, we might be seeing more Mad Max actions coming through.
Yes. I mean, yesterday was a lot of fun. Or not yesterday, excuse me, 2 days ago. It feels like yesterday, doesn't it? But 2 days ago, I mean, we saw at least 3 vehicle runovers that weren't like teammates running over themselves. Or, I mean, we saw, who was it from? It was ZGG from 4AM that killed himself on a motorcycle because he was low health and crashed or something. But we saw at least 3 that I can remember of actual vehicle kills. So that was really fun. I mean, we saw some really crazy stuff. And yeah, DA, get in the chat, boys. Spam DA. All those EU boys are so happy to see that. So yeah, I think it was kind of an unusual day in a way because I don't remember a time that I've seen that many vehicle interactions in Asia.
Interactions and well-planned out hits. It's not even like random ones. Like the fight between Quadro and Curzon, where Renba ran over PH111 was also very carefully planned because the guy who was taking bullets, he was covering himself behind a tree, and then that allowed Renba to just drive PH111 over. And the other one, you jinxed that one, Griffin was fighting against Tiamba, and then his friend just drove by like right in front of his face.
Just came in there just blazing. I mean, the gas pedal was all the way on the floor. Yes, it was all the way on the floor on that one. That's a crazy one. You got to go back and check out some of those clips or go watch the VOD. Those are all available, I believe, even on the channel here. So here is Crest Gaming Xanadu with Loki driving side by side with them. A few shots ringing out from Genji up to the north at the warehouse as Loki's just trying to get up with his team, potentially scout out a little bit ahead. Maybe just try and fill in the middle because Pio's out on the west. So, okay, he's just going to regroup. So Genji going back to their 1-3 strategy. I do have to say, Genji's been struggling to execute successfully other general like early game strategies that aren't that 1-3.
Specifically because they've been sticking to 1-3 for so much time that everything else doesn't feel that comfortable, so to speak. It's not in their blood just yet, but we've been talking about this for quite a while, ever since PCS1 Asia Charity Showdown. So it's been a couple tournaments, and now is about the time for them to definitely, even if it's not comfortable, like they have to continue trying to get it down there and learn it and make it comfortable. But there's our code there up top, boys. It's limited edition, so you gotta type those
go
fast. Otherwise, it's gonna be unusable.
QSGQ7TIYBZF0. So get in there. Go get that code as quick as you can. There's only a limited number, guys. So hopefully you can get in there. Good luck to you. And if you get it, go use that coupon to pick who you think is going to be our winner from Asia. As this next circle is really important because essentially it's a 50-50. It is going to go south. So we're pretty much guaranteed to be somewhere south of George at this point, or somewhere in the George area. We'll see exactly where it goes. Infantry and Entus are going to be the teams on top of the mountains, so that's kind of an interesting position to be in. It's not too bad early on. You can see a lot of what is going on. It can be difficult to come outside of that mountain if the circles ends up moving away from there, or if teams just start crashing into the mountain. You'll see this sometimes in some various regions that, frankly, people aren't afraid anymore to get on top of that mountain and fight for that position because it is quite covered.
In the meantime, Griffin will be crashing right into the here. Too Hard's going to be shooting out. That's going to be Yanli down. He's going to be dusted with the nade. Griffin will be able to take this compound for themselves, but the rest of GEX, they might be holding outside of it, just the hill in front of it, and maybe taking a couple shots, or they could be rotating out. Looks like they're going to be taking on towards the hospital, and it's a decent spot. If there's another team on the hill in front of them, it's a hard hold because the hill has a higher elevation and it's an easy shot to put down into the hospital. So they might be going for a little 2-2 split there to secure their spot. But with a member down, that's a hard thing to do. So it looks like they're just going to be shoving their head in between their legs in hospital. VSG, though, they're going to be holding onto this bridge. They're going to let Crest Gaming pass as Hulk might be the only one here. That motorcycle is dangerous. Hulk is quite accurate with those spray downs, but won't happen. Second player coming through. Rui is going to be taking a bunch of damage.
Yeah, he's trying to wait and see if he can catch Crest Gaming. They have to go for this, but the good news for Crest Gaming Xanadu, it is only Hulk there for VSG right now. The rest of VSG is set up around the other parts of the city, just kind of keeping an eye out to see what the other teams are doing. And then you have Mental on the other side to hold the bridge. But they're going to let Crest Gaming Xanadu get a hold of them. They just weren't quite ready enough to take advantage of that later rotation. Here is Quadro trying to gatekeep on the southeastern part of the circle with Curzon. Yacha's watching a bunch. The rest of Quadro is kind of rolling up, and I think they're just going to leave this. I don't think they have any real desire to fight Curzon right now. You can see Yoluk and another member. There's two in that vehicle. They're just going to pass by, and they're able to get over to the other side of the hill quick enough that they don't take any damage.
That was a risky drive. If Curzon was a little bit more accurate, that could have been an easy headshot, as there were two players in the car, and one's hard enough and two's a lot easier, and that could have been Quadro losing another member early on. But that will just allow Quadro to rotate into this compound at the edge of the circle. Not a bad choice, as the circle at this point is like 100% sure to be the southern part of the map. The teams on the northern edge, that's going to be a mistake. They might have a little hard time to rotate in. 4 AM as well, holding out to the Four Houses compound. Tiamba's showing us a little interesting split here. They're sending two players into the parking houses, so to speak, outside of South Georgian 2s, like in the containers and the warehouses. I don't know how that's going to work out. If they get crashed out, they will definitely lose that fight.
It can be really, really weird. Those two on the right-hand side, the two on the eastern side, are really important for Tianba. They really need to hold that down. Hold the phone. We've got Curzon again trying to catch teams in transition. L-Stars does get to the other side of the road for now. Something reloads his gun. Going to go for some more spraying at Carl, but Carl gets his vehicle around to the other side of the house. That should give him enough cover to get around, but here comes more of Curzon. They are up ahead. They are ready, but their shooting is just not accurate enough to get any members of L-Stars ripped out of their vehicles. So up ahead goes L-Stars, and for Curzon, this isn't good. If you're going to set up something like this, you got to connect those shots. You got to prevent somebody from rotating further ahead of you. You did quite a bit of damage, but it wasn't enough.
Yowok's final bullet didn't hit onto Long DD. That's a little bit unfortunate, but that allows L-Stars to pick themselves up, heal up, and rotate back into circle, as our next circle is going to be Mount Everest, and still a decent amount of circle outside of North Georgia as well. In the meantime, 4 AM is going to be crashing right onto Tiamba. Lu is going to be driving in forever as well. Lorena trying his best to hold the offense off. Tian is going to be tossing that nade out. Weightless is going to be opening up, actually. Lynch is going to be knocked out. M200 is going to come from the side. Lu's going to be knocked out, and that's going to be a one-on-one for now.
Yeah, this was good job by Tianba to regroup over to this building. They've got their full squad over here to defend this. I was a little worried about this position. They were smart to coalesce, coming together. Lorena not able to get any shots in on ZGG. ZGG continues to drive by, trying to be distraction for Wayless. Wayless coming in, some grenades being thrown. Doesn't look like much is connecting. Lorena still waiting for ZGG, who's now back behind this house. He's got to be careful. He's got to be fast. Getting in. Now he's got a 2-on-1. I don't know. There's going to be a flank coming in from his side. Lorena isn't able to connect just enough. Wayless gets Tiantan. Finally, Lorena takes ZGG down. He's going to be flushed, but now it is just Wayless left for 4AM.
But in the meantime, Tiamba members did leave this two-story building to go help their teammates up, and Wayless does have the control of this whole building. He might be able to go up to the ceiling and you have a pretty decent angle to shoot out, toss those mollies out. Now Tiamba players are on the push. They're going to be taking the res back onto the teammate. Wayless does miss that shot. Just a sliver of inches out there, but he does find himself a decent angle. Won't be spotting out for now.
Oh, he is wishing he still had another molly or frag. The stun comes down. Does he have any more? He's got the AUG. He can't do it. M200's too fast with the barrel. Comes down, and 4AM out in 16th place. Our first team eliminated here today as they tried to push through Tianba, but you got to give Tianba a ton of credit for coming together at that compound at the right time to defend that. Over to Gen G. They made a huge rotation to the south. Loki's going to get one, but it's Anonix to go down first once again. He hasn't been flushed out yet. There is a hill in the way. This fight slows up for just a second. Rush B Gaming
might be in a little bit of trouble. They are pressured by Gen G, and right behind them is going to be Team Curzon, so they have really nowhere else to retreat back, and the res back onto Anonix is definitely possible. I don't know if G9 is possible to be resed. DabG is on the push. He might be tossing out a couple smokes to clear out the vision, but PO is on the flank from the side. Loki will finish off G9, and the rest of Gen G squad, they are on the move. Rush B Gaming is now in trouble. DabG trying his best, tossing out those nades, stopping the push, but PO, he doesn't want to stop. He's going to be continuously flanking or over to the left side of Rush B Gaming.
I'm wondering if L-Stars is going to try to third-party this. They've got a compound, but this fighting has been going on for quite some time. Rush B Gaming looks like they're opting to back off of this for now. They don't feel good about it, and I don't blame them. It hasn't been going well. Gen G, though, stuck in a very precarious position as that circle centers up on top of the mountain for Entis. So Entis with a good 2-2 split, covering the top of the mountain and the southeastern side. Should have a pretty strong position. They got to worry about somebody like Tianba trying to push up the mountain to them. Meanwhile, it is Japan versus Japan over here. Crest Gaming Xanadu and Element 36 in a complete standoff over one building bench.
Two Crest Gaming members are up top of the ceiling. I think Element 36 has a pretty decent idea of who's up there, and I think they're trying to have their player go up there as well. Eguto just waiting for the moment to peek out and shoot. I think he just spotted a player out. In the meantime, L-Stars wants a third party into this. This is going to be a big party, and Eguto does knock out Pure Boy, so that's going to open things up. And L-Stars should be able to take another kill here if they do find a decent angle onto the players that are knocked out outside of the compound. Steal the kill point there. Satel does take down Uris, and that's going to be evening things out for a little bit.
Yeah, I don't. That Molly is trying to keep the angles at bay, but it doesn't matter. Rui TV is coming through. He's going to get something, but Satao had a grenade cooked. Sophia getting in there, getting Rui TV. This is going absolutely bananas between these two teams. Here comes Quadro with some grenades to see if they can fish something out of this. Sophia being huge right now. 4E36. Crest Gaming Xanadu goes out in 14th place.
But Element 36, they have a hard time to res all three players. Yoke's waiting! That's going to be a patience, a big patience. He's going to pop the nade. His teammates are going to be fighting. Yoke's still waiting. That nade's not going to do anything. But the spray down for Remba is going to take down two. And that will be a punishment as well for sure indeed.
Monster's the only one left for your leaders, L-Stars. They're going down fast and furious. He does get Renba. He gets D-Lax. It's now a 1v1 here. Yacha trying to do something to win this fight for his team. He gets a bunch and he's going to finish it. Quadro barely outdueling L-Stars.
Yacha was the savior for his team. Although Yo was flushed out, he should be able to take the res back in time. But L-Stars crashing into the compound did allow Element 36 to take res back onto all of their teammates. And now Quadro's in trouble because Sophia doesn't want to let this happening to pass. The res is still coming through. Remba's still down. And now here comes the push from Element 36. Satel on the front line with the barrel. That could be huge.
Yeah, I think this is a great decision by Element 36. Get in here, bully Quadro, because Quadro is banked up. Renba is basically dead to rights on the backside of that hill. D-Lax is trying to go over there. He took some damage from somewhere else. Might have been a team that's up on the mountain or something like that. Yeah, you can see LYG actually is the one pouring it in here. Pure Boy coming over to the side. He's going to get D-Lax, but he gets stolen by Migo. So Element 36 doing some of the heavy lifting, but it's going to be LYG that's cleaning up a few of these from their compound on the side.
And now Yacha, the last survivor for Quadro, the lone survivor, he's got to do a lot of job for himself. But Satel gets knocked out from LYG as a third party, opening up a little bit of a sliver of chance for Quadro to make this happen. Migo landing more bullets towards Pure Boy and Yacha. He doesn't want to exit this compound, but rather just shooting out the window. He has a couple more nades to work with. I think that was the last molly, so he might have just a couple flashbangs left there. The meds are also very low. Sophia trying his best to find an angle to not get shot from it. Now LYG wants to join this party. They're like, hey guys, you didn't invite us, but we're going to be going in anyways.
Yeah, the invitations weren't sent out. They're crashing this one for sure. Element 36 is able to get Satao back up and running once again. So they have been doing a really good job being disciplined with their team fighting. We saw it yesterday. The defense was great. Now we're getting a chance to see the offensive side of Element 36. Their timing, very good. Their situational awareness, very good. Their ability to back off this a little bit when LYG put some pressure on them, good. Circle still southwest, still on top of this mountain. So Infantry and Entis are going to try to hold off the rest of these teams. You can see Infantry doing a fantastic job of it right now, getting GEX along with a little help from VSG as we move back over to the fight between E36, Quadro, and LYG.
So LYG did suffer from 2 losses, as it's going to be only 2 members. In the meantime, looking over towards VSG, they're going to be getting bullied down from Infantry up top the hill. Foxy's knocked out. Hulk has no chance of getting a res back on, as that rotation will be a really hard one. In the meantime, Infantry's poking left and right. Griffin is going to be suffering a loss of Minsung as well. And 8 kills already.
Oh my god.
9 and Longscare is going crazy right now.
They're too good. They're too good. And on top of it, a crate drops right by them.
That's falling.
It's going to go a little bit down the hill, but yeah, good grenade there is going to catch the backside of 2-tap. Trying to get up the hill is Griffin, desperately trying to find any way in. But right now, it is Infantry who are so skilled with those DMRs. They are so good at range. They are just laying down the hurt on top of them and VSG. Nobody's been able to really even encroach. Now they know where Too Hard is. A grenade from Longsker. Pin out. Let's see if he can get it on top of him. He doesn't even need it. The shots are good enough. Longsker puts Too Hard down. 2-tap, the only one here, I believe, for Griffin.
Infantry is destroying VSG and Griffin at the same time. That is just something amazing. And now Tiamba might be looking to join into this fight as well. They're going to be setting themselves up in the bottom side of the mountain. They have a couple rocks to work with. In the meantime, Entis did send Kale as an anchor down below. So this could be huge. Kale could catch Magne off guard, and Entis is on the push under, looking down on the hills, and Kale is flanking on the side. Yeah. Under finds one towards Kinch. Under finds the second one to Magne.
Yeah, Infantry does take down Griffin over here, pushing down the hill. A good job by them. Entis should have a pretty good angle onto Element Mystic. There's only one left over here. Kale doing a fantastic job being patient on the backside, being that anchor like you mentioned, Bench. Here comes Gen G. They have been waiting very, very patiently. They made a huge long rotation all the way from the warehouse over in between Severny and Stalber. They came around to the south of everything, south of Ruins, south of even School, I believe they wrapped around to come through the blue to get here. So they're a little banged up. Heals are going to be a little bit low for them, but they've already done pretty well in a fight against Rush B. They have managed to sneak their way up to the top of the hill. What is Entis' response going to be?
Indigo's position is very crucial here. If he gets picked off, there's no way Entis can gain themselves a chance to climb up the mountain once again. But looks like it's going to be PO to be peeking out a little bit wider. Indigo finds one. The spray down is just a little bit accurate and finds 2 knocks onto Aqua 5, and Nanonics opening things up already, but PO's too accurate. The headshot comes through for Indigo, and Kale pays the bill back to PO, and that will be leaving Entis with one more member alive.
Yeah, this is great defense here from Entis. Being very, very quiet was Indigo, finding the perfect moment. Loki gets spotted by Kale. Entis successfully defends against Gen G, puts them out into 6th place. That was huge. Like you mentioned, Indigo, the linchpin there, does a great job with it. He has been knocked now as Tianba finally making their move, as they have been very quiet coming off of that defense from 4 a.m. They only have 5 kills, so they picked up one more outside of their wipe onto the 4 a.m. boys. Under, looking up and over. This guy was a hero yesterday for Quadro. Almost single-handedly won a round for them. So he takes some damage from Lorena. Gonna back over. Tian comes up. He's got a decent angle. Isn't able to get any knocks out of it, though. Indigo taking some more damage. Somehow just gets behind the hill without getting knocked. His infantry gonna come over in third party. This doesn't matter. Lorena gets Sungjang. That's the first down between these two. More grenades being put out as Under's just trying to hold back and seeing if he can get M200 off guard.
Kale still waiting. Indigo finds an opening onto Lin Shun, but Tiantian's going to be picked off once again from Under, and that's OG and Entis with 10 kills. Tiantian is flushed out by Indigo. That leaves M200 as the last member with Lorena. That's going to be it for Tiamba at our 5th place. But I think they had a couple more kills in their bag as well, so it should be fine for them for now. But now, Entis, they're going to have to fight against Infantry.
This is a huge round for Entis, the best we have seen from them in quite some time. LYG gets brutally forced outside of the circle. They are taken down by, I believe that was Element 36 down there, as Element 36 still has 4 up. They've been quiet. They're on the bottom side of the circle. The good news for them is right now a lot of infantry's attention is still directed over towards Entis. They got to find some way to get up that hill. Very, very challenging. There are some trees and other things in the way on that side that they can use to hide behind. You can see there, we're getting a decent little view over there. E36 going to be coming up from the right-hand side under. He's going to be your flanker. He's also going down to get some of the utility from the members of the teams that were fallen over there, as Kale as well has a bit of an angle over there. Ooh, Bullying somehow spots out just enough of under to get some damage into him.
So Element 36 has a pretty good chance if the circle does shift down the mountain. In that case, they should be spread out. They should be spreading out right now to hold off the pushes coming down the hill. And even if the circle does go towards mountain, they have a good chance if Entis and infantry just has to fight off each other. So for now, for the time being, they won't be hiding behind those trees, burning the time, see what happens in the next 14 seconds. Entis, although they are 1 member down, they still have Kale and Under alive, the top 2 close-up fighters right there.
Yeah, and Indigo has come up big for them so far in this round as well, so they are looking strong. Infantry doing a fantastic job holding off Griffin and VSG, and Longsker has a great angle, finds the knock onto Amanat. As more shots be coming through, he can just see enough through that tree, I think, that he's able to get those shots down in there. He knows these angles so well that he knows where the players are going to be trying to hide, and it's going to be a vehicle and some smokes that are going to be needed for E36 to get this res.
If Element 36 suffers from a knock like this opens up the gate for Under to be flanking towards the side, let's say on the right side of the circle, and take the back side of Element 36, as long as infantry continuously keeps them on bay. In the meantime, the circle is still going to be a downward shift, so this is going to be a rough one for infantry and Entis, as they both have to come down this hill. Looks like Element 36 are going to be getting in the vehicle, rotating in a little bit more closer, but 9 has a decent angle, but he's not going to be accurate, missing those bullets just close on towards the head. But that car, the tires are not popped, so 9 could be possibly landing a couple bullets through the foot there.
We're having a party over here for E36 behind this Dacia. They have nowhere else to go. They got to be careful because those tires being popped is spinning the vehicle.
Oh my
exposing
God.
some of them. Amanat has to run away. It's going to be Sylphia at least that puts some damage up into 9 to back him off for a second. Buy a little bit of breathing room for now. Kale, Indigo, and Entis, what is going to be their play? I think they're just going to have to move down the side of this hill here and just block this as much of themselves off from infantry as they can, kind of hope that they can outduel E36 if the battle breaks out on that side. They really do not want to get involved with infantry, and you can see why right now, because infantry has been feeling it with their DMR shots.
Infantry's farming ADR right now. Like, at this point, infantry doesn't even have to peek out the mountain because Entis is going to be the one that has to rotate in first before them if the next circle does pop. And it looks like Entis is going to be sending it down the hill. And if the fight breaks out, infantry can peek out and shoot whatever they want, wherever moving target that is.
Yeah, Under, he's going to be your front liner for OGN in the late games. He is an expert at close quarter combat. We've seen him time and time again absolutely win fights. He shouldn't 2v1s, 1v3s. This guy is absolutely nuts. He's going to pull out his SLR there. He's going to get the first headshot and finish on a Pure Boy. Quick taps. Going to make a knock and a point for Entis.
And that opens things up for infantry once again to peek down the hill, but Under has to be careful. He's got to work with those trees. Otherwise, he could be picked off. 9 trading more bullets, but he's going to be the one losing out on that duel. Under with 6 kills already. This guy is going huge tonight for sure indeed. And now infantry with the circle not being in their favor. They're going to have to start rotating as well. But Satel is going to be the anchor here to hold it off. But he's taken down to low HP, so I don't know what more he could do at this point. He's going to pop that med kit just in time.
I mean, this is really problematic for E36 because they have to stay prone. They have to stay on their bellies. They can't do a great job of trying to bounce Under off of their flank. So Under is able to get there, kind of keep pushing forward. Now there are more shots ringing out from infantry, but the circle is starting to push infantry forward. And this is this problem you were talking about a minute ago, Bench, where they have to come down this hill. One of the most difficult things to do in competitive PUBG. Come down a hill that doesn't have any cover. There's the opening knock. Sylphia is going to get it. 9 down, 9 out. 3 more for infantry, 3 more for Entis, 3 for E36.
Now this game has become quite even in terms of numbers, but the positional advantage just means so much that E36 has to capitalize off of it. That's going to be Bo Liang dodging those bullets in the sky. sky jumping out of that, just dodging it inches away from Sophia. Under is going to find the knock onto Longsker, and that will be a huge knock, actually, as Longsker is a top player. Under's going huge! The second one coming through for Boliang as well. And now, Infantry's in the world of trouble. The one member is alive. And now Kale finds a knock onto Satao, and now all of a sudden this game looks in favor of Entis.
I mean, Entis is on fire, and Under is bringing the hurt for them. Zhao Yang, Longsker, seeing if they can get into E36, do anything. Satao is down. Amanat very hurt. He is behind a tree. Sylphia not at full strength either. Smoke's coming down. Sylphia getting a spray. He's got to control it a little bit better. That's not going to be good enough. Longsker puts some more damage into him. He has to get down. He's going to get that first aid going. I think he's going to be able to get it off just in time. That grenade bounces just a bit too far from Longsker. But Amanat's going to get Longsker. Zhao Yang very hurt. He's just getting out of there because there's a grenade being cooked. Longsker's own grenade takes him down. Indigo finds Zhao Yang. It is Entis versus E36.
But Entis is so well spread out in the circle that E36 has a very slight chance to make this happen. Indigo's getting picked off as he was prone on the side of the tree, and that will open things up for E36. 2-on-2 now. And all of a sudden, Under, there's so much pressure on his shoulder as Kale is going to be holding onto the bottom side of the circle. But 1136, they have been rotating on the other side. Sophia's going to peek out. Under takes a bunch of damage. That's going to open things up. He's going to be knocked down, leaving Kale all alone. And now, with a barrel and just a sliver of hope, he's going to make this 1v2 happen as the res is just impossible now. Kale opens up, finds a knock, opening things up. Amina goes down. 1 versus 1. Can Kale make this happen?
Kale's coming up the hill. He's got to be able to do this, but Sylvia has the high ground. Sylvia comes through, gets a little bit of damage. He's still quite healthy. 91 health, about half for Kale. Kale finishes off that point. It is still the 1v1 duel. Kale, he's just getting that heal off, and then he's going to try to make his move. I believe Sylvia is a little bit closer to the center of the circle, but it's really, really hard to tell. It's probably just going to come down to who can outshoot who. We're just going to be waiting. Under is there to at least maybe get a little bit of information potentially for Kale, but I don't think he needs much. I think at this point you pretty much know what's going on. Sylvia goes down. Kale comes through. Entis is going to take it with a massive 19-kill win to start off day number 2.
We are seeing a lot of these clutches in match day number 1. This whole tournament has been a series of clutches. We've seen Lin Shun pull that off against Infantry, and today we're seeing Entis pulling it off against Infantry and 1136. This whole game, I would say Under has 50% of the equity, and Kale has the final 50%, as Under was the one who brought the team to the final circle there. He was pulling himself in fire, and now, with that being said, Kale made that happen.
I mean, Under was clicking heads with the SLR. That was absolutely filthy. He was feeling it beyond belief. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this round. Here is Quadro, and it's going to be Yacha that barely comes through as the hero for them to give them the extra points and the survivability. Later on, E36 will push them, take them out. Infantry holding down the western side of this hill so well, Bench.
And that nade from Songjang just cut that hope out from Element Mystic. Infantry pushing down to take out Griffin. Under going huge. That was, I don't know, that's just way too great for me to say anything about.
I mean, this guy is absolutely insane. And Sylphia and E36, you got to give them a ton of credit. They were so steadfast. They dug in. They did a great job defending their position and almost finishing this with Sylphia. Sylphia had a better position on Kale, but Kale just able to outduel him. I think a little bit of the, you know, the big stage competition. Kale has been on these big stages so many times. I'm going to say that that's a little bit of the reason they're coming through. Still, you got to give these teams a ton of credit. What a fight there at the end.
Entis has almost 30 points in their backpack, 19 huge kills and a win. Infantry leading second with 16 points, 1136 with 13 points. In the meantime, on the right-hand side, 4 teams with a big fat 0. Griffin, a little bit unfortunate for them as they were caught off on their rotation up to the mountain. Foreign Green Man did crash onto Tiamba. They did knock out a couple people, but in the end, they couldn't flush it down.
And keep in mind, Element 36 had to win a awkward duel between them and Crest Gaming Xanadu in one of those blue houses where it was just the two of them kind of hanging out there. Somehow Element 36 comes through that with all 4 alive despite getting third-partied by a couple different teams, and they come through and get a very strong finish in the end. And this propels OGN Entis to the top of the leaderboard. 59 points. Now they're 3 ahead of L-Stars with Infantry close behind in third.
Any teams that has plus 30 points has a pretty good shot in stealing that spot away. But guys, we're going to be taking a quick break. We'll be back in 3 minutes, so stick around.
안녕하세요. 大家好.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn. Với PUBG Esports fans.
Hi, PUBG Esports fans.
4개의 권역의 최강자를 가리는 PUBG Esports 대회.
Vòng khu vực APEC. PUBG Continental Series 1 North America Grand Final. PCSE 东亚洲际赛. PUBG Continental Series for Europe.
OK Cup June 25th.
6월 26일 개막합니다.
Kommer starta 27 juni.
2 hafta boyunca Perşembe ve Pazar günleri arasında devam edecek bir maç programımız var. Kaçırmayın.
请大家多多支持，多多收看。
Mark your calendar and stay tuned.
Отметьте даты в своем календаре и будьте готовы.
CS1 많은 응원과 시청 부탁드려요.
冠军竞赛活动现已回归。
Pick'em Challenge is back.
コンソールは6月23日からオープンします。
Các bạn có thể tham gia dự đoán đội vô địch trực tiếp ở trong game.
Bạn sẽ nhận được 6 lượt bình chọn khi mua vật phẩm BCS1 และรายการดูไลฟ์สตรีมสดเนี่ยก็สามารถลุ้นรับตลาดทายผลนะครับผม
记得准时收看 PCSE 东亚洲际赛。
PCS1 잊지 말고 시청해주세요.
Так что оставайтесь дома и следите за ПКС-1.
You can get a maximum of 7 coupons, including one free coupon.
If
you click the Esports tab for my game lobby,
팀 정보와 PCS1 매치별 스탯 그리고 실시간 순위까지 확인하실 수 있습니다.
Äänestä joukkueita, joista tykkäät.
ถ้าเพื่อนๆทายถูกเพื่อนๆก็จะได้รับสกิน PCS สีทองสุดลิมิเต็ด
Stay home and
watch PUBG Esports。记得待在家看 PUBG 比赛。Stay home and watch PUBG Esports。
Bliv hjemme og se noget dejligt PUBG Esport.
Bli hjemme og se på PUBG Esports.
So make sure you stay home og se PUBG Esports.
Stay home, stay safe, and let's get that chicken dinner.
Update 7.3 has arrived and brings an explosive new weapon.
And welcome back, everybody, to PCS1 Asia, day number 2. Game number 1 is done, a monster game from OG and Entis. There are your top 5 damage dealers from match number 1. Somehow, WNB continues to play out of his mind in this tournament. There's Under there at number 2. You would expect that considering he had 7 kills.
For sure, indeed. Hulk as well somehow dished out 2,000 huge damages by himself. I don't know where he did that, when he did that, but
those can't be right. Those got to be cumulative. I think that's got to be cumulative because there's no way they did 2,000 damage.
Two Art was out from this game early as well. ZGG didn't do much. Yeah, that should be cumulative. Yeah, that's not.
I think this is not. Yeah, I think this one's a little scuffed here, guys. Sorry about that.
Yeah, just a little bit of issues there. Yesterday we had some NAMC in the action too. So
oh yeah.
Be that.
Who knew PO changed his name to NAMC?
Let's talk about some of the statistics from yesterday. So,
all right.
From what I found from the player stats is L-Stars, WMB had 16 kills to lead the board with 1,920 damages. I think that's up to like 2,000 now. But he had 16 kills under his bag. ZGG was playing out of his mind, 13 kills, 13 DBNOs. Coming in third was 9 from Infantry, 10 kills, 1,100 damage points for him. Korean players were leading 4th, 5th, and 6th, Two Heart, Hulk, and Mental. So Korean players have been having a little bit of time there, having a hard time. But looks like Kale and Under made that happen to show that Korea is still in this tournament.
Now, if you told me Under did 1,000 damage in that round, I wouldn't be surprised, because he was absolutely nuts there, just, again, clicking heads with his SLR. So you got to like what you saw. Indigo, huge moment there where he defended against Gen G. Really important. And, I mean, you got to give Element 36 a ton of credit. Good rotations from them. Good timings on their fights. You know, taking that fight against Quadro when they needed to, pushing his 4, able to survive that. Able to survive the third party from LYG then. And then I would say Sylphia actually put himself in a really good position in that last part. Once Infantry was wiped off the side of that hill, he moved up there, took that rock, which I think is about the best position in that circle, to be honest with you. And then he just couldn't win the duel against Kale.
I feel like Element 36 had a hard one to make that second place happen, because in the blue house, there was 4 teams that they had to face against. Element 36 had to face against Crest Gaming, first of all. Quadro crashed in. All-Stars also crashed into them, I believe. I think that's what happened, right?
Well, Quadro and L-Stars dueled on the other blue. So the one with Crest Gaming Xanadu, they started to the southeast of that position. Then they moved up after Quadro and L-Stars fought, and then they picked off Quadro, and LYG came into it at the end.
Yeah.
And then they're able to win all that, and then they rotate around to the southwest, come up underneath the hill, and get that second place, which was really impressive in my opinion. I thought this was really smart. Every decision they made was the right one, in my opinion. Like, I thought they played that very, very well.
Not only the decision-making was accurate, but they had the power to fight through that, is what I also think was very important. And even though they had the right timing to pick at Quadro, Rembo was down, it was only 2 members. Sophia went huge. He did knock out 1 member, leaving 1 member of Quadro all alone in the hut, and I think he was picked off later in the game when the blue was zoning in. So, unfortunate for Quadro, but that's just how it is.
Yeah, this is what you see in these lobbies. These teams are getting smart. They come through, they third party when they need to, or sometimes if they're just desperate like LYG was, they'll just push down and try to get whatever points they can. They only had 2 left. They thought, well, heck with it. Let's just see what we can do here. Infantry and Entis getting some benefit from these circles that kept forcing people into them. That being said, those are desirable positions on top of the mountains, and it's hard to hold them down sometimes if a lot of teams start crashing in.
And this is the butterfly effect of Gen G being driven off from South George, is because what Gen G would typically do if they have South George for themselves is that they will farm it and they will go up to Mount Everest. And given the circle in match number 1, Gen G could have farmed all what Infantry and Entis could have done, but rather they went to Yasnaya and they had to rotate in. They got caught off by Entis, and now they're like out from the game. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I saw basically Tianba do kind of what Gen G would have do in a lot of those situations. But Gen G, yeah, usually will at least leave somebody up on the mountain, at least historically. You could argue that maybe these days they don't do it as much because teams kind of learned in the Korean qualifiers that if you mess with Gen G on top of the mountain, they're not always ready for it, and you can catch one of their members off guard up there or something like that. We saw here that Gen G just wasn't ready for where Indigo was, and as soon as those 2 players went down to Indigo popping out, then it was just, the wheels just come off and the car's falling off the cliff and it's on fire and it's not good.
Indigo, shout out to him for sure, holding his ground. I was pointing out that if he gets picked off first, then there's no way. As 3 members of Entis was push it down towards the hill, and Gen G was picking the right angle to come up top of the mountain. So if Indigo was picked off, all of a sudden, Entis was going to be the one to push up the mountain, and that's a hard push to make. So Indigo knocking out 2, Loki and Aqua 5, and that definitely shook Gen G apart for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And we got to give Entis even more credit. This game was incredible from them. They had 19 kills. Before all of that, Element Mystic tried to come in from the northeastern side of the hill, and they set up a great trap where they were kind of concaved around that northeastern part, waiting on top of the mountain with 3 up there, and then they had Kale in the back ready to spring forward once all of Element Mystic pushed up to that hill. They kind of knew that a team would want to get up into that hill as far as they could, because in theory that gives you the most defense. and you should kind of be able to see behind you then as well. But Kale finds a good spot, hides behind it, pops out at the right time, and all of a sudden, Element Mystic gets wiped out in very quick and efficient fashion.
With the help of infantry as well, long scope was accurate nades. Kira V was tossed like fries.
I mean, infantry and Entis were helping each other out. I mean, so much.
Pretty
just
much.
Keeping everything off of the mountain. I mean, just swatting it away like they were flies. Just a really impressive performances by both of those teams. Let's give infantry a ton of credit. I mean, it's hard to like talk about what they did because they just absolutely bullied VSG and Griffin.
Griffin and VSG didn't even fight each other. They were focused on climbing up the mountain, and infantry was able to hold 2 battlegrounds at once. VSG was wiped out, and then Griffin. But in the meantime, both players were trying to climb the mountain, so they had to split up their players. Longster towards VSG and Boliang towards Griffin, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they did it. They made it look easy, man. I mean, I don't even know what to say because they just did it so like cleanly. It was like Griffin and VSG never even had a chance. I mean, it was crazy good. So you got to give tons of credit to infantry throughout all of this. They did kind of get the worst end of the circle movement because they were the ones that were furthest outside of it when it left the mountain, so they had to go straight down the mountain. Entis at least had like that ridge to work with that they could at least hide behind, and then they did a good job setting out Under, coming up forward, and all of a sudden Under is just getting into the side of E36 and infantry and just wreaking havoc. And what a fun round that was to start this one off. I mean, this is Asia, guys. Asia is so exciting. These teams are so damn good. You guys don't want to miss any of this. We've got so many more games today. 4 more games to come at you. We got more codes, everything. 2 more Erangels, 2 more Miramars. So this is going to be exciting. Get out there, let people know about it. This is a lot of fun for us.
You don't get a lot of these actions in different regions. Not talking down on them, but Asia's just too fun.
Bench is throwing shade. Get out there on Twitter.
But like on Friday, like we've seen a lot of vehicle in motion, a lot of Mad Max, and today we're seeing third party on third party on third party on the blue houses. After that, we're seeing clutches after clutches. You don't get a lot of these. As players play very passive and they want to play for the points. But
Right.
Asia, it's more like, you mess with us, I will get you. Like, I will serve you what you got.
Yeah, it is. Especially the Chinese teams love the third party. The Korean teams are learning when to third party and how to do it. I mean, in the past, the Korean teams were extremely passive, I would say, compared to other regions. Now, this isn't to say that they were not the most passive region previously. I would say they were kind of in the middle, but they were more passive than, say, China or APAC. Like APAC, those guys are crazy too. They will just go in at anything. And that's what kind of makes some of these regions fun, is because they have so much confidence in their own abilities that they think they could take anyone at any time, and they'll just bomb on in at you and throw everything at you, and you got to fend it off.
And at the same time, we are leeching off from the Korean production as well. So the observation is done by the Korean observers. They use a lot of a third-party view, but it's still FPP tournament.
Yes,
we know this after all a lot.
Yeah, so you guys are kind of aware. I've been casting in Korea for PUBG for over 2 years here. So the observing style is a little different, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One is, generally speaking, in Asia, TPP is a little more popular in just normal play. Like, there's more players who play that mode. Also, the observers kind of have an idea here that a lot of what makes PUBG Esports really interesting is kind of the tactics and the strategy, not just the shooting. So obviously the Korean teams and the Chinese teams and the Japanese teams and the Chinese Taipei teams are all really good, skilled individually players. Of course, we're not trying to not highlight that. We're just saying that part of what makes competitive PUBG so interesting is what they do tactically, how they maneuver, how they set up their formations, where are they going to utilize their smokes, where are they going to do all these things that you don't always get from just a first-person view. And I know it's really fun to watch people rip faces from first person. And I think, in general, as the game gets later on, that's where the Korean observers will use first person more. But especially early on, they want to give you bigger picture scenarios.
But guys, we look like there was a little issue with the Steam servers. I think the players are having issues to join into the session, so we might have a little bit of delay here. But in the meantime, we're going to be showing you guys the beautiful faces of Team Quadro. D-Lax on his phone, or he's just nibbling on his Finger maybe? I'm not exactly sure.
Getting the dirt out.
Getting the dirt out for sure. Yoak, he looks pretty tired. Kiravi having a nice little chit-chat with his coach, it looks like.
Oh, Kinch looks comfy. Can my chair do that? I'm in on that, Kinch. Nope, I don't want to try it. It looks like Steam is actually down.
Steam is
what
down.
I'm seeing from a lot of people here.
Then that allows us to put on even more show. So VSG, their roster did change from Starlord to Foxy. Not saying Starlord is out yet, but it looks like they're using Foxy for the rest of this tournament. Foxy has been doing okay, but not extraordinary.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem to fit in very well yet with these three superstars. Wicked, Mental, Hulk. I would say with the three of them, they are absolutely, positively nutty. This team, they got to find something because right now it's not going well. I will say they put themselves in a decent position to get to the top of the mountain, to get to the top of Everest. That was a good move, and they did a good job to get there because they had to fight a couple different teams on the way, and they had to make a huge long rotation through the blue, and I think even Pio might have got knocked by the blue at one point.
Oh, yeah, earlier on in the game, yeah.
Right. Still able to come through after all of that and get to that 6th place finish like they did. Not bad. But they've got to be better in those team fights. Like they shouldn't be losing that bad in that situation, in my opinion.
I think we have too much all of us have too much expectation on Gen G, and that may be eating into their playstyle a little bit, because we all know that Gen G knows about these expectations that people have for them, the fan base, and it does sometimes really become a pressure on you. Like on match day number 1, they weren't having the best games and they didn't have any wins as well for sure. And given that, match day number 2 becomes even more pressure because they have to put out some good results.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think a lot of the pressure on what a lot of people, as soon as especially they picked up Anonix, thought, okay, that's it. This is the best team in the world. There's no doubt about it. That it hasn't been. It hasn't really worked out. And they haven't, they've done well at times in Korea. They've done pretty damn well in Korea, but they haven't been those world beaters that we expect them to be. They haven't been that team that we thought should just run through basically every tournament this year and dominate. And to be fair, a lot of that, is trying to get Anonix on the same page as the rest of the team. Pio, he's still going to be your in-game leader, and he's quite excellent as a solo player, of course. But I think I still feel like there's something that's they're not clicking all together on the same page with how they want to do, especially their team fighting. Their team fighting, it seems like Anonix is kind of not there to support them, or he's kind of getting picked off on his own. Pio is doing a good job, better than usual, I would say, being the front man. Aqua 5 is a great support. Loki's a great flank. I feel like it's still Anonix that is the piece that isn't quite fitting in this Gen G puzzle.
Anonix did lose a couple duels with the barrel. Looks like the new patch wasn't fully integrated into him. It does take some time for you to learn into your muscle memory to control the spray of the new things. But even still, you have to make this happen, right? It's a tournament with money online, and you just got to do it. There's no excuse for it.
Right. It doesn't matter if it's a new patch or whatever. Go back to the M4 if you have to. I know they changed that too. But if that's going to be more comfortable for you, then so be it. Because right now, Anonix does not look comfortable with the barrel. As most players have switched over to it in this, in this patch that we're on. By the way, we're not on the newest patch. Just so you guys know, we're not on 7.3 yet. So a few things like vehicles do still explode right away, and some other things, I believe. As far as I'm aware, we aren't.
The C4 isn't in play yet.
Yeah, no C4. Well, that'll be interesting to see if we allow that in competitive PUBG.
That's too overpowered. I feel like players will carry minimum 2 C4s.
Well, you can do some pretty crazy stuff with it. Like, you can slap it on a vehicle, right? Get it to count down for a bit. Get in the vehicle, get it going, then get out and let that vehicle just go forward, and it's like a it's a moving bomb, basically, of course. It just flies forward, and then you can, when it gets close to whatever and the time runs down, it blows up. So we're still waiting here, guys. Steam is having technical issues. It's down as far as we know. We don't know when that's going to be up because it's Steam. Steam, you would think, never goes down, but it sounds like this is one of those rare times that, of course, it does.
But yeah, Clinton was nice enough today to bring some donuts. Do you still have it?
Oh, I got donuts. Yeah, I can't show the bag because it has a company logo on it.
But yeah, we got. I
got some donuts.
Some free donuts from Clinton. That was very tasty. Some glazed donuts for sure. I want to give a shout out to the production as well. We've been PUBG has been sticking with Nice Game TV for quite a while. They produced the PCS Asia Charity Showdown. They've been producing for the Korean qualifiers as well. and they're just too nice of a people, I would say.
Yeah, they do a great job here. They've been really kind and generous, and they've been really nice to me. Those of you who stick around and watch me on stuff, I messed up my knee about a month ago, and I had to have surgery on it, in fact. So they've been really kind in helping me get to and from the studio, giving me a big help. There we go. There's the correct numbers from match number 1. Sylphia, 835, under 745, 9 with 698. 9 has been incredible for infantry right now. I mean, bullying as well. I mean, that infantry team is stacked.
Like, we would typically give a thought that Longsker would be the top damage dealer, but this time around, it's going to be their teammates to pop things out. 9 going huge, Bo Liang picking kills left and right, and Longsker, the pressure on his shoulder has been taken away. A lot of burden is taken away from his own teammates, and that's something great to see because now Longsker can, you know, reach out a little further, swing a little bit more wide, go for a little riskier plays, and for these games like this, like, you have to take risks to capitalize off of like the fights and battles.
Yes, 100%. I think that's the name of the game in the Asia region, is take risks, take calculated risks, right? You're like, all right, if we take this fight, we have like a 70% chance to win it. You should probably take it, I think. There is our leaderboards once again. It is so tight. I mean, even from Element Mystic up, that's only 27 points.
Right.
And that's, you know, that's an OGN win. I mean, that 29-point win. You're within shooting distance of the #1 spot. Gen G as well, 31. So any of these teams, definitely very much still within it. We're not even halfway through yet. So I really like what I'm seeing from L-Stars, and Infantry especially has been really good on Erangel.
And because L-Stars or Tiamba couldn't put up too big of a point, they were sitting at 55 and 46 and 36. If by any chance, if they had anywhere between 60 to 70 points, it would have been really hard for these teams to recover. As you can see, Entus is only up at 59, and that would still leave L-Stars at the first spot if L-Stars did have 60 points to start things off with. Yeah. And that even spread of points gives more chances for the teams down there, like Element Mystic and up. And even Gen G has a pretty good chance to shoot out. Any teams above 30 points has a pretty good chance of making this happen.
Absolutely. By the end of the day, a team like Gen G or Element Mystic could be on top of this leaderboard. No doubt about it. It's going to be really exciting as we go on to see what exactly goes down with that. And I got to say, across all of the regions, and I know I said I wasn't going to do much of this today, but we got some downtime, so whatever.
Yeah, well,
across all of the across all of the regions, the point spread after the first day was close.
Right.
Nobody was really just blowing the doors off of everybody else. NA is a little top heavy, but even then, NA now we're seeing some of those teams that maybe
shoot to kill.
Yeah, shoot to kill's nuts. And they're who I thought was going to win this. I think my video on the PUBG Esports news show might have been wrong. I can't remember if it had me picking Sonics or Shoot to Kill. I did pick Shoot to Kill, so hopefully that was right. And I just checked my DMs to make sure that my picks were correct.
You did send Shoot to Kill. I think there was a little bit of a miscommunication between the company and the production for the videos. You can't help it, but this guy over here did pick Shoot to Kill.
Yep.
Shout out to Machine Gunner.
Yeah, man. Yeah, those guys, I think they're just a really, really strong team, and now is their time. It's a little surprising to see Oath not play as well in NA. Maybe they're just kind of one of those boom or bust teams, one of those hot or not teams. We'll see as time goes on. Sonics have been okay, not great. A team that I'm really not surprised is doing well, that I should have kind of had a little bit more thought about, was Houston Hard Shifts, as they have Maluk on there, who is historically one of the best in-game leaders in NA. So he's incredible. So anyway, we're talking about other regions because, well, we have some time.
I'm going to check out Is Steam Down. That's the website.
Is Steam Down?
Yeah, that's actually what the website is called.
This is how I figure out if Home Plus is open in Korea or not. There's literally a website that is Home Plus open, because sometimes it's not. And I have to use that. All right, he's checking on Steam for us. There is your kill leaders so far, and Under and Indigo are putting up some big, big numbers here for OGN. 14 for Under, 11 for Indigo. Man. I mean, and then Infantry's 9 is playing great. ZGG, good to have him back on 4 a.m. And WNB, he was a monster yesterday. So it's great to see some of these star players from both Korea and China continue to do very well. And now we're seeing this Japanese team. I tell you what, man, E36, I'm starting to believe in them a little bit. I mean, they can do, as far as I've seen, they've got the skills to do just about everything. Now, they're not, I would say, individually as talented as a team like Entis or like an Infantry, but the decision making is good, and the ideas are there, and that's the biggest part of being a good PUBG team.
I mean, let's take an example of PPS to rate Element 36. I would say they are the upgraded version of Detonation Gaming White. So they have the battle skills that they need. Not the best fighting skills they have, but they have just enough to capitalize off of things. At the same time, their decision making is supreme. They pick the right moments, and if they want to send it, they will fully send it. They don't back out.
Right. They make good decisions, and so far I really haven't criticized them much, except for one time they lost a defense just against. Now I can't remember. It was one of the Chinese teams.
I would say it was Infantry, maybe?
Infantry.
No.
They won against Infantry. They won against Infantry. They lost against Rush B.
Right.
They lost against Rush B yesterday. So they had one tough defense, but then they went up against. It was a 2v4, by the way, a full infantry send into what you people in America call the Alamo, which is the compound that's to the northeast of the museum, so north of Shelter. And they defended it, and they wiped infantry, and that's not easy to do, folks. If infantry wants to fight you, they are super scary. So Element 36, again, everything seems to be right there for them. It's just probably going to take a little bit of time. And I tell you what, these Japanese teams, I think within the next year or so, we're going to see them really start competing because they are very focused. They work hard. They play a ton. They scrim a ton. I see them constantly scrimming against the Korean and Chinese teams. They really want it. Their region is very popular there. They have great viewership numbers for their league, and there's a lot of passion there.
PJS, although it's a small league compared to other regions, they have that capability to make themselves shine for sure. We're seeing Element 36 popping off crazy. Although the late game where Sophia couldn't win the battle, I think it's just because he doesn't have that much experience. But
yeah,
when the experience is gained as time goes on, we could have seen him beat Kale in that final fight and take the win there. So it takes time for these new players in new regions to really shine. And I think all the conditions are there for PJS to really make this happen.
I mean, yeah, if you're Sylphia, this is the first time in your life that you're in a 1v1 in a major PUBG tournament, right? So your hands are shaking, you're nervous, this is crazy, you're finally here at this moment, something you've worked so hard for, and yeah, you come up short this time around, but I tell you what, you've got to feel good if you're Element 36. If you're Sylphia after that round, after being the top damage dealer for that round, you've got to feel good about yourself. You've got to start building on that momentum, and don't worry about the fact that you lost that 1v1. It happens. Go forward, get good. Finally, guys, Steam seems like it's up and running as we have Erangel in our view sites. We are ready for game number 2 on the day. We have 2 more Erangels and 2 more Miramars to go, guys, so please stick around. Now, here's this fight between Quadro. Look at this. I love this view. And you can see Element 36 has been knocked because of their fight with Crest Gaming Xanadu. So they're getting their members revived while all this is going on. Quadro does a good job to get the opening knocks. Then Monsters, somehow, some way, comes out here, gets a double because Quadro just lines up for him. And then Yacha, the big hero, getting over these barrels.
Yep, All-Stars did end up crashing right here. Allowed Element 36 to take the res back onto all 3 teammates that was knocked out. I mean, if you're the only member alive, you are going to be worried about Quadro pushing into you. But All-Stars did buy the time, enough time for him to take the res, and all of a sudden Quadro's knocked out, allows Element 36 to push on into it. But we're going to be seeing some interviews going on.
Yeah, it's Element Mystic. And that is, I don't know my Element Mystic face is well enough. I was thinking Kinch.
Kira?
It's one of those two. It's not Lash.
It's not Lash. As you
it's
see
not
the picture there.
Yeah, or maybe this is Lash and he dyed his hair. Oh, it is Lash. He dyed his hair.
Okay, never mind.
He used to have bleach blonde hair. Why do you got to do that to us, Lash? Oh, man. I was so used to knowing it was Lash because he had the bleach blonde hair.
Right.
All right, well, whatever. All right, Plane Path, very, very down the center. This one, very generous. So it looks like we might have another middle of the continent circle here as our Plane Path is just having a little bit of an issue here once again. We're just having some technical issues. It seems like Steam hopefully isn't down, but maybe giving us some grief this go around as I can see the map stream and everybody is still getting out of the planes comfortably. Doesn't look like anything too weird is hanging onto us. So I think...
Gaben, come on.
Yeah, I think... there we go. Wait. Maybe?
Okay, so we have the map up. looks like the main feed might be in a little bit of trouble, but we will brief you what's happening on the map stream. The map stream also is going to be in a little bit of delay as well. Should be fine for now, I think.
As far as we can tell, the game is fine, but I think we're having maybe a little bit of technical issues on our end here. Sorry, guys. Stay with us. Stick to this. We'll kind of give you the map play-by-play, because as far as I can see, this game is legit. No one's dropped out of the lobby yet. Everything looks to be pretty normal. I don't see any major conflicts. And okay, we're back. All right, we're
nice.
good. We're good. Nothing
Great.
big happening here. We're okay. Everything's fine here. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Fine, I'm great, actually. I'm having a blast. That last game was so good. This circle's not good.
This
but
circle
I love
is
it.
no. This circle is good.
Yeah.
We love it, not the
I love
players.
it. No, this is. I told you, I drank a ton of coffee today. So like, I am my powers are in full force to bring you nutty circles. And if I can get this one to gravitate towards Lipovka, guys, that's what I'm willing it to do right now. We're just pushing it in that direction.
So any center circle between maybe the hills outside of Lipovka or Milta Power, or just the car houses outside of Milta, the two car houses facing each other. Those 3 circles will make it really fun. Even the what do you call those? The shelter circles are pretty fun to play with. Even better would be a Yasnaya Field circle. You just die. People drop like flies, and you're about to witness that if the circle does go that way. But for Entis, I want to point something out. Indigo has been performing really well compared to the last tournament. Under and Kale, for sure, they've been doing really great. But Songjang, what's up with Songjang is my question.
Problems galore for Songjang. It is really, really surprising for me because he's been so consistent for so long. Not only has he been an incredible play caller and leader for OGN Entis, but he's been a decent fragger. He's usually a positive fragger, and by that I mean he averages over a kill per round, or gets KDA. His KDA is over 1, right? His kills per death per round. Not just assists, kills per round per death, or whatever you want to call it. Kills per death, whatever you want to consider that as. It's usually over 1. It hasn't been recently. He's been falling off. I don't know exactly what's going on with that. It seems like this new meta is just maybe potentially too aggressive for him, but he gets caught in rotations a lot, which is really quite surprising. Which you're hearing me sigh because I'm so used to talking about how good he is and how consistent he is, and recently this year it has not been the case.
Yeah, it's hard to see, and it's not a great feeling to see a good player fall off like that, but we are sure he has the capability to make himself into the top place, and, it's just a matter of time for Songjang to pick it up. Players do go through slumps, and I know it's hard to recover, but once you do recover, you just become a better player as a whole.
Yeah, exactly, and I think there's no doubt to me that Songjang is working hard to get better, and that there's potential that he will get better there. That was a little unfortunate there. That I think that fence might have done a little damage too. But yeah, it's not supposed to happen. So a little bit unfortunate, I think, for Songjang so far. I don't want to say unfortunate. That's not the right word. He just needs to get it going. I think he'll figure it out. These guys, Tianba, still continue to do well on international stages. Again, they didn't have the most success in China. In fact, getting dead last in a tournament they played in over there recently. But here, apparently, they know how to play well against these other teams. They still get South George. Genji hasn't messed with them. They've been going Yasnaya or Milta Power, depending on the plane. And we'll see if it can work out a little bit better. It took some heroics from Lin Shun to get there first. Chicken dinner, and they had 2. They didn't have 2, but they only had 1. The very first one.
The very first one with Lin Shun clutching that against infantry. But looking over towards infantry, I don't know if it was 9 or bullying, but he had a 8x under his feet. Nice little pickup there. Infantry at 38 kill points, leading the kill rank number 1. Another SKS on the floor. So nowadays, I feel like a player's because the barrel is so overpowered in comparison to other guns, as they took so much nerf. A lot of players, like I said, going for those 7.62 setups.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing a little bit more SKS. The SLR, of course, was very popular and still is. Nothing really changed there, as it was just an assault rifle kind of tweak that we saw. And since then, the barrel, especially if you can land that initial headshot, after the first couple bullets, the barrel gets pretty clunky, but it is good enough that if you can control that initial spray, you should get a pretty solid knock. As you can see, GEX, they got bounced out by Infantry and VSG over on the west side of Everest during that last round. So not the best start for them. Once again, it has been a real struggle for them. And the other team from their region, Curzon just can't seem to find any luck. But this circle, in Curzon's favor, as they spread out over to the west of Lipovka. I can see them on the map. Forever taking a little bit of damage. Looks like he might be okay, but there's LYG kind of looking down on this from the Lumberyard.
So 4 a.m. is on the outskirt of Lumberyard. LYG holding on to the main portion of it. CGX is on towards the other side of the map. So 4 a.m. could be stuck here. And it could be dangerous moments. But it looks like 4 a.m. should be fine to rotate out from this if they do find a right timing to just push out and just run downhill with feet on fire. Just hoping for their lives. Shouldn't be much of a trouble there. Looking over towards LYG. Crazy. This guy have been crazy in match day number 1. He was picking up kills for sure indeed, I believe.
He was really, really strong for them.
Not today, though.
Not today. Well, LYG, it wasn't their day yesterday. I mean, again, and over to Miramar still wasn't very good for them either. So maybe they can turn it around, get something going here, but now they got to worry because Migo is alone almost. He's got Maps with him, but he's alone on top of that house. Maps is kind of far back. Maps can't really push up. Look at how flat it is up on top of that hill. So Maps either has to find a good timing to get through there or use some smokes. I think it might just be best for LYG to get Migo out of here, get him down, and just peace out if they can. But 4 a.m. is a team that if they feel like they have the advantage on you, they will clamp down and they will bite.
And looks like they are going to be sending in Migo waiting patiently. He has a pretty decent angle to shoot down Forever and Wayless. If he does fire up, Maps does provide a little bit of support. Not too big of an angle he can hold on to. Forever still wrapping around. Migo opens up. The spray down's accurate. Finds Wayless. And now Forever is all aware of this. Migo doesn't want to peek out, but he's going to be standing up. This is going to be spotted out by Forever. Now he's knocked out. And now he's going to be a done deal for sure. Rest of LYG moving in to provide some support.
Oh no, Maps isn't able to outduel Forever, and Crazy's going to come up and help and get ZGG quick and down as he's coming in with a little bit of a late reinforcement as Maps and Migo still knocked. Carrot trying to get here as well, but their position has been revealed. Forever takes a little bit of damage. Crazy taking a bunch, but he's able to control the spray enough to land a headshot onto Forever. So it is a good exchange so far. Lou trying to heal up in the back. It looks like he's taking some shots, going to finish off Migo. Eventually, almost getting that grenade on top of Lou, but Lou dodges it enough. More grenades coming through, not connecting just yet.
Gonna be falling off a little bit short, and the Molly's gonna burn Forever off, and now Lou, he's gonna be facing 1 versus 2. Maps could be rezzed here, but looks like LYG wants to finish Lou off before they do anything. Wayless is gonna be flushed down in this main match. Lou's gonna be able to pop that heal off. He's gonna be peeking out, sprays down, but Crazy's just too good, and now will be a punishment. 4 a.m. out at 16th place. Not the best game, not the best day for them, I would say.
No, and this is a good job by LYG to get their reinforcements there. It wasn't completely clean, but it was darn close, and that's good enough. I think, Migo, I think he had a great position to get that opening knock, but once he was spotted out there, he was basically dead to rights. Circle is hard shifting to the south. Let's go, baby. As we might be on top of the Lumberyard or something. We'll see exactly where this one's going to go. And VSG making their rotation. This is the western side of the circle. Pretty open for VSG. There is Tianba a bit ahead of them. But other than that, there really isn't a lot of congestion, surprisingly, on this side of the circle, considering this was a very eastern-heavy circle. There's your code guy up top, but we've got a fight going on. Quadro in it with Gex. Renba gets the opening down with his barrel. The rest of Quadro coming to find in. That's another one for Renba. Great spray with the headshot, keeping it down. Yacha comes in to finish off another. Renba's catching another on the ground. Is Renba going to get all 4 members of Gex by himself? He comes through. He sees the head.
Renba?
One. Almost got it, but Gex is going to back off, and it's going to be another teammate. Yacha comes in, and quickly, GEX is down.
Renba with the 1 versus 3, destroying that team by himself. And now looking for Crest Gaming, Xanadu. Aries is going to be quite accurate, finds a knock onto Silver, but DabG wants to open that door, peeks out, but it's going to be G9 to knock him out. And Rush B Gaming does clear off this compound for now. The rest of Crest Gaming trying to send it downwards to help out with that teammate, but looks like the res won't be happening. Rush B Gaming taking on to this, and he's going to be spotted up by Entis now. Iguto taking a bunch of damage down to half and even lower HP. I don't know what more he could do. He's going to be knocked up by Kale, and now Crest Gaming, they are going to be destroyed left and right, and DabG might be peeking out to finish that kill. Looks like he's going to be tossing out more smokes to take the res back onto him, and now Rio on his foot just wants to run away and save his team from going out at 14th place.
It was just a little too greedy from Crest Gaming. Xanadu, the 2-2 split just too wide for them as they were not able to regroup in time. Rush B Gaming, we are going to get all 4 members back up. Pow Pow coming up with some help from Dab. Pio and Genji coming in from the north. Pio's usually way out of Genji, as is the case here. He comes to the crossroads by Shelter. He's going to take a quick peek, see if anybody's around from this dip. He's mostly got nobody around him just yet. There is Entis up by the Shelter, but that is about it. He's going to see a few of them. And let's see how Genji reassesses their situation.
Looks like Genji is going to rotate in towards the trash can. That's what the Korean players refer to in this compound. We literally call it the trash can.
The trash can?
Yeah, this is the trash can. Pio is going to be spotted out, taking a bunch of damage from Tien. Tien should be able to find himself a little bit of hill to work with. Dodge those bullets, heal back up, join up with his teammates. Loki will be able to hold on to it, so the rest of teammates should be able to move into it. In the meantime, Tiemba is going to be going for that 2-2 split. Martian Chun knocking down Silver. He's going for more. He wants to find that kill point under his backpack. Well, it looks like he's going to be missing out on that kill point. Silver should be rezzed anytime soon here.
This is the problem with this particular Wizard house, is it is kind of exposed from the the northern angles. I got my directions backwards in my head there because we're looking at it from the opposite angle. Anyway, so from the northern side, it is a little bit tricky. Putting some more shots in there. You've got a couple of different lines through the trees that you can see it through. You can get to it relatively easy as well. And we'll see exactly what they got going on. And Onyx is going to pop a tire, or at least try to. There we go. Now he gets that tire done. He does see a member of Curzon taking some mini shots as well. And you can see he's still opting for the mini as his DMR, at least this go around. He might have just not been able to find an SLR. I don't know. There still are some players who prefer the mini just because it is so accurate and the bullet velocity is so good. And we'll see. Curzon looks like they're going to load up and move. They've got Element Mystic coming in very late off to their side.
Lash might be in a little bit of trouble as he's the last member to rotate in, but this circle is going to be a brutal circle. Griffin definitely smiling as they are on a 2-2 split between those two houses by the street side. And I should say this. I think they should be rotating the two players on either end of the site to rotate in and join up with their teammates, because players will start crashing into those houses because that's the dead center for now.
Yeah, 1,000,000% somebody's going to maybe try that. At least not 1,000,000%, but you would kind of expect that in this particular lobby, that teams are not afraid. If they sniff out that they have a numbers advantage, they will take it from time to time. This isn't the old school Asia region where people were just allowed to get huge splits, do 2-2s that didn't make sense, that you couldn't even cover each other, but teams would just back off if anybody even shot at them a little bit. Now teams are getting wise. They're starting to take advantage of odd number situations, missteps in rotations by teams. As speaking of difficult rotations, Curzon has one in front of them as LYG is just a step ahead.
LYG is going to be finding a decent angle to rotate in, so their rotation shouldn't be caught off guard here. Maps is going to be running on his foot. Nice little observation action there. I hope that is used in one of our battles, hopefully later in the game. That's a pretty cool look down, I would say. Genji now on the rotation as well. Pio is going to be the first person to move into the circle and scout out for his own whole team there. It looks like they've dropped out on that compound they had, and a little bit of car crash going on here. Dabg waiting patiently. DA might be caught off, but Sophia from LM36 is going to be spotting him out. Dabg in a world of trouble. He'll be back off for a little bit there, taking a bunch of damage though.
Curzon's going to go back and watch the film from this one and be like, oh, thank you so much, Sophia. Thank you. You just saved one of their members for sure. And now you've given away Rush B's position. But Rush B, the pouncing is happening. Pow Pow going to get the knock onto PH111. What else is going to happen here? Martin Chun is trying to help. He does back off Pow Pow. Some smokes are coming down for Curzon. Looks like they could potentially get to PH111. We'll see, because Entis now has rolled up on the backside of Rush B, but are they going to push it?
They might most likely be controlling the bottom side of the hill rather than pushing up, knowing that there has been a firefight going on with the sound cues given. Rush B is going to be able to take the res here. Under is going to be spotting Dabg out once again. Dabg is just getting beat down left and right from different teams here, and Under is going to knock him out for sure this time around. Dabg not lucky here for now. And now the circle won't be shown to us. It's going to be a northern shift. And God, this is so brutal.
I know, this is crazy though. Rush B Gaming is pushing into the backside of Entus. They want to take this fight. Pal's not really able to get those shots going, so he immediately has to start healing because they are in the blue. This is going to force Entus back, though, so it might have opened up enough room for Rush B Gaming to get in at the very least. I think they were hoping to at least get a knock and maybe a point out of that, catch Entus off guard, because Entus was looking in a bit of a different direction, but for now, looks like these two teams are going to back off of each other, as like you mentioned, this one shifted hard north, so it's like from the farm up to the shelter over to Milta, if you're going to make a triangle in this circle, is how this one shapes up.
Pal might be in a little bit of trouble. Infantry and Griffin holding on to the possible compounds in the circle. A little bit of Milta and Farm left into this as well, but those are going to be the edge of the circle, and the next circle would definitely be excluding these compounds out there. Under still looking out, might be spotting a player out. G9 will go down to Kale, so that's going to be another player from Rush B Gaming knocked out. Pal is still on the flank towards the side, but that's being watched by Sungjang and Kale, so I don't know what more he could do. He's just going to be holding onto the rock, heal it off, but the circle is still outside the zone. He's going to have to find a way to get inside the next circle. Just 2 minutes away, and the blue is moving, but it's the slower side of the circle, so she has a little bit more time to work with it.
Now, there is that wizard that Silver is in, but I don't know if enough of it is in that next circle that he can stay in there. It's hard to say for sure. Pal's still stuck behind as he is trying to find a way up, but Entus's DMRs are on point right now, and that is making it really difficult for any team that runs into them to really do anything. Element Mystic came all the way around the Milta Power side and made their way all the way down to the southern part of the circle over by the coast towards the bridge, which is pretty crazy. Pio is up by himself in front of Tianba as they wrap around the southern side of Farm. They got to be super careful. Aqua 5 is going so slow there, finally able to make it up. That was super dangerous. A couple of those shots could have landed, but they were just missing for Tiantian.
Those Dacias going uphill loses a lot of speed and momentum, so you got to be really careful. Tiantian still firing up upon. That house outside of Farm is going to be occupied by Genji with no loss, taking a bunch of damage though. Onyx almost being knocked out there. And now Team Curzon, they are controlling the edge of the circle. PH101 is knocked out. Looks like LYG should be taking that point with no problem indeed. And all of a sudden, they're going to have to face off a full 3-man squad of LYG. That's like bloodthirsty right now.
Yeah, I mean, they did such a good job against 4AM. Curzon is pretty dug in. They have a very good defensive position as LYG has to come down that hill. So all it's going to take is some good shooting from Curzon and a little bit of patience, and they might be okay. They might even be able to bully LYG off to the side of them and kind of deflect this attack. As you can see, LYG right now knows that. Oh my goodness, a good grenade from Crazy is going to get something knocked. DA is very hurt from that as well. And that could open the door for LYG to push on in.
DA trying his best, tossing out those nades and mollies to stop the push, but Martian Chen will be knocked up by Silver, and that's going to be a finish, clean finish as well. And DA is going to be the last one alive, and he's going to be cleaned out. Team Curzon at 13th place. And all of a sudden, Rush B Gaming might be looking to push down onto this compound as the blue is right behind their back. Silver very accurate with that, and Mini going to be finding that headshot. Crazy's going to be knocked out by the blue, so this opens up Rush B Gaming to enter into this compound.
It is just maps for LYG. He gets another knock onto Rush B. It's Pao down once again. I think Pao's basically dead to right. He's already been knocked before. Maps is going to make sure of it. Good headshot there. As Satao and Element 36 comes through, but Maps goes down. So both of these teams almost basically done. Silver is very hurt, but at this point there isn't much left for him. He's going to catch Satao out in the open, but Amanat able to turn on him fast enough. They should be able to get the res onto Satao.
In the meantime, Element Mystic will find Griffin on the rotation. That UAZ taking a bunch of beatdown. They're going to be stopping off. Hulk is actually parking on the other side. Hulk is in a dangerous position that he doesn't know there's more Griffin players on the other side of the map. And Mental is going to be pulling up to provide some support as well. Too Hard doing a little bit of damage with the nade. More nades being exchanged. Hulk is going to be knocked out by a great nade, but Mental is going to feed them another nade to knock out 2Tap.
This is a big battle between these two teams. Both of them want this. Asura is prone. 2Tap very hurt, very bleeding out. You can see Luminous Stars in the background getting in on it. Who else but WNB this tournament? This guy has been all over the place. Smokes are going to have to be used here. Foxy taking a bunch of damage. Hulk is done at this point. It looks like Wicked getting a big knock for himself here. Meansung is going to get the finish onto Hulk as he bleeds out. And still this battle rages with EM coming up on top of the hill.
Mental is going to be flushed down, and in the meantime, Element Mystic might be looking to push down onto this. Kiravi takes a bunch of damage from 2 Heart as a support, and that allows Griffin to push out. Foxy's waiting on the corner, lands bullets, but that's going to be a 1 knock onto Asura. 2-tap, now the final member in this battle. He's going to be down to a super low HP, but 2-tap is too good! Foxy's going to be knocked out, and that opens up the gate to hold on to this little compound, or whatever you call it here.
A hell of an effort by Foxy. He almost gets the 2 for there, just isn't able to do it. Wicked's going to go down to the circle. 2-tap's going to get the finish onto Foxy because of that. A nice try by VSG, but Griffin just a little better this go-around. Now Griffin has to deal with EM, who didn't third-party this. EM is not a team that is really interested. They're one of the few, I would say, holdouts in still playing a more passive style, so they didn't want to get too hard into that. I think it helped with the Overwatch from Minsung and Too Hard as well, keeping Element Mystic, at bay.
In the meantime, Entus has to get into the zone. Kale blocked the way for Songjak to move in, but Element 36 is going to do it! Red Bus going to be red over by the vehicle! They're fully sending a Yolk, the last one alive. He's trying to do his best. He's going to find the heap spray, finds the kill, and the nade comes through, but he's going to be really careful. That's going to take him down to 13 HP. And now Quadro is going to wipe out Element 36.
I mean, that was just not good for Element 36. They had not a great decision there to make. It was really, really tough. I mean, Quadro just too strong in defense there. There wasn't much other ways for them to go necessarily unless they try to send it past Quadro in that situation. Circle heads over to the west. Genji and Loki, he's up there already. He's the most central out of everybody. There's a lot of dead zone in the middle of this circle. That's why nobody's up there. Pio is going to find Tian. And this is looking good here for Genji, as Element Mystic's going to maybe have to roll up behind Maknae.
Remba's karma paid off from yesterday. He got run over this time around. Can't do it twice in a row. PO is going to be healing up with the meds being popped. Tiamba is going to be holding on to this. All-Stars now onto the push towards Griffin. Asura taking a little bit of damage. 2-tap's already knocked out. He's going to do this, but Kiravi from the side. Element Mystic is not going to let Griffin hold this push off. And now All-Stars might be in trouble. They could be squished between Element Mystic and Griffin.
Yeah, this is tough, but my goodness, a good shot from Long DD puts Kira 5 down very quickly. 2-tap finish by Monsters. L-Stars look so strong, even though they have 1 kill, and now it's going to be Element Mystic is starting to take the fight. Pio's been knocked by Maknae. Element Mystic has to be careful here. I think they're biting off a bit more than they can chew. That's a good knock from 2 Heart onto Long DD, but I'm really worried about Element Mystic. They're fighting on 2 different fronts, and it's basically 4 different teams they're kind of engaged with here.
Maknae trying to open up even more, looking for the knocks. Nonix on the push. He's going to be using the smoke as the barrier to take the res off, but he's going to be picked off by Lin Shun, and Genji is going to lose 2 valuable members to make this happen. Carl's going to spawn on Quadro. D-Lex taking a bunch of damage, but Yowog is too accurate. That will be an easy punishment on Tukar.
I mean, this looks like Quadro, when they get hot, they are super scary. 11 kills for them. This could very well be their round. Don't count them out just yet. Just because they're outside of the circle doesn't mean they can't do this. When they start bullying people, they are some of the strongest in the world. All right, Griffin's going to send it through, trying to find something or anything inside of the circle. Everyone's playing edge on this one because the middle of this circle, not the best. There isn't a lot to work with. There aren't really many dips or much cover even, as now that vehicle might be stuck, is my question. Indeed, it looks like it is, so it's going to have to be left to die as Tianba Gaming going to move forward. Griffin does lose 2 Heart. They're able to make a little bit of a cubby here for themselves to hide in, but as soon as someone starts coming over those hills, it's going to get real dangerous.
But Minsung should be able to take the res onto 2 Heart here. Yowok trying to spot out anyone looking to loot that juicy crate. Zhao Yang taking a little bit of damage. Alka 5 is going to be finished here. Genji is going to be a limited 6th place. Not the best result, I would say.
No, they needed an Onyx to win that duel to get to PO, and he couldn't, and that's a huge loss, losing your 2-star players up front like that. And then it's just really hard for them. I think they had lost Loki earlier, and Aqua 5 was just stuck at the back end of everything. Circle just centers up. So again, still pretty difficult for anyone to get in the center of it because there's not much to work with. Maknae coming up the backside, trying to get in there, but it's actually going to be Tianbo who's putting some shots into him, get some help from his teammates to at least allow him to escape behind this rock. Yacha gets a knock, a good grenade from Lin Shun on top of Maknae. This guy's been all over the place for Tianba.
Match number 2 is the match of NLB baseball. All these players are too good with those nades, knocking each other out. Lin Shin is going to be tossing out more utility to clear out the way. Quadro as well, smoking their way through. Magni's being locked. Lash is not spotted. Yowok is in a dangerous position. Lash opens up. Oh, he's not accurate, and that will be Yowok to finish off Lash and Kinch and Element Mystic being dusted out of 5th place.
Yeah, Lash has got to make that count. If he can get that, then all of a sudden Quadro's out. EM might still be in this. Now Tianba's wrapping over to the side, seeing what's over there. Griffin coming up on the backside of Quadro, but I think Quadro's at least somewhat aware of this, maybe. Here they come through the smoke. Never mind, they're not ready at all. Duart gets one, can't get the other. He goes down. D-Lax still up. D-Lax going through. Griffin out in 4th place. Again, Quadro is just narrowly escaping disaster.
And all of a sudden, Infantry is controlling most parts of this map with all 4 members up. And now Tiamba and Quadro has to break through this gate open for themselves to get into the next circle.
All right, Quadro's got a rough road ahead of them. It's going to take a lot of smokes to get anywhere decent. They've got Tianba on this side of this hill, so they can't really get nestle underneath up Infantry. They can't really do that without taking Tianba first, and they realize it. So they're going to head over to the west here, see if they can bully their way through this, as they have bullied their way through quite a few teams already. 14 kills. Up and over is Yacha. Yacha gets quite a bit of damage into Lin Shun, isn't able to get the knock. Trying to cover for the rest of his team to push forward. He's going up now, but he's going to get knocked. They're returning the favor, but 2 members of Quadro have been knocked. One is out. D-Lax still down.
Infantry is bullying both teams and both edges. 9 is going to knock out another member for Quadro. Tiamba is going to be suffering from more knocks. Quadro is out and done. 9 is too accurate with those DMRs. And now it's Tiamba with all 3 members. They're going to be able to take the res back onto Lorena, but the circle shift is going to be a little bit more even so that there's a little bit more chance towards Tiamba, although it still looks pretty damn good for Infantry to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, Infantry can just prone on top of the hill to avoid a Tiamba fire. So they have, in my opinion, a little bit of an advantage. Tiamba, it's going to take maybe some good grenades up on top of the hill if they have any left. They've been fighting a lot, so I don't know what their utility situation is like. It's going to be really, really challenging. They're going to have to get a little bit lucky, and that doesn't help anything. Zhao Yang going to get the knock onto M200. Lin Shun and Lorena coming through. Lin Shun doing a bunch of damage. No knock, though, just yet. They are looking to go back. Their smoke's down over by M200. I'm not sure there's much they can do. Lin Shun putting damage into everything, but I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to do it. Longsker gets the knock. This could be all she wrote for Tianba. Lorena very hurt. The walls are closing in, and Infantry is going to take game number 2.
Infantry going huge, and that just proves my decision to pick Infantry was the right decision.
Yep.
Not only Longsker. Bo Liang does great. 9 was popping off crazy, and at that final second, we saw Bo Liang with the bolt. He couldn't get any kills, but it's just great to see these players carry bolts in the game.
I saw him pick it up early on, actually, and I kind of mentally noted it to myself to see if he would do much with it. He wasn't able to, but you never know. Most of these players still prefer DMRs, and I don't think I've seen Bo Liang bolt a lot. I mean, out of the players in these lobbies, every once in a while you'll see a Japanese player bolt, and you'll see G9 bolt, and this was the start of it for Quadro. Renba almost single-handedly wipes GEX. I mean, he was absolutely nasty.
And Crest Gaming trying to hold off Rushbeat Gaming. Couldn't do that as DabG would just open that door up right away. DA.
Poor DA.
And that run over.
God. Oh my gosh. Poor Renba. Yeah, you're right. That's what's going to pay for him. Look at that swipe. That almost worked. Are you kidding? That should have been a knock. Come on now. That would have been incredible if he had gotten that. Yowok, oh my goodness. 2 hard tries. 2 hard came in at the right time. A good idea there by Griffin. Good ideas by EM to put Lash down in that little ditch. But neither of them could really connect enough on a Quadro to even get a knock.
So it looks like the vehicle action is still continuing into match day number 2. So I'm looking forward for more vehicle run over actions coming through.
Well, I tell you what, that's fine with me. It's fun to watch these players get creative. I mean, use what you have available to you. So there is your stats from, your leaderboard from that game. It's 19 points apiece for Quadro and Infantry, and because of the kill points, Quadro technically comes out at number 1. Once again, Tianba, they just keep getting top 5s, man. They're just too consistent. They're just too resilient. I don't know, man. It's incredible how disciplined they play.
And now that's our total leaderboard there. Infantry taking up the first spot with 69 points. But guys, we're going to be back after a quick 3-minute break. Stick around.
Update 7.3 has arrived and brings an explosive new weapon, some new updates to vehicle balance, quality of life changes for landing with your team, and an update to the Esports menu. Let's get right into it. The first update is the addition of C4, a brand new explosive that sticks to most surfaces. Once its long timer finishes, this powerful explosive deals damage to everything within a 25-meter radius, both horizontally and vertically. C4 isn't meant to be another throwable, but rather a tactical choice to prevent enemies from staying in a defensive position. There's a clear audible beeping sound when C4 is armed, which increases in frequency as it gets closer to boom time. You'll want to be clear of it when that happens. C4 spawns as world loot on Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, and Sanok, and will also appear in care packages on these maps. Vehicles are getting a balance update this patch as well, with new damage zones being added to change how you go about taking them down. Starting with 7.3, damage dealt to the engine of a vehicle will still be full, but damage done to the sides and roof of a vehicle will be reduced. Vehicles will also no longer explode immediately upon reaching 0 health. Instead, the engine will die and catch fire, giving you about 5 seconds to bail before the vehicle reaches its ultimate end, though excessive damage can be an exception. These new damage zones affect most basic four-wheeled vehicles like the UAZ and Murata. Other changes include increased armor for boats, no more increased collision damage when vehicles are rolling, and a 50% increase to spike trap length. You can check out the patch notes for full details. One more vehicle-related thing. The trains on Vikendi have gotten a new vertical line on the map, which should give more options for use. Some trains will now also make an additional stop before reversing direction, and we've added new indicators for when trains are arriving and departing. Players dropping with their team can once again utilize the parachute follow feature, which was previously disabled pending some improvements, to stick close to their group without having to maneuver there manually. From the pre-match countdown to before the drop, you can select a teammate to follow to the grounds. This can be cancelled on the map screen by holding F while in the plane or while following the player in your shoot. Finally, the Esports menu has been updated in preparation for PCS 1. Here you'll be able to find an overview, team standings, and the next iteration of the Pick'em Challenge. We'll be talking about PCS 1 and the Pick'em Challenge more soon, so keep your eye on PUBG channels for more information. Update 7.3 is available now on PC test servers, so drop in and check out everything new.
인사 한번 해줘.
카메라 울렁증이 있어가지고 보기 많이 안 좋네. 이거 좀 특별할 것 같아.
그치, 이거 괜찮죠?
가요 포즈도 있는 거예요? 승리 포즈. 아, 승리 포즈요? 위통까지 이런 거.
아, 잠깐만요. 너무 웃겨서.
스테이 홈.
이제 응원해주는 것만으로도 저희한테 많은 도움이 되고 다시 할게요.
PCS1 많은 시청과 응원 부탁드려요.
Stay home and watch PUBG Esports.
And Korean players are right. Watch some PUBG Esports.
Stay home and watch PUBG
That's
Esports.
right. That's right. So, 2 games in the books here, guys. Paper Thin and Bench coming at you. And It's been crazy here so far. 2 big games, one from Entus, one from Infantry, and I guess kind of from Quadro as well. So let's say 3 big games in 2 games, because Quadro put up a huge round that go. They were just brute forcing their way through so many teams, fending off Gex, fighting through Griffin, fighting through EM. I mean, they were just all over the place.
And those are not easy teams to go fending up against. So this is a tendency I'm looking at. So Quadro was really consistent back in the Charity Showdown, and Infantry wasn't quite there. And now, coming into PCS1 Asia, Infantry is showing what Quadro has done, keeping up the consistency. Even though they weren't able to win a couple of games, they were still in the top leaderboards, and now they finally take the wins to add up to those points up there. So now it's a matter of, will Quadro be able to pull the same thing off, because their Korean qualifiers wasn't too that great. And now this is our stats from our Pick'em challenge. A lot of players have picked Gen G. 60%, pretty huge. 4 AM as they're the veterans of Chinese PUBG. 23%, nice little percentage there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see these numbers start to shift after today, depending on how this one shakes out, because right now things are not going amazing for Gen G. I mean, 2 6th places in a row is okay. A few kills here and there is okay, but it's not the Gen G that we know, the Gen G that we expect, especially here in the big tournament like this. But we'll see. I mean, I don't think Gen G is a bad pick still at all. I think they very well could all of a sudden pop off. We know they're capable of doing it, putting up 60, 70 points in one day, no problem, and all of a sudden shooting their way up the leaderboard. We'll see. Quadro, though, they're a team that if they start to get hot, man, that's typically bad news for everyone else in the lobby. They typically, if they do well, it means they are gangbusters. I wouldn't be surprised to see them get another big round or 2 today. It just seems to be the way they play.
Quadro will always brute force their way in and brute force their way out, and they will most likely succeed in that. As you can see, Yowok with 600 huge points. Crazy 112 from LYG with 567. 2 Heart, Remba, Silver, all putting up some decent numbers there as well. But we do see 2 Quadro members in this.
Not too surprising. Renba doing a fantastic job against GEX, and then Yowok, the hero for the rest of that against Element 36 and a lot of the other parts in the round. I think he was the one who got Lash on EM even. So big stuff here from those guys, and especially Yowok, who traditionally isn't the best fragger on Quadro. He's usually their worst fragger, and that's not to discredit Yowok. He plays a support role. He plays the role of the in-game leader as well. He is their leader. He is their shot caller. He is a veteran of competitive PUBG. He's been around since basically I can remember. In fact, I'm pretty sure he's been here since the very first APL more than 2 years ago now, if I'm not mistaken, and I believe he's been on Quadro the whole time. He used to be called Wookie, and then he was Bravo. Now he's Yowok. So he has gone through some name changes, but he is still here, and he is still a phenomenal PUBG mind and player.
It's like changing names is like going for a new mindset, so to speak. You know, like whenever he's in a little downtime, having a little bit of a slump there, he would often change his names. A lot of players actually do that. They will change their names, or they will change their gears, like keyboard and mouse and stuff like that.
Wayless, a.k.a. Godv, a.k.a. something else that he called himself one time that I can't remember.
It's been too old.
Yeah. Sorry.
Wayless is doing really great too.
Yeah, he's playing very well. 4 AM has been quiet today, but yesterday they weren't too bad, and I think with ZGG back, some life had been breathed into them. Just today it hasn't gone their way so far. 2 fights early on that they just weren't able to win, that I think normally they do win. I think they took a good fight against LYG. It just was too slow and not really expecting someone to be up on a roof, which, especially on that particular building, you have to be aware that somebody can be up on that roof because it's easy to get up there now with the vaulting.
In the meantime, we are going to be seeing more cameras from the Korean players because we are leeching off the Korean production. Thanks to them, we don't have to worry about any
EM disappeared.
Kiravi and Kinch and Maknae looks like they're under their, what do you call this, the Harry Potter, the thing that keeps you invisible.
The invisibility cloak?
Yeah.
Yes, they're gone. They disappeared. See you later. We don't want you. No, I'm just kidding. We love EM.
We love them.
We love EM. I love EM. I actually really like EM a lot. I love the way they play the game because they are so disciplined. They're so good at maneuvering into positions that aren't dangerous early on, usually. VSG yesterday was great. Today, not quite as good, but not terrible. Picking up a few kills here and there so far. Still plenty of potential inside of this one for them. If Foxy had gotten that double onto Griffin, this could be a very different story.
He almost made that happen. but in the end, he lost the duel, and Griffin was able to pick their member back up. And that opened Griffin for more points, but in the end, they were wiped out too. So, yeah, they were just burning off each other like flames. Entus, though, their first game was just great, I would say. Like, that's the exact term to put them on that. But coming into match number 2, I don't know. It was a little bit iffy on their side.
Well, they took some okay fights. They fended off some good stuff, but midway through, they kind of just got picked apart on the side of that hill. That hill, it kind of almost extends all the way from like Shelter down to Milta, essentially. And eventually, if you're stuck on the side of it for long enough, you're going to get caught out by somebody. So that one was okay for them. But I tell you what, that first game they had may be the best game any team has in this tournament. I mean, a 19-kill win, those are rare no matter what. And you know, it's nice to get a 14-kill win or something like that, as it looks like we are ready for match number 3, our final game on Erangel. We got a countdown going. There is Asura, your leader, for Griffin, who today, so far, not amazing. Griffin did end up winning this. Oh, no way. Did that get him? Did that car get him? Oh, my God. He just barely avoided that. Wow, that is lucky. Woo. I would have laughed my butt off if he had gotten crushed by that, though.
That's just like real life, you know. The car gets stuck by the little concrete there, and he dodges that by inches.
You must lead an interesting life, Bench, if you've seen something like that.
Well, when you go on that, like, what do you call those, like, History Channel and stuff like that, they always have those like documentaries where people blow things up.
How are we alive or whatever? Like,
yeah, stuff like that, or like how much pain you get from getting stung by a bee and stuff like that.
Oh, those are interesting to me.
They are really fun.
Real life. We don't care about real life here. All right.
But in the meantime, down there on the screen, you can listen in with the live voice call-outs and the faces of the pro players. If you drop by these channels like OG and Entus, you can see their comms and their cameras.
Oh, yeah.
And stuff like that. All of these teams have their channels set up so that nobody can be possibly cheating. I mean, they all have really good work ethics, so I'm not really worried about any about that.
We are on a delay.
Yeah.
I mean, all the PCS ones are on a delay. So I mean, like these games finish before, you know. I mean, we're casting you them live, but to keep competitive integrity, obviously they
we
finish.
need that.
Yes. So this plane path. Pretty Eastern heavy this go around. So getting over to the West is going to be a little bit more challenging. So it looks like Griffin is going to go to Zarki this time instead of Primorsk, which is their usual drop spot. Is anybody going to be fighting over on the Western side to get over to anything? I don't think so. I think there's enough clear paths. Maybe VSG and Tianba might need to contest each other for some of those. That might be a bit of what you and I call a fever drop. Sylphia trying to get some damage into Yacha. It looks like VSG and Tianba, there might be something going on there.
Oh, there's something for vehicles, I think. Because they're...
Yes, of course.
Tianba's going to go towards south, and VSG is always a northern team, so whichever team finds the vehicle first should be capitalizing off of that. Looks like Tianba might have a little bit of trouble there. Dude, they're going to be fever dropping right on top of the 4 houses. Oh my god, that single player down there might be in trouble.
Yeah, so this is
Lorena.
Not good. They got to punch him.
Lorena!
They got to punch him. They got to punch him. There is a shotgun upstairs. Okay, they're going to have to back off. Oh, Lorena's going to get one. Lin Shun's got a gun as well. This could be really, really bad for VSG, a VSS, and a double barrel for Hulk. Now, that double barrel's pretty good if you can make it land. Misses the first shot. He's going to have to reload. Coming up the stairs now, and that is going to be mental out. That is not good for VSG. Lin Shun waiting. Lin Shun saw Hulk cross through there. Is he going to get the headshot? Oh my gosh. Hulk just didn't stay out long enough. Lorena's watching the other angle. So it's just Hulk left. What is VSG going to do? Are they going to come back to help?
Wicket might have a gun. Looks like he's just driving him by with the vehicle. I don't know what his plan is. M200 is going to be hiding behind the tree as he has nothing on him. Hulk has to make this happen. He's going to be joining into the compound. He's going to be running in. Foxy will be knocked out. He's going to be peeking out. Oh my god, that timing. Lin Shun is going to be dodging that with just a couple seconds away on that. Lorena does see the vehicle running hot in. Wicket has a UMP to work with. Foxy is going to be wiped out anytime soon. And yes, indeed, he's flushed down. Hulk is going to be proning out. He will find an angle, but he won't be landing those shots. He's waiting. The Uzi in the end. He's going to knock one, but he has no gun. That's not loaded. Oh my god, that's going to be Lin Shun wiping out Hulk.
Yeah, Hulk's only got 2 bullets in that thing. He's able to get 1. Wicked comes out, and he's going to get another, though. Wicked with the good timing out the window with the ump. So M200 and Lin Shun. Lin Shun coming back, getting the res onto Tian Tian. M200 still stuck out in the middle of nowhere. Now he's running through. Wicked isn't going to be able to see it. So this should be able to get M200 something to work with here, as Wicked is stuck here. He's got to do a 1v3. He has no other choice. He only has a clip and basically a half behind on this ump. It is going to be one heck of a performance if he can do this.
He has no meds and he has no gear to defend himself. And looks like Tiamba players are going to be flanking on the side. Lin Shun has an ump as well, and M200 with an M4. Lin Shun's going to peek out, but is going to be spotted out, but won't be knocked out. That will be VSG with some great effort, but in the end will be knocked out at 16th place.
Yeah, they just weren't able to get inside the buildings as fast as Tianba, and Tianba's able to get the very first knock onto Mental, and from there, it all just fell apart. And we know a lot of that was in third person, but this is in fact first person, guys. That's just early on. The Korean observers like to give you a third person's perspective. That's just kind of their style. So over to Quadro in Milta, as there doesn't look to be much going on over here. These guys were playing nuts. They technically won game number 2 in terms of total points because of their kills, but it was Infantry who had the chicken dinner. And they are doing great here once again in international tournament. Nice to see Quadro really step it up this year. Really a team that's been in Korea historically almost, but not quite. And now finally they're getting there.
Indeed, for sure. Quadro picking up more points and definitely showing what they're capable of, especially for Renba and Yowook as well. We don't see Yowook put up a lot of kills because he's an in-game leader. In-game leaders don't necessarily have like a high kill point because they're always so concerned about what's happening in the game. They have to give out options for their teams, like where to go, what to do, and stuff like that. So being an in-game leader is a hard thing, and Yowook is popping off as an in-game leader, and that just means a lot. And we're looking right at Yowook.
Yeah, I mean, if this guy pops off, then that's good news for Quadro because the rest of them are quite good in terms of fragging ability. And if he's fragging out, then that means the rest of Quadro is probably benefiting highly. Like, it's exponentially getting better for Quadro, the better Yowook does as a fragger. So you really like to see that, and we'll see. So we should clarify our term because people that maybe are new to you and I casting together, a fever drop. So what does that mean? So a hot drop is when two teams, like one team normally has their drop spot. Let's say it's South George. My team, Team A, drops on South George. Team B wants to challenge me for that spot. That's historically been my spot, so they drop there as well. So it's one of the big normal drop spots, and you're contesting somebody for it. We call that one a fever drop because neither VSG or Tianba is trying to directly drop on top of that square compound. They're both forced there because of a bad plane path, and they're both trying to get vehicles or something in a similar location. So they have to fight, even though they maybe don't necessarily want to loot there. So it's a little bit different than a hot drop in our opinion.
Yeah, fever drop is when players are forced to drop on top of each other, and that was just unfortunate for VSG. Like, that could have been anyone's points, especially because Tiamba and VSG had the same shooting route, and looks like Tiamba made their decision a little bit faster than VSG.
Their shoots were just a little bit better.
Right. Just a little bit better to take those guns early on, kill Mental first, and leaving Hulk all alone to do things for himself. In the end, didn't work out. Now looking at things over towards Crest Gaming, Xanadu, they've been getting bullied left and right.
Yeah, it just hasn't been the best for them. They've struggled in team fights. They've struggled in rotations. So far, not a lot going super well for Crest Gaming. Xanadu, you can see their total points, 19. 15 of them, 11 through kills. So it just hasn't been the best for them. Circle did kind of center over the top of Pachinki, sort of, kind of in between Pachinki and Gatka. So it's a Western-ish circle with a lot of Gatka and Pachinki in it. Pio and Genji, of course, looting Yasnaya this go-around. If you're just tuning in, this is a little bit of a different drop spot for Genji because they still aren't really interested in messing with Tianba in South George. And I still think that's part of the problem for Genji. I think I heard from some various sources that they were going to challenge Tianba for South George from multiple different people, and then they didn't. Like when we came into the first game of the day, I was like, I guess they aren't going South George. Not that Yaz is a bad drop spot by any stretch of the imagination.
But the thing is, a lot of tactics and strategy that Genji is accustomed to is playing from South George, and that all of those advantages are now gone now that they're dropping Yasnaya, not even Milta Power, because they had some plans with Milta Power, but now that's out of the option as well. And Gen.G is definitely suffering to adjust to what the new drop spot is being given to them. But in the meantime, DA just casually doing DA things, I guess, just scouting around with that SLR. I don't know why he's not moving, but he must be ducking and ducking and
he's just
dodging those bullets.
He's looking to see what's on the other side of the lake to see what Curzon wants to do here. Do they want to go around the north side of the lake? Do they want to go? Is it safe to go around the south side of the lake? Actually, the north side is already occupied by a member of Gen.G, so this might be interesting to see how they approach this as Quadro makes their way out of Milta. They don't have far to go. The circle extends all the way almost down there, and that's not a big deal for Quadro. I wouldn't be too surprised if they just kind of chill, take it easy, slow their way through, as DA now is still out here, actually. I think that's Aqua 5 from Gen.G comes around, leaving late, and circle goes, oh my goodness. That looks familiar. That looks pretty similar to game number 1's second circle, as there's a lot of that mountain in there, and that's almost identical to game number 1's phase 2 circle. So Aqua 5 all alone. Aqua 5 is basically dead if DA can land these shots. He does. Aqua 5 is down and out. Gen.G, the struggles here continue for them. This is just something they wouldn't have expected for someone to come up behind them in Yaz, but it happened, and I don't know how they didn't hear or see it, but it is what it is.
DA picking Aqua 5, and Gen.G is going to be suffering from yet another loss, especially Aqua 5 was the one putting up the kills for Gen.G in match day number 1. Is going to be having a little bit hard time there. Under, got to be careful with those. You got your code up there in the middle of the screen. Type that in your game. Client, get your ticket to vote for your team for the Pick'em Challenge. Quadro is going to be running right next to 1136. They could be pulling up right now. Yoik is actually in the front as a cutoff. He's going to be getting off. He's got the gun out. I don't think he's going to be opening up, though, as he gets right back on the motorcycle and on the run again.
Oh, Renba's going to sweep. He's going to do it again. We've seen this in Korea. He does it one more time. Pure Boy is out. Renba is the seat swapping master. Oh my goodness. You remember he did that, and I can't remember who it was he did it to on Miramar, but he's done it before and
Americano.
does it again. Americano.
From Farm PC.
You have a great memory. Holy crap.
But Renba is going to destroy Pure Boy into pieces. In the meantime, Longskirt will be knocking on WMB, the top 5 for L-Stars, and now he might be in a little bit of trouble as his vehicle is going to be popped in tires, and L-Stars are looking to knock out Longskirt. He's going to be taking more bullets from the side. He has a sliver of angle to work with. He's going to be proning down to heal up. WMB is out for sure, most likely. Carl's going to be pounding towards more members of infantry for the support.
I mean, this is a great spot for Luminous Stars to be up on that hill in this circle. You can cover a lot of the southwestern part here, but they are going to go for the res, and some of the shots were able to help back it off. I don't know how interested in infantry is going to be pushing up through. They can't really get much closer, and there's somebody else shooting at them. I think it's, oh god, it's Monsters from forever away. I just looked at the minimap. You can see some shots coming in on the minimap from the southwest. That's actually Monsters from Luminous Stars.
WMB had a close one. I think he had like 2 or 3 HP left in that bucket, and he finally took the res. Infantry is going to back out from this action as the circle shift will happen in a minute. GEX is going to back out from Entis as well. Yanli might be in a little bit of trouble, but he did pick up that momentum on the vehicle. But he might be running into even more trouble. You don't know what's going to happen. Griffin is going to be climbing up Mount Everest on par with Tianba. Asura is going to be the front line here. He's pushing up slowly. He does have the 3X on that SLR and an M4, so that's an interesting choice of a gun. I don't know if he didn't have any barrel to pick up, but M4 is still pretty good in close-ups.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the M4 it changed a little bit, but not much. It's just the barrel changed enough that people are starting to feel like it is in fact better. And some of the testing that's been done with it, some of the PUBG science has shown it to be a very accurate and useful gun now. So we'll see how Asura is able to do with the M4. Gen.G lost Aqua 5 earlier, and now they are setting up around the Bermuda Triangle here as they set up with Loki coming down to the south. And I like Griffin's position. They're able to get ahead of infantry this go around, getting up onto the mountain, because infantry got hung up fighting Luminous Stars.
God.
But this one is, oh my goodness.
God.
Up north 50-50. Now, this one should, okay, so with the way the water works in this, look at how much water is on the west-hand side. This should shift northeast. Most likely, it doesn't. It should. It doesn't have to. Again, it can go anywhere. It's weird. But most likely, this one's actually going to end up north of the river, I think. based on what I'm seeing with the water. I could be wrong on that. It might be a 50-50 toss-up, but to me, it looks like it's going to go north.
I must say it's a 50-50, as 50-50 makes the life of the players a lot worse. Very miserable, so to speak, for the ones that can cross the bridge if the circle does pop away. Curzon now is going to be centering up out at the hill, 4am, that Lou was holding on to. He's going to be backing off. 4am can control the parking lots outside of North George, so they should be fine. Element Mystic was on a 2-2 split. I don't know what their plan is to do. Join up maybe. Zhao Yang taking a bunch of damage, a headshot as well. But should be fine as they can rotate into the warehouse. WMP doesn't want to stop. They know somebody was bullying them, and he's going to bully them back now.
Yeah, I mean, it just missing with that second spray. Not able to connect with any members of infantry, but Boliang's Dacia is quite beat up, as I assume a lot of the vehicles are here. In fact, yes, Zhao Yang, they're just going to send it. Into the water they go. That one even flipped for Boliang. Oh,
what?
No, he runs over Bono. He runs over Giants. It hit him in the water. Oh, no. Oh, no. Disaster striking for infantry. No. Oh, my word. I've never seen that in 2.5 years of casting PUBG. I don't remember ever seeing that. I can't remember a team killing their own team with their own vehicle. Oh, in the water, I mean. Oh, my God.
Boliang got off the vehicle a little too early, apparently, and that's, guys, Asian PUBG. That is supreme, prime, quintessential Asian PUBG for you guys. You guys are missing out if you don't watch this.
Oh, that is unreal. Literally, I can't
Points
remember
denied.
Oh boy. Okay, back into the game. Long DD is going to take out Satao from E36. They're trying to do something. They are in a crossfire between 4am and a bunch of others. Somebody goes flying into the water. Sophia this time. Everybody's going into the river for a swim. It's the cool thing to do, guys. The water is nice. The weather's warm. Let's get going. Quadro's doing some work on a GEX again in the background of all of this. Luminous Stars is trying to do something. They're getting shot at now by Griffin. Over to Rush B Gaming with Crest Gaming Xanadu. The res comes through onto Ares. Pow Pow on the back. There's other members of Rush B Gaming trying to get up and forward. This GEX is just getting absolutely obliterated here by Quadro. They might be out. They're not out yet, but man, oh man, where the heck is okay? The last two members of GEX are on the northern side. They hedge their bets. Okay, this does go north as it kind of has to because of the way the water is.
And this allows 4am to farm more points as the players on the southern edge. Most of these teams actually to cross up their LYG. This is going to be a bloodbath. The river will be painted red. Entis now trying to go against the mountain. All-Stars in a world of trouble. Monsters, he's going to get off. What's he doing? He should have done that, and he will be punished for that decision-making. Actually, the kill gets stolen by Under, so Entis is going to make a little bit more point down this way. E36 below the bridge. Tiamba will be crossing, but 4am is on the watch, and Griffin wants to pound at them from the behind. Now Tiamba, what's their choice? Is this going to be another riding shot? Linshin and Carl just kissing each other and running away.
Too many targets for 4am. They don't know who to shoot at.
Carl!
Time for Carl. Lou is going to get Linshin, though. Another one coming across for way less and a bunch of damage. It's who the heck got that one? Actually, it's 2-tap from Griffin that finds Tiantian. So everybody in a huge crossfire. Here we go, over to 2-tap, trying to finish off ZGG. He's going to get it. Good shooting by him. Forever gets Tiantian, though, so they're kind of trading back and forth, our 4am and Griffin, for these points.
And now M200, the last member for Tiamba, wants to open up towards Lou. Does toss up a couple more mollies, but looks like that won't connect either. And that actually hits, and Lou's going to be losing a little bit more HP, but it does take off, and he can heal off. LYG in a world of trouble, though. Carrot is the last one alive. Two guys down on the ground crawling. Nonix wants to take the headshot, but the blue is right behind them, and this circle is going to tickle. And he's down to 24. He's going to make this happen. He's going to pop the kit. He has enough time. I think he has enough time.
Pio comes over on the side and starts flanking. Great positioning here by Pio. Gets on his bike. There still is... I think, LYG goes down. Maps went down somewhere in the back of that. So Gen.G, their two superstars, able to get that done. Good work by Anonix. Finally, Anonix comes through in a big moment for Gen.G, picking up a bunch of kills and damage. Entis coming in very late. I like Entis's move here. They were up on the mountain. They were waiting for all the other teams. They watched from up there and saw what they did. They wanted to be the last ones as best as they could to come into this, so they didn't have anyone at their backs. Now that Unfortunately for them, might not be the case because some teams are still eating blue. But Griffin comes over onto the north side of North George. They're able to get across the water. I think they had to swim over there, if I'm not mistaken.
In the meantime, Rio is going to run over Silver from Rushby Gaming. More vehicle into action. We didn't quite catch the replay of that. But to recap what just happened, 4AM gets to hold onto their compound. Griffin got the kill points. And Carl earned the style points from the motorcycle there. But Indigo is going to be fighting off Crest Gaming. He is holding a great angle. Aries doesn't know what exactly he could do, but he has a couple flashes to work with, so he's going to be tossing that out. Maknae will be opening up to Rio to push for the reinforcement. He's going to be suffering from a bunch of damage, down to maybe 10 there, but he can park right outside of it, providing the support, dire support, but it'll be picked up by Indigo.
Nope. Indigo says no. You tried. You were close, Rio. That's going to allow Aries to know what's up. But is Aries going to be able to do anything off of it? He's trying to crouch around the corner. Now, he might have made a little bit of noise there. Indigo still kind of holding, watching to see if anybody comes through that door. Now Indigo knows where it is. That door opening definitely gives that away. Indigo's just going to hold the line because he knows. Oh, no. He moved back. Indigo's in trouble. I don't know if Indigo's going to do this. Yes, you can hit the butt, Aries, but that isn't enough to get the knock. Now Indigo's too fast, but Indigo finally gets taken down by the blue. Aries just able to outduel Indigo there.
Aries spanked Indigo in the butt, and that's going to finish him off in the blue as well. Not much he could do there. The circle shift, it will be a dead center once again. And now that leaves 4AM still in the circle. L-Stars holding on to the little convenience store down there. Can't do much with that as the doors are quite open. Sophia in a world of trouble. He's going to be taking bullets left and right, and Lash will finally finish that there. And that's going to be E36 out of 11th.
Oh, Curzon's putting some shots into Element Mystic now, so that's going to buy a little bit of breathing room for Entis. But Entis in a bad position. Everybody that came in late to this, they did what they could. They tried to be the last ones in as much as they could help it because they knew that with anybody coming behind them on the other side of the river, you're super exposed. So this is not too bad. Maknae, the last one, I believe, on the other side of the river, yes, he is, as he is going to get in the water and go for a swim, it looks like. Genji just messing around with their motorcycles up on the northern part of the circle, seeing what's available, seeing if they can get in somewhere. Just not quite accurate enough shooting here from Yowuk, despite his very impressive previous performance. Now Pio's taking a bunch of damage. He's going to get knocked. It's going to be Renba once again with that M4. He's going to get the finish with some help from Yowuk as Quadro looks to continue their success from game number 2.
And now all hopes are on Anonix, and what this man could do is all the points they can gain. Looking over towards Infantry and Griffin. Griffin has a little bit of wall to work with, but the circle is still zoning down, and Infantry doesn't want Griffin to rotate in. 9 is on the Overwatch, and he has a great angle. Longsker is waiting with the Molly. In the meantime, Genji will be out at 9th, so their performance is not that great so far. Griffin now fully sending it in. 9 with a decent angle, finds one. Knock has a nade popped, but it looks like that won't connect. Longsker is going to toss that Molly up, but that's too slow.
He just waited a bit too long, did Longsker. But the volley's going to get somebody anyway. Two Heart walks into it. Might not have been able to see it through the smoke. He gets knocked. Should be able to go for the res here is Meansung. Bolyang's trying to push up, take advantage of this. Gonna cook the grenade. Is it gonna be able to get in there? He has an angle. No, he doesn't get it through. He bounces it off. Just rims out. Here comes attempt number 2. This one might be much better. Bounces near Meansung, but it's gonna get 2 Heart. Good follow-up there from Bolyang. Immediately gonna be looking for the res. Is Meansung if he can get there? Yes, he cuts across. Now 9 pressuring in here as well. So 2 members of infantry, even though they're outnumbered, no fear from these boys.
Asura tried to get in from the other side of the door, but the buggy being stuck there couldn't help it. Looks like the Molly wouldn't spread. Bolyang peeks out, does a little bit of damage, and the headshot lands on Asura! And that's going to destroy Griffin. The blue is right there behind their backs.
All right, they got the heal off just in time. Did Meansung to at least survive the blue pushing through? Meansung is ready, but he's not able to connect fast enough. 9 is on fire today. Good job by 2 Heart there. He's going to try to bounce a grenade around the corner. That could be 200 IQ. It's right next to 9. It just doesn't go off in time. Almost finishes off Bolyang. What an idea there from Meansung. Here comes another one. That grenade is going to bounce just short, but it does finish off Bolyang.
Infantry 9, he has to pop that medkit, and now 2 Heart is able to take the res back into Meansung, so this opens up the gate for Griffin to push through and destroy Infantry. And now 9 is going to be pushing out. He's going to be swinging out wide. These 2 players peeking out, almost finding one, but 2 Heart is too accurate and finds the headshot.
What a performance, though, by 9 and Infantry. They did such a great job. Here comes Entis coming up, getting Lou. Wayless looking for his grenade to get through. He's going to bounce it off the inside. Is that going to get Entis? Good well cooked. Doesn't do quite enough to get a knock. Here comes Element Mystic and Illuminous Stars. Carl's ready. Carl's going to get one. Nobody else from EM backing them up. That was just a send to get information. Under is going to get way less. 4 Angry Men out in 7th place. 3 kills here for Under. This guy continues to be heroic for Entis.
In the meantime, Pearson on the rotation will be caught up by Quadro. DA will be knocked up by Remba, flushed out by Remba. Remba going great, and now something might be in trouble. Something taking bullets, something getting off the car, and something running away. Martian Chun's going to be holding onto the tree, but Quadro players are already flanking up from the top side of the mountain. That's going to be D-Lax. He's waiting to peek out. He's going to spot out a player, spraying down PH1 alone, but will be betrayed by his spray patrol.
Yeah, something with just a little bit better job there. A lot of targets for D-Lax to worry about. Renba's going to work the side. Renba gets the hit onto Martin Chun. Good job by him. Just something left here as Quadro continues to do work. Quadro takes out Team Curzon. 9 kills. This could be another double-digit kill round for Quadro.
Quadro is popping off crazy, getting kills left and right. Element Mystic, Curavi, you see him down, knocked in the middle. He's the done deal. Maknae will be the last one alive. L-Stars will have to face off the push from Entis as Sungjang has a pretty decent angle. WMB is trying to poke and Maknae. Does a little bit of damage, can't do much there. And now Quadro can control the full northern side of the circle, and that's going to be a clean hit as well. Too hard, trying his best. Under will be spraying upon, but that won't land either.
He got the damage he could, realized that it was going to be a little dangerous for him to stick out any longer, goes back. Smart plays by Under today. Yacha getting another knock. I mean, this Quadro team is unreal right now. Maknae's done. The circle's going to finish the job. Yacha finishes off 2 hearts, so 10 kills. Once indeed, a double-digit round again for Quadro. Luminous Stars has a bit of a compound to work with, but it's not a great one. Everything to the south of them is exposed. If they have to come out of that house, it's really, really difficult. Now you're getting the surround from Quadro to make matters worse, and Meansung's just going to chill all by himself on the western side. Let's see where this one wants to go. Just centers up, so nothing too insane. This could be Quadro's round. It looks good for them right now.
4 up strong, as L-Stars is going to be 3 strong, Entis 2, and Griffin will be a mere 1. Don't know what Minsung could do, but if he doesn't get spotted out, as I say that, he's going to get spotted out by Under. Sungjang will be rotating in with the Dacia, find a little dish to work with. That vehicle is very low. He's going to stay away from that, otherwise that's going to explode and take his life. Remba is going to try to find an angle through those very, very small window panels. WMB might take a headshot there. He should be careful with that. And now Quadro is looking to control the circle, sending Yacha out forward.
Yeah, the problem here for L-Stars is there's only basically one way in or out. You've got to go out the south, so if somebody sees you down there. Now, that being said, they do get the knock onto Under, so that's a big deal. That really opens up the door for them. I don't know if Sungjang's going to be able to get to him. Here comes the pressure from Quadro. Sungjang throwing smokes. He wants to get to Under. They want him alive so bad. Carl's able to get over to WNB because Quadro's distracted, and they're able to go for that res. Under does, in fact, go down. So just Sungjang alive for Quadro. In a way, it's nice to see him as the sole survivor for Quadro. He's been struggling. Let's see if he can pull off something special, but Meansung has been paying attention, and of course, those smokes are going to give away Sungjang's position.
And Minsung can't really rotate into the circle as Quadro is in the Overwatch as well. L-Star's in the world of trouble too. Remba is still on the Overwatch. This guy is going crazy with 5 kills. L-Star is now trying to dish out a couple more smokes to find the way inside as Remba is still flanking on the outer edge. He can find a decent angle on towards L-Star's players in the middle of the hill if they do happen to run over. Minsung is now going to be crawling on his foot. And now Sungjang had a little bit more chance to stay in the circle, but L-Stars will be spotted out here. Will be taking more damage as the nades will be raining down. D-Lex will knock out WMB, and that's going to be L-Stars getting destroyed.
Yeah, great use of their utility here from Quadro. They're using it all in the right times, in the right places. Renba has such a great position. He has been spotted out. Let's see if he can get this grenade to go. He's going to go for the overhand. Looks like it's right next to Carl. Does a bunch of damage. D-Lax raining fire down. Quadro absolutely decimating Luminous Stars right now. Renba is out. It looks like he is going to go down, but that's okay. It's still going to be 3. Well, maybe not. D-Lax gets taken down by Carl. Carl doing a fantastic job prone down here out in the open, somehow able to outduel a couple of these Quadro boys. That's going to buy him some time to get up and reposition.
Carl's actually going to push up. Yacha's going in the res, but he got to be careful. He's going to make this happen fast. Now the res is up, but Yacha's just too good. Now it'll be Carl out, and so is Luminous Stars. Remba should be able to take the res there, leaving Minsung and Sungjang from Griffin and Entis all alive.
I thought Renba was going to eat the blue enough that he would go down, but he's able to scoot forward. It's slow enough. He's able to get revived, and he's going to be fine because Sungjang and Minsung want nothing to do with this. They're both solos. They know full well that this is a 4-man that's left. I guarantee they know it. Either that or I think it's a 3 and a 2 potentially, but they're not going to mess with this because they know that it's going to be really tough for them no matter what. I think that's going to be the end of that vehicle here shortly. I think Quadro is just going to blow it up to make sure it's not useful. Indeed, does go down. Sungjang still over there. And this should be pretty well in hand for Quadro despite something absolutely insane.
Min-sung is looking for the second spot as Sungjang is going to be starting to eat that blue. I don't think he has any medkits to pop that. Or does he have enough time? No, he's not popping that medkit. He's going to be out. And now it's Min-sung's turn. The blue is right behind his back. And now his plan, I don't know what his plan is.
His plan is to eat blue.
Yeah.
I think Yowook's going to come over here and spot him potentially. Okay, it's actually going to be Yacha. Gets far enough forward. Quadro taking another game. 2 games in a row with 14 kills bench. They are on top of this. I'm just saying it right now. I don't even need to see the leaderboard. They're on top. These guys are coming to play, and I said it last time. When they put up one big round, that typically means another one is going to follow.
We've seen Quadro keep up with the consistency in different tournaments, and in current qualifiers, they were already qualified to the thing, so they're chilling out for a little bit. But now this is the real deal with the money on the line, and now they're really showing what they're capable of. Maybe like going chill on the Korean qualifiers was to let the other Korean teams kind of tone down on their watch for the Quadro. So it could be like that, like hey, that's what Art of War is.
Absolutely. I mean, you never know. I mean, Quadro was one of the 3 Korean teams that was guaranteed a spot in this tournament due to their performance at the Charity Showdown. They might have sandbagged it a little bit. I mean, I don't blame them if they did. You want to hide your best play and your best strategies for when it matters. And I tell you what, Renba is heating up, and that is scary. Because when he is on fire, he is one of the best players in Korea. And that's nuts. And Yowook, again, he started to pick it up. Yacha's been picking it up. Yacha's been playing very well. This is the best I've seen from Yacha in 2.5 years of watching him play in competitive PUBG.
And it's just great to see the full team, not a couple players, but the full team really, really facing forward and popping out. And that just shows our match leaderboard here. 24 huge points, 14 great kills for Quadro to be sitting at number 1 spot. Griffin, 12 points. Not bad, as Min-sung was going to be able to spot onto that final 1 more point on the second place. All-Stars, 9 points. Not bad. Entis, 9 points. Not bad. On the right-hand side, GEX and Lemon 36 sitting at 0. So these Chinese, Taipei, and Japanese teams, they're really suffering this tournament.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for sure for them. You feel bad. Element 36 came out hot today. Starting to cool off. We'll see if they can pick it up as we're getting ready to move over to Miramar very soon here as we get a quick look at our total leaderboards. Quadro jumps out to a 9-point lead over Infantry. Back-to-back 14-point kills game. Puts them ahead, not just in the total points column, but also the kill points column. And OG and Entis has snuck their way up to 3rd, so now 2 Korean teams have leapfrogged their way ahead of some of these Chinese teams, L-Stars and Tianba falling down. But guys, stick with us. 2 Miramars coming up. We'll be back shortly.
안녕하세요. 大家好. Xin chào tất cả các bạn.
Oi PUBG Esports fans.
Hi PUBG Esports fans.
4개의 권역의 최강자를 가리는 PUBG Esports 대회.
Vòng khu vực APEC PUBG Continental Series 1 North America Grand Final PCSE Đông Á Châu Chi赛
PUBG Continental Series for Europe.
OK Cup June 25th.
6월 26일 개막합니다.
Kommer starta 27 juni.
2 hafta boyunca Perşembe ve Pazar günleri arasında devam edecek bir maç programımız var. Kaçırmayın.
大家多多支持，多多收看。
Mark your calendar and stay tuned.
Отметьте даты в своем календаре и будьте готовы.
CS1 많은 응원과 시청 부탁드려요.
冠军竞赛活动现已回归。
Pick'em Challenge is back. コンソールは6月23日からオープンします。
Các bạn có thể tham gia dự đoán đội vô địch trực tiếp ở trong game.
Bạn sẽ nhận được 6 lượt bình chọn khi mua vật phẩm BCS1 และรายการดูไลฟ์สตรีมสดเนี่ยก็สามารถลุ้นรับตลาดทายผลนะครับผม
记得准时收看 PCSE 东亚洲际赛。
PCS1 잊지 말고 시청해주세요.
Так что оставайтесь дома и следите за PKS1.
You can get a maximum of 7 coupons, including 1 free coupon.
你哋想唔想更加認識我哋 Team Cursor 呢？
If you click the Esports tab around Game Lobby,
팀 정보와 PCS1 매치별 스탯 그리고 실시간 순위까지 확인하실 수 있습니다.
Äänestä joukkueita, joista tykkäät.
ถ้าเพื่อนๆทายถูกเพื่อนๆก็จะได้รับสกิน PCS สีทองสุดลิมิเต็ด
Stay home and
watch PUBG Esports.
记得待在家看 PUBG 比赛 Stay home and watch PUBG Esports.
Bliv hjemme og se noget dejligt PUBG Esport.
Bliv hjemme og se på PUBG Esport.
So make sure you stay home
Og se PUBG Esports.
stay home, stay safe, and let's get that chicken dinner.
And we are back. PUBG Continental Series 1 Asia well underway. These games have been insane, and Quadro has been bringing the crazy. These guys are absolutely nuts. Renba and Dlax getting it done as your two top damage dealers from match number 3.
Renba was popping off crazy, adding 5, 6, 7 kills to his billboard. 832 huge damage points for him. Dlax as well, providing the right support at the right time, sitting at 542 damages. But at the same time, Longsker, Minsung, Carl, they were all really performing great tonight.
Yeah, you got to give Minsung a lot of credit. He did a great job winning the engagement with infantry. Some huge IQ grenades coming off the corners, or not the corners, excuse me, the sides of those walls, bouncing them through, doing a bunch of damage to the surviving members of infantry. Coming out with that second place as he prones down, he's able to out-survive Songjang there. And a really nice performance from him. Great to see Longsker up here. Infantry in general is scary today. Quadro, just a little bit scarier, man. This is the Quadro that you see from time to time that you just go, well, these guys may be the best team in the world. I mean, they're so strong. When they start clicking, it's like they can do no wrong.
But to stop Quadro from going even crazier, we're going to be switching the maps from Erangel over towards Miramar, towards the sand dunes. And now the teams that we've been sleeping on, for example, LYG, Rush B Gaming, Element Mystic, these teams are very good Miramar teams. Maybe not Rush B Gaming, but they can put up a little better fight, I would say. And for Element Mystic, they had a win yesterday on Miramar as well. And for LYG, we know they are really good on Miramar. So we are really looking forward to these new teams, or not so new, but teams that have been not performing in Erangel to really perform up on Miramar.
I mean, I think if you're some of these other teams, you're feeling a little bit better if you've looked at Quadro's performance, Erangel versus Miramar this year. It's pretty close to even, but they are a bit better on Erangel, is Quadro. So if you're some of these other teams, you're feeling like, okay, at least we're moving away from Erangel because this is Quadro's best match. It seems to be Infantry's best match. Based on what we've seen in the last couple days, they seem to be playing better on Erangel. So maybe a lot of these other teams are going, okay, thank God we're moving over to Miramar, especially OYG. It has not been good for them.
Not only LYG, but for Gen G as well. Landing 6th, and 9th. Maybe not the best performance they have, so they are looking to definitely refresh up their game plans in Miramar. Hopefully that works out. We've seen PO going crazy in Los Leones back in the Korean qualifiers, and that really paid them off with the points. But we are going to be taking a little bit of delay here before we go into the Miramar games, as Steam is still a little bit unstable.
That's all right. We'll get it in here.
Still fine.
We're working on it. It should be coming up. I think we're okay. I think we're just going to take a few seconds to talk a bit. Yes, indeed. Okay. That didn't last long.
Like 2 seconds.
Yeah, no, okay. Thanks for showing us. Thanks. We love it when our pretty faces are on camera. And if you want to give a little bit of a plug here, my friend, I'd say now's a good time. We do have a little bit. Here's Renba. Okay, wait a second. Hold the phone. Renba, look at that. Good gravy. That is filthy.
That is a clean headshot, destroying Pure Boy. Sit down, and you are going to be out dusted.
Yeah, go get a drink. Go to the bathroom, Pure Boy, because Renba put you out of that one.
Change your pants too, you know. Might have
after that one, you might be. Yeah.
저번
I see what you're saying. So anyway, maybe once these guys are done talking, this is that's not under. That's Sungjang. So Sungjang,
that's Kale.
With the glasses there?
That is
Oh, you're
Kale.
right. That is Kale. Sorry, I was
Yeah.
a bit far away. I was like, that's Sungjang. So that is so sorry. I was leaning a bit back from the screen there, checking out the map feed as we're getting ready for this one. Plane path, you will see it very shortly. And
we'll see what happens.
Up in the air, maybe?
Maybe.
I don't know. Uh-oh. I only saw 62 in that lobby.
Yep, that's going to be... Yep, you hear the music. You hear the music. That's turning us back to the lobby.
It might be an uh-oh. We have an uh-oh. Okay.
We have an uh-oh.
Yeah, we have an uh-oh.
What's your plan for tonight afterwards?
I'm going home and going to bed. That's
what I did last
time. Dude, I slept so much. I've been sleeping so much lately. Because my knee is still recovering, I think my body just wants to sleep. So after these casts, I sleep for 11 hours.
11 hours, that's crazy.
I'm just done.
On Friday, when I was finished, I went to my friend's store. It's called Hansum in Itaewon and Anam, but they have some great hookah, and I was just smoking away the pain I had. I was just puffing on that hookah 2 hours long.
It's not good for your voice. Well, I don't really care. I know. I'm not one to criticize. I don't really care. I think that's totally fine. So also, if you guys want to follow us on Twitter, I am at Paper Thin here. So all one word. And you?
At Bench Press Cast with all one word.
All one word. So we're both all one word. And Genji's Discord had a problem.
Yeah, Genji's Discord had a little bit of issue. Looks like they have to change their servers. Maybe.
What's with the internet today, man?
Internet has been an issue all around the region. It's
all over the world. Steam was down for everybody.
APAC had internet issues too.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there a solar flare or something? I know those sometimes actually do mess with worldwide internet. I'm kind of a nerd with this stuff. But I'm not exactly sure. We've just been having all kinds of technical delays, but I think we'll get this one going pretty quick, I would imagine. Usually they're pretty on the ball with getting these going as quickly as possible. And if it's just a Discord issue, you probably just got to change servers quick and find something stable. So that happens to the best of us.
In the worst case scenario, you got Skype or any other stuff to work with, especially...
Well, let's not get crazy.
Yeah.
I think everybody uses the same program all the time.
Discord.
I know it's
every single day.
Discord.
It's almost like I use Discord for my talking to other casters.
It's all I do. Yeah, I just use that now. It's it's great.
Facebook Messenger, Twitter DMs.
No, that's dead to me.
It's
dead to me.
It's Discord.
So this has been a fun one. I'm really excited that Quadro's doing well. That this team that I've been wanting to see do well for so long, that for all of 2019, I kept calling them my dark horse. Be like, well, my dark horse this time is Quadro. Quadro. Then I stopped because I was like, well, they just come close, but they can't get through. And then this year, they started to perform extremely well, and now they're carrying it over into big tournaments, which is really, really exciting to see. A team that's stuck together for a long time as well do things like this. This is what I've been saying for a long time. I think in PUBG Esports, you want to keep, even if it's not initially good. Sorry, my earpiece almost fell out. If it's not initially good, keep a roster together for a while, because sometimes there's potential there that's not going to be fully realized until you spend some time working on it.
And you've proven yourself that picking Quadro as the dark horse is really paying off. So
thank you for your solidarity. I appreciate that.
But yeah, in the chat, people were going like TeamSpeak is better than Discord. Why not Raid Call?
Oh my God! Well, like, what was that one I used to use?
Raid Call.
No.
Oh, Ventrilo.
There it is, Ventrilo. I knew it was some kind of TR thing.
Good old Ventrilo.
Oof. All right, old school voice chat programs.
Back in the CS:GO
coming
days.
at you. Yeah.
Would be chilling in the vent.
The WoW days, dude.
Oh man.
So, all right, let's see. What else do we got to talk about? Infantry. This is what you would expect from them, especially like you've been talking about with the way they've been doing in scrims.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have been doing so well in scrims, and yesterday they started out good and then kind of fell apart when we moved over to Miramar.
Right. But
so who knows, right?
In the end, like, we know they are capable of making themselves back up, and they're really good fighters. Not especially Longskir's back on the team. He's doing okay. He's doing good, actually. And not only Longskir, the whole team, whole squad is like really performing up. So
yeah, I mean, that's just it. When Nine and Bullying and Zhaoyang start getting hot, then forget it. Just absolutely forget it. I mean, Longskir is already widely considered to be the best individual player in China. And when the rest of his team starts picking it up, it's crazy. I mean, it's just like when you talk about Quadro, if the rest of Quadro, like especially Yowook and Yacha, can start picking it up for Delax and Renba, then things start just getting crazy. It's really fun to see these teams come through, perform so well. We've seen, God, the games have been so good today. I mean, they're just so intense, so back and forth.
Quality.
Quality, just top tier PUBG here. So let everybody know. Get out there. We have a bit of a break. We got 2 more games to go. Tell your friends, tell your family. Get grandma in here. I don't care. Get everybody in here. PUBG, esports, coming at you.
If I wasn't casting this, I'd be ordering some chicken or some delivery food and just nobbing on it, watching it, be like, that's funny.
This is mostly what I've been doing. I mean, it helps that I've been laid up in bed.
Right.
So I like wake up and I watch NA, and as I'm going to bed, I watch Europe, and APAC is on at the same time as us on the opposite days. So I'm just it's just a PUBG dream. It's like I just surround myself in a blanket of PUBG and just waddle myself to sleep.
Sleeping away.
It's beautiful. There's nothing better.
Speaking of PUBG, we got some
check out these shirts.
free T-shirts right here.
Look at this.
From
so
PUBG.
You might not see this. They actually have like a little crate.
And on the back,
on the side,
another like logo of PUBG there. So
these are nice. We got these just in time for summer, and because it is hot.
We don't want to be wearing shirts and sweaters to be casting.
Yeah, I know. It's
Korea. We'd be sweating crazy.
People don't know
right
this.
now.
Korea gets hot in the summer. I mean, it gets like, in terms of Celsius, like usually it ends up around like 34 or 35 most days during July, and it's like 1 billion% humidity.
Right.
So it's I don't like Korea during the summers. I'm not gonna lie. It is like my dream to live outside of Korea just for like 2 months when it's like stupid hot here, and just somewhere else, and then I can come back after that.
Yeah, without an AC, Korean summer is just impossible to survive unless you're indoors. If you're outside, well, good luck with that. I can't really help you with that.
Where can I buy this T-shirt?
You can't.
You can't. Yet.
You have to have a plug.
Yet.
You sure?
I'll ask. They might be,
this could be goods that they sell.
This one might be sold at events. Like they kind of will test these ideas out, and they'll like. So if there's enough clamor for it, if you guys go out there and like screenshot us and say, "Hey, PUBG, we want these T-shirts," they might provide them. I mean, if there's demand there, they might provide it. We'll see. We were just given these like last minute. The other day, which was cool, which I'm very happy about. I like it when they tell me what to wear. I don't like deciding for myself what to wear. I'd rather just be provided.
We are always on this chat called the Kakao Talk. Like, what should we wear today?
I know we're both just like let's just wear black.
Let's just wear black.
We're so simple.
Let's just wear sweaters. Let's just wear shirts because that's the easiest thing you can think of, right?
Nothing
weird special.
When I'm casting overseas with Matchroom. He's a caster from NA.
Right.
He comes fully stocked with like 2 suitcases full of suits. That he has like 32 different suits, like an entire rainbow of colors inside of it. He's like, "Which one should I wear today?" And I'm like, "Dude, I have like 2 suits." And I'm like, "Here's what I'm gonna wear today. You pick whatever you want to go with it." And he's like, "Oh, I'm thinking it." Like literally every morning, and I love Batchroom to death. He is just a wonderful guy. But every morning before an event, he will just message me. He's like, "I'm thinking about wearing this today." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm wearing this." Like I have
Which
no
is
other
like
choice.
the exact same as like that.
Yeah, right. And then he's like, and then like 10 minutes later, I'll be like, I think I'm gonna wear this instead. And I'm like, all right, Matchroom, you wear whatever you want, dude.
Go ahead.
You
I
look
got no
good.
choice.
He looks good no matter what. And he is. Little known fact: those of you that didn't catch PGC last year, which if you didn't, what? But one of the characters in game has one of his jackets. He like the character in game is modeled after him, and we did a little thing where we dressed him up like that character and had him wear sunglasses and everything, and had him like make a mock persona. Nobody really thought it was funny except us. So
just the caster things.
Yeah, we try to be funny, and 99% of the time we strike out. So. That's the way it goes.
Start the game. Report PUBG. I don't think we can do
I'm
that.
reporting you. You report. You. Go away.
Because we can't really help it. Continuing
joking.
on with the show. What's up next?
Miramar.
No, not that.
Sandy,
But like,
Sandy. Oh, what do you mean?
Like, I don't know.
In my life, what's next? Laying in bed?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Waiting for my knee to recover?
How is it
Anybody
actually?
want to see it? My knee is good. I can't hold it up high enough to show you guys. The recovery's going good. So my knee, those of you who don't care, which is most of you, I messed up my knee and I had to have surgery
Nice
on
hair,
it.
paper thin.
Thanks. Yeah, what hair? Well, if you're talking about my facial hair, then yes.
So
It's
there
quite
was
nice.
there was one chat in Korean in like after match 1 or 2. I was laughing and you saw me. Like,
I
holding
saw
the
you
la-
laughing and
Yeah,
I was like, what are you
that
laughing
chat
at?
was basically paper thin.
Are they making fun of me?
And I was like, paper thin's hair grows other way around.
Okay, that's funny.
No,
Okay.
I
Well played.
I had to keep that in mind.
Well played, Korean chat. Well played. That could... Okay, I'm not even going to finish my thought on that. You know what? Fantastic joke. I love it. I actually don't mind that people make fun of me. Like, some people are kind of sensitive about it. I really don't give a crap. Like, I think it's all in good
your
fun.
stash and beard looks good.
I
so.
have a... You know what? Yeah, most of you can't grow nice beards, so... All right? I'm nice.
I never get beards actually as an Asian.
Yeah.
I mean, I was born Asian. I can help it.
That's that's what it is. It is a bit of when I was younger. I will say this: I didn't enjoy it because I didn't keep the beard. I shaved it, and it was really annoying. You have to do it like every day, and you cut yourself a lot, and it's all just bogus. But now I'm just like, no, I look better with a beard, and it works out. It works out nice. So it's way less time either. So we're sorry about the delay, guys. We had a issue this time. It was with Discord. So now we're waiting for this.
The left caster.
You look like Pio.
It seems like Pio. Okay.
Wait, am I on the left?
I'm on the left.
No, you're on the left.
I'm on the
yeah,
left.
you do look a bit like Pio.
In a sense.
Yeah.
Are you pointing out that all Koreans look the same?
No.
No. Okay, good.
No.
I'm just joking around.
No,
but
I know.
Yeah, I wish I could play like Pio because
I know.
my ADR back in the early access day was mere 300. Like, I couldn't get any better than that.
I asked Pio. I asked him. I said, Pio, how do I become as good as you? And he just goes, you need to have a strong mentality. And I was like, okay.
Okay, go on.
And I'm like, how do you practice? He's like, a lot. And I'm like, like, of course you do. Like, of course you do. I know that. Like, I want to know more specifics. Do you use a specific program to practice your aim? Do you go into the training mode? And do you have a certain exercise? Or no, couldn't get any of that info. It is too top secret. He keeps it on lockdown, how he is the best. Yeah.
It's like the really smart people can't really explain how they solve these things or like how they take things in.
Oh, I know exactly what
it's
you
just
mean.
like that. It's like the pro players that are really good can't really explain how they could do it or how they can make this happen. They just do it.
Yeah.
It's just in their brain. It's just in their hands. It's just in their muscle.
You just do it so much that it just becomes like intuitive, right? You don't even think about it if you do it enough. All right, if you want to get super like weirdly deep into like neuroscience, like I really kind of am into weird stuff like that where I'll read or I'll listen to like podcasts. Like I like podcasts about this kind of stuff. And actually like there is a lot of truth to like doing something 10,000 times to just make it muscle memory because actually your brain is doing stuff like ahead of you actually doing it. This is actually true. They've proven this, that your brain actually makes decisions before you realize you've made that decision. So this is why these good players are so good. They're already making these decisions before. They've done it so many times, they're not even thinking about it.
So there's this saying that if you do something for 10,000 hours, like you will be a professional in that. But I find that as a lie because I have 5,000 hours in CSGO and I can play like a pro.
Well, that's too bad. No, I know.
Come on, you have to help me out here. Like we're in this together.
Nope, you're on an island there, buddy. Sorry. Yeah, I think like in PUBG, I mean, most of these players are pushing probably 10,000 hours of gameplay time at this point. And that's why we're seeing this incredible stuff. I mean, the skill level has gotten so high, and all across the board in all the regions, so many players have gotten so good that it's become extremely dense at the top. Like I mean, in Europe, everything's so tight on their leaderboard. Here in Asia, it's really close. Nobody's really just blasting the doors off of everybody. You have teams that are consistently good and consistently making it to these big events and doing well at these big events. So there is definitely that, but you're seeing a lot of like the good teams get better and compete with each other at higher levels.
So for the delay, Genji's Discord has been fixed, but now 4 a.m. is having a little bit of trouble reconnecting back into the lobby, so that's being solved out. So a bit easier on Genji. Like they had their days, and it's not that great, and their Discord is not working for them. So it's been solved for them. Now it's 4 a.m. Having a little bit of hard time there, so it should be fine.
Yeah.
All
right, let's do this.
Break.
Let's take questions in the chat. All right, this is dangerous.
Ask us anything.
Ask us anything, and we will answer as long as it's not a weird.
When is it gonna start? I don't know. Soon. Yeah, probably the best answer. Like hopefully in the next any minutes.
Soon.
Oh, wait, no.
Wait.
We shouldn't be showing the things. We're not done, guys. We have 2 more matches to go. No. This is big. No, this is wrong.
No.
시민이 이거 화면 좀 바꿔주세요. Okay, good.
There we go. We're back.
We're not done, guys. We're not done, guys. That was a dangerous moment. Don't stick around, guys.
Okay, how old are we both? Are you willing to answer this question honestly?
Are you willing to answer it?
Yes, I will. I'm okay.
Go
I'm
ahead.
comfortable with my age. I am 35 years old.
I am 26.
Oh, okay. Nice. Oh, wait.
Okay.
All right, there you go. There are our ages. That's the only question you get answered because we're on Myanmar, so too bad. I
30
hate
seconds
school.
away.
What do you mean you hate school? School's great. Don't you say anything here, Bench. All right, we have kids watching us. All right, don't you be knocking school. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Old man paper thin.
I'm having
You're not wrong.
No hard time.
You're
on
not
the backs
wrong.
and the knees.
I look 25. Well, that's very nice of you to say. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I am definitely not. I don't feel 25. I feel much older. So school is great. Don't knock it, guys. Stay in school. It's worth it. All right, finish it. I know we all hated it. I hated school when I was in it.
I got 2 more papers to go through after this. So after casting, I have to work on my paper to hand it in on time. So that's going to be me. But the plane is going to be taking off after a handful of delay there. It should be fine. The plane path will be very even. It should be just landing right on top of Los Leones, going all the way towards Alcantara. Let's see where Griffin wants to go. Looks like they're going to be dropping early, so they're going to be not going towards Alcantara. Rather, they're going to be picking up vehicles, going towards what do you call this? Via del Mar.
Via del Mar. Good. Nice. I still have a tough time with La Jaderia. That one's really hard.
Whoa,
that
what?
one, La Jaderia. Yeah, see, it's
Oh,
really hard.
I can't do it.
Yeah, I know. I had to have help one day when I was casting on my own on my stream. Somebody helped me with my pronunciation on that one. That one was one where I couldn't get, do I have kids? No, I do not. I am not a father. Thank you for asking, though. That's a really nice question. I am not yet. At least, yeah. Right now, I am focused on PUBG Esports. That's my life. And also recovering my knee. I don't get out much these days, guys. I don't know. I'm just trying to be... I don't really care.
That's going to be that. But it looks like Quadro, they've been popping off in Erangel. Will they be able to pop off once again in Miramar? Rembo with 80 points, but this guy deserves way more than that, I would say, in terms of a PPS.
Oh, I know. It just is...
68 for Yacha, come on.
Oh, man. I think he's doing a little... I think that's... Is that so far? Is that up to date? I assume that is. I mean, I think he's probably performing a little bit better than that, but I guess that is like where he is at. I guess 17th overall is what it said, like in the whole lobby. So out of 64 players, he's 17th. I guess that can make sense. Are we ready for OGN to finish 4th? Well,
in the meantime,
you already made that joke. So.
On the northern side of the map, Element Mystic and Element 36 is going to be hot dropping on top of each other.
This is a legit hot drop.
That's a hot drop right there.
Yeah, this is definitely a hot drop. This is EM's territory. We did not see this yesterday. from Element 36, and they're giving this a go. Now, there is enough room in La Cobreria for 2 different teams to loot it and get out of there successfully, so I wouldn't be too surprised if that's what happens. I know for a fact EM has no intention of fighting this unless Element 36 does something like makes a mistake, and then EM's able to take advantage of it. Oh, Wicked over here on top of Entis with that VSS. He is out on an island here. Wicked went way out to the north of Los Leones.
In the meantime, Kale was just poking out a little bit far away, shooting a little too far. Won't be landing those bullets. But I hope we get to see the action on towards the Element boys here, 36 and Mystic. In the meantime, Entis finally coming back from their downfall in match day number 1. They did pick up that win today, finally, that they direly needed. Kale and Under really performing up to make things happen. And that win was, I think it was possible because nobody was caught off in the middle or nobody was caught off early in the game. All 4 was up there in the mountain. So that was the main reason behind their win. And that's the quintessential Entis you want to see.
I think that's a really good point, that when Entis gets to the late game with 4 alive, they are some of the best in the business. But they haven't been able to do it because you've been hounding on them, and I agree with you, that they aren't able to get a solo out alive. Like, somebody dies early on for them too much. Like, a solo person dies either scouting or trailing for their team, and that's been a real problem for Entis. Again, if they can get those 4 up and into the finale, then awesome. They're going to do great. So Circle is basically dead center of the not the island. This is more of, it's not even a peninsula, it's just the coast here. So center of the map and kind of right on top of the power grid where Quadro loots. 4 a.m. All alone in Hacienda. They are currently 11th with 35 total points, and they are 8th in kills with 27. Hasn't been fantastic for them. Renba is now your top kill person, maybe? Or is this just today?
I
assume that's today.
Total. It should be total, isn't it?
Is it total? Under's been great today, too. So
Under has been definitely great.
As well as 9. So it might be total, but I think it might just be today. I mean, I think it's today.
Whatever.
I don't know. I don't know, bitch.
If it's today, man, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. I feel like they are really, all players are really good, so.
Yes. And now I'm getting into goofy, weird mode because we had such a long break where I just, like, my brain is, like, not engaged.
Brain fart?
Like, I just want to talk about stuff because I'm like, well, that's what I just got to do.
Yeah.
I don't have brain. It's not a brain fart. It's like distracted brain, like wandering brain, where I'm just like, but I can talk about other things. But, like, I should be talking about PUBG. No, okay, let's get back into the game. Let's really do that. Over by Hacienda, there's some rotations coming through. This is from Alcantara for these guys, Rush B Gaming. And they're looking like they're going to head through towards Pozo. Element 36 did back off to the northwest of La Cobreria. And I don't know, not much else is really going on right now, to be honest. It's pretty quiet.
Genji is going to be securing Picado for themselves, and that's the dead center of the map, so they could be really cracking open on any team that could be passing by. Rush B Gaming is going to be picking up that motorcycle. Better than Mirado if you have to go on those bulky terrain. A little bit dangerous, though, as those motorcycles do lose momentum if it's a steep hill, and you could be shot down dead. And now Dabji not having his best day. He was suffering from a lot of deaths. That is seemingly unfortunate for him. Yeah, could have been a better day for him. G9, the bolter, he has a scar. Not the best gun out there. He could be swapping it out to a barrel if he finds one, but not in the middle of the rotation. That package has only a syringe left, and Leo is going to be checking out that, maybe.
We were a little late on the gun there to see what was inside of it all. I mean, that's all that's left is that syringe, and you don't really need those necessarily.
He could have popped it. Like, why leave
because
the syringe, right?
Well, okay, so here's why. So you come up to it, you're already full on painkillers and energy drinks. Your backpack's already full with 7.6 ammo. There's no reason to spend the extra time swapping it out and risking getting shot or something. Speaking of getting shot, Wicked out on his own.
Down.
Yeah, that happens from time to time with Wicked. He gets a little over-aggressive with his movements, with his scouting, and he's going to pay the price because of it. Let's zoom in here on where Wicked went down. Out in the open, there's his death crate, and there is the infantry shot.
Oh, my God.
And that is from a decent ways away. That's a good 300, 400 meters there, folks.
That's easy 400 meter shot from 9. This guy is definitely popping off, really accurate with the DMR. We've seen him pick up kills in Erangel. That's easy 300 meters too. And now coming into Miramar, he's doing even better. So we could be seeing a infantry team performing
Oh,
up.
no.
Wayless, come on.
Nope.
Can you do this?
Nope.
He might need the help with the teammate to
Nope.
make that car come up.
He's giving up.
How does that get even stuck in there? How's that even possible?
You can't get enough traction. So those rocks are slippery. Ooh, Lou gonna find DA. He is gonna get finished off by Forever. So Curzon overstepping their bounds a little bit. Everybody trying to get a little greedy here early on and paying for it as everybody's trying to gather as much information, gather as much territory as they can because there isn't a lot going on, and you want to have as much of the circle in your favor as possible. So you'll see teams with a circle that's kind of quote-unquote boring like this, you'll see teams fan out a little bit more than they probably normally would to see what they can get away with, see what they can risk taking, and it's going to be Curzon and Wicked from VSG who suffer for that so far. 4 a.m. now. Going to roll in. Something is here. Something is waiting. Wayless might pay the price. Oh, now he's getting shot from somewhere else as well. That's going to get something up. Wayless prones down. He's going to get the information from his teammates. He's going to cook a grenade. That's going to be out towards Wayless, but just a bit too far to get the knock. Wayless going to try to counter with a grenade of his own. I think that went a little bit too far. No, it does land on top of him because something had moved out. Who's going to win this duel bench?
Wayless is going to be popping another nade. Something is going to be running out, but Wayless will cook the nade in the right place and right time, and that's going to be something. Not being able to do anything.
Yeah. Something needed to go for the shots, not the grenade, when he revealed his position. He needs to pop out of there and go for the shots first to catch Wayless off guard. He goes for the grenade. It was close. He was so close. I mean, he was very, very close. I will give him credit for that.
Wayless was too good with the cat and mouse. Even better. Cat and mouse. That was Tom and Jerry moment right there.
Tom and Jerry.
But we'll be providing you some information through the map here as the stream is going to be a little bit of delay. Never mind.
We're getting a code.
That's the code right there. 2ET7SU blah, 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 blah. Type that in there right away.
That's an O. That's an O, not a 0. That is an O, not a 0. Just so you guys know. The zeros have a line through them to help you recognize. So that is an O. All right. We're getting ready for circle number 2, which is here, actually. So we're getting ready for circle number 3, excuse me.
Another dead center, most likely.
Probably. All right. Entis rolling up through ETV, putting some shots through. Does a little bit of damage to Sungjong, but not really that much. Probably more damage to the vehicle than himself there. As indeed, Sungjong is going to roll up and reconsider what he's going to do. Going to look behind, pop that energy drink, get himself back up to full health. Aries looking over towards them, seeing if he can maybe snag a knock or two.
If possible. Element Mystic will be pulling up right behind Curzon. PH111 will be driving up to join up with Martian Chun. Kinch is taking down a little bit of HP, probably from eating blue, maybe. Not exactly sure why. He's down to 75. He's going to open up. Not going to be connecting those. Could have been accurate headshots, but that will fall off a little bit far away. And now Curzon does know of this information. And that allows Element Mystic to play based on that, rotate out, rotate in, whatever, as Curzon does know that Element Mystic is behind them. In the meantime, looking over towards Griffin, they're on the rotation, and they're going to be taking a little bit of beat down from GEX.
Pow. Decent shots, isn't really connecting with too much there. Griffin really wants to get pretty far into this. They feel comfortable cutting across a couple different teams here. Lurena as well for Tianba up by himself as the forward, or excuse me, he's more of a, well, he is a forward position when I look at the circle, but he's going to back off of that, not really content too many people for him to hold off on his own, so he's going to back off a bit, and Griffin gets this compound for now.
And that's a free compound as Lorena will dip out from that. Doesn't want to risk anything. Alco 5 is going to be going on the scout, parking his car right outside a cliff. And he's going to have to go on the climb. Leo from GEX will be opening up once again. He's been having a hard day in 2 heart. That was very risky. If that car flipped, he was a done deal for sure. Done steak there.
Yep. Yeah, oh yeah, he's cooked. His goose would be cooked for real. All right, Luminous Stars. They are 2 strong into 2 strong right now. Is WNB going to pull up to this as well, or is he pushing somewhere else? I don't think they know that this is here. That grenade's going to alert them. We'll see what WNB does swing around. So now Luminous Stars gets into the U shape, but they're surrounded on each side by Rush B members.
Monster is still up on the mountain, so he could provide some support fire. L-Stars all gathered up in the U-House. Don't know what more they could do, but just looking out on the windows. We'll see how that happens. WMB still waiting. Carl just holding on with the M4. So, that's going to be WMB taking a damage from 2-tap actually from afar. Rushby Gaming might not want to rush this just yet.
Yeah, that's Griffin from afar. This next circle, very, very important. We're about to find out exactly where this one goes. Centers up. Right in the middle again. 2 donuts in a row. Some sprays coming down from Silver. Isn't able to connect as nobody really pushed out from Luminous Stars. They're not real keen on coming out that door just yet. You wouldn't really want to without some smokes. It's just a little too exposed. There's still fire coming in from the Griffin boys as well into this. Pow Pow's getting his say on this fight. But right now, it is a little bit calm as this will still be inside the circle. So this particular fight isn't going to be going too nuts just yet.
Carl did exchange some fights and exchange some bullets. That won't be any knocks. The nade toss from Silver is going to land inside, and the one return from WMB is going to damage him for a little bit. In the meantime, this battle will still continue on as Monster is sending himself down onto the compound as a support. Looks like the action should begin anytime soon whenever L-Stars decide to push onto Rushby Gaming.
Yeah, it's just going to be a standoff, I would assume, for quite a while. You know, WMB's hoping to get a lucky moment there, and he does, and that's going to force Silver to throw his Molotov, sets himself on fire, looking to try to put it out. I don't know, he might get knocked. I mean, he should be able to be rezzed. No, he's able to last just long enough to not get knocked. Here comes Luminous Stars on the push. They saw that do damage. They want to prevent anything from coming through. This is Chinese aggression. They really, really do not want you to get an advantage over them. But right now, the Rushby Gaming team is waiting, biding their time, doing a good job. Carl takes some damage in that exchange. G9 doing a nice job holding that angle.
G9 almost caught Carl off guard, but that's going to be Monsters picking on to G9. That's going to be on the initial knock, opening things up for L-Stars to push and aggress onto. Carl's going to be suffering from a bunch of damage, but he will be able to live throughout this. And now Silver looking to push onto the U-House. He does open up the door, but DabG is going to be spotted out. WMB dishing on tons of damage to him.
Yeah, Rush B just looks out of sorts. Luminous Stars is landing shots every time. Everything they're looking at is in the right places. They have a really good idea of what Rush B wants to do. Now, Pow Pow doing something pretty strange out here, proning down behind a hill. Silver could hold this line down. He's going to throw a grenade. He's going to peek around the corner. That's going to back Luminous Stars off as he's coming around the side. He's got to be careful. If he makes enough noise, they can hear it coming. Comes back to the other side, puts some shots, and not good enough. There's people coming around the corner. He's got to be careful, but the stun is good. He's going to get a 1. Now Pow Pow's helping. This is a bloodbath here at the end of this building.
That nade toss from Pow Pow, will that connect into the doors? Looks like that will just blow it off, so Carl can take the res back onto a second one coming through. That could be huge. He's waiting. He tosses out. Maoye does a little bit of damage. That nade will just fall off a little far away, and now L-Stars wants to clear this out. Carl will find the knock of Pow Pow. DabG wants to return one of his own, but that just won't happen. Now that leaves Rushby Gaming with a single member alive. What more he could do? Long DD should be res here. DabG on the push. He's going to be pushing out, maybe able to flush out the players, but not accurate with those spray downs. Will be punished, and Rushby Gaming is out at 16th.
Wow, I mean, DabG, the right idea. He knows it's a 2-on-1. He knows it's his only hope to get any more points and salvage something for Rush B, but Luminous Stars is able to hold on. They don't get all 4 up. 2-tap comes through, steals one of those away, and that is going to be, I believe, 3 left for Luminous Stars. VSG making a rotation underneath. Looks like they're going to have to settle up to the south of Griffin as this circle hard shifts to the southwest. Finally, we get a hard shift under with some good shooting. Getting a knock. Once again, it is under for OG Enentis doing the deeps. He looks over now to Aries. My goodness, that tapping so good with the SKS.
That was very close. Under almost suffered from a knock, and that could have been dangerous as CGS could have pushed all the way up. In the meantime, we're seeing that's Indigo on the push and flank from the side. He finds a rock to work with. He's going to be spotting out the players on the spray down with the shift. He's going to find the knock onto Rio. Nate might be close enough to finish with the 2 down players. That would be falling off a little bit short there. And now Crest Gaming is shattering apart, leaving only 2 members alive. Rui TV does take down Kale, but Sungjiang is still on the push.
Yeah, Sungjiang trying to get over, trying to help. They're trying to get the last one. Rui TV gets another, but finally, Under comes through, gets 3 of those. Indigo gets 1. Under continues to his monstrous day for OGN. That guy is dragging this team, screaming and kicking into good placements. Quadro, though, they've been good all day. Let's see what they can do against 4AM. Way less down. All right, it is going to be Yacha comes through. He's going to get Lou, but it is going to be ZGG who's going to get him. Renba is going to return the favor onto ZGG, so it is just forever left for 4AM.
Forever is going to push up from the side. Remba is going to finish off ZGG. Yowok is still up with Remba, and he's going to spot out Yowok. Lands a couple bullets, connecting the spray down to the second player. D-Lex will be alive still. And now the flush will come onto Yacha, so Forever is trying to take whatever points he can do. And now, I don't know if he can take the res as Entis players are still up on the behind of him. Songjang is still on the Overwatch. He's waiting for the moment. For the headshot, he's waiting. Such a patience. Finds the flush and about to finish Forever as well, but that final blitz won't land onto him.
So Songjang didn't know, he wasn't keeping track well enough that was the last member standing. He is able to finish off Forever. He could have done that a little quicker and a little more efficiently if he had gone for the player rezzing. He didn't realize it though. He wanted to get the sure thing in taking the player. It could be not that big of a deal because they are pretty in trouble anyway. Under taking a lot of damage from the blue and potentially some from Renba, or excuse me, yeah, Renba from Quadro. Songjang comes up, buys him a little bit of time. Now Songjang has to heal as he wants to get a motorcycle.
But Songjang has to make his move fast as the circle closes in, and that's going to face 5 blue, and that's going to hurt, not tickle. These boys have to move in fast as Songjang does find the motorcycle to work with. Remba's going to be out and dusted anytime soon here by the blue. Quadro is on the move as well. 45 seconds away until the next phase is shown to us, but this is going to be a pretty decent circle for any of these teams to work with. Songjang has to pop another medkit, and I don't know how many he has in the backpack, but I don't know. This might be a close one for him to get into the next circle.
Yeah, Renba has to eat the blue. He just has no choice to get into Rena. Now putting shots down M200 as well. Under's able to get, never mind. Tian was there waiting. Takes him down. That is Under for sure down and dusted. Songjang's going to have to rethink his idea. There isn't a lot of room for him to work with. Yowok's going to get into EM. He's going to find a quick down and knock as EM is now sandwiched between Genji and Quadro. Genji picking up another one. That is going to be PO down though. Maknae doing some good things with that barrel. He's going to finish off PO quick. Here comes D-Lax looking around the corner. Yowoki's going to win another duel with Maknae. That's 2 kills for him.
But there is Quadro right behind the necks of Genji. You have to be really careful to hold that offense off. And now Tiamba might be looking to push Aggress onto this mountain once again.
Songjang's over there, though. I wonder what role
He's
that's
caught.
gonna... Never mind. Tian's just gonna finish him off. He's gonna catch him on the backside of the hill. No problem. Tianba ready for it. D-Lax looking over. Here comes the push from Genji. 1 for 1 so far. D-Lax trying to hold down the side. The spray is pretty good. Anonix is gonna go down with a good headshot. Just Aqua 5 left here for Genji, but it's gonna be Tianba coming up the backside. Third partying this, dashing the hopes of Genji potentially, although Aqua 5 still alive.
And now Curzon is looking to aggress onto the mountain. This is going to be another glimpse of 4 teams clashing on a small spot here. Lorena's nade is going to finish off Anonix and Loki. And that will be Genji leaving Aqua 5 all alone for himself with 12 HP and a Dream. He has 2 meds because he's going to have to pop that off. PH1 is going to come from the side and destroy that Dream all along the way. And now Genji's out at 11th. Their performance is having a little hard time here. And now Tiamba did take up the mountain. PH1 opens up with the 3x on the barrel. Quite accurate, but not a headshot. Won't be knocking out any players there.
Well, this is great decision-making from Tianba. Good third-party timing as they look towards Curzon potentially. There's a lot of other teams that can kind of shoot into this position if you peek up far enough over the hill. You can see LYG has a bit of an angle potentially as LYG still 4 strong. So a good Miramar game as we have come to expect from them. On Friday it wasn't great, but here today it looks like they might be getting into the late game with 4 potentially.
10 teams left with 31 players, so there still are enough players in the lobby to make things happen. Kinch is going to come from the side and knock out and flush out Martian Chun. In the meantime, Chai Wei is going to poke towards element 36. Pure Boy takes a knock, but that should be res anytime soon. No, that's going to be flushed out as well. And now that leaves Infantry and Griffin 4 strong with LYG. L-Star is on the rotation. Carl taking a bunch of damage. And now element 36 might have a good chance. Sophia could be picking out, and that could dust out the players. Hulk is going to knock out Carl, and Sophia still waiting. VSG really trying to pick kill points here.
Yeah, I mean, this VSG needs to get it going. They had a good Miramar yesterday. A big part of that with Mental's heroics in the final game. Sophia and Amanat trying to hold things down for E36 on the western side. They're in a bit of a precarious position. Could be GEX coming down on top of them. Carl still knocked. Long DD trying to find some way to get down there. There are smokes. Here comes GEX over the top of E36. This could be E36 down here pretty quick if GEX can get the good shots in. They don't. Some shots coming out, and it's going to be WNB who helps out here. GEX, Chaiwei knocked. He's going to back up. Should be able to get the res. But this was it could have been an easy opening for GEX, but they're not able to get it done, and now they're getting third party by LYG.
And they're also outside the circle. Sophia is going to be peeking out and landing more bullets. Carl's knocked out once again, but Sophia has to heal off as he's going to be taken down to 4 HP. I don't know, he has only a single medkit and 10 band-aids, but the nade from Aminot is going to do the job, knocking and finishing off Long DDE and Carl. And now GEX is going to be taking more damage from LYG. That's going to be Yanli down and dusted. Now Lorena wants to aggress onto infantry, and 9 is down, knocked already.
This is tough for infantry. It is nothing but uphill that they're looking at now, but Curzon is going to give them some breathing room. And here comes the stuns. I think infantry might try to push up the hill here. They don't really have many other options. I mean, for now, they're trying to buy time to get the res. It's going to be so tough for them to push through. Maybe they can get it done. Maybe they could push forward up to this hill. Maybe they're just going to wait. This is actually okay. There's enough of a hill here. They bought enough time with some help from Curzon. So no problem, I think. They might take a knock here crossing over, but it looks like for now Tianba has been sufficiently distracted. Ooh, I take it back. Tiantian's going to get it, one, but then PH-111 continues to be a thorn in the side.
More nades being tossed away. Lorena should be able to dodge those as those nades will fall off a little far away. PH-111 is going to be on the rotation. He does find a little angle to work with, find himself a little work space to work with and park his car. Lorena taking a bunch of damage from LYG. In the meantime, 2-tap did knock out Mental, so VSG should be shattering apart for a little bit here, losing a member anytime soon.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to get to Mental. For sure, good grenade from Longsker. This is what I was waiting for. Infantry wants to get up into Tianba. They've been seeing them take a bunch of knocks and damage. Longsker is stunned. Grenades coming through. Now it's Zhao Yang's turn, and it is going to be the end of the day. Longsker comes up big, finishing off Tianba Gaming. Great push here from Infantry.
Infantry really... That uphill fight is really hard to do, but they somehow in some way make it happen. And Infantry now has to fight off LYG, trying to hold them off from entering the circle. That's going to be Mental out and dusted as well. This southern edge of the circle is having a bloodbath as well against Griffin and VSG.
I mean, Griffin, they have been very fortunate so far to get these compounds inside of their circle, but Infantry is going to be the ones that are actually going to find the angles onto VSG before VSG gets forced over this hill, and it is going to be Infantry finishing off VSG in 6th place. Not much VSG could do there, as Infantry takes a very good angle, and now they are going to get in a long-range skirmish with LYG. LYG has fantastic position in this, and actually this should be LYG's game.
What if the circle does shift down southwards, though?
Well, then I don't think it could shift enough that all of that hill is out of it. But the center of that next circle could be outside of the top of the hill, so it could be a problem.
In that case, LYG's rotation could be problematic. Don't know yet until the next circle is shown to us. It's still out in the blue. We don't know what exactly is going to happen. But it looks like Migo is going to be swapping out some of the handles over there. In the meantime, Griffin finishing off VSG by themselves with the help of Infantry is going to be looking to aggress into the edge of the circle. Infantry still outside. They might be looking to flank up towards the northern side and fight off LYG. Maps is still on the Overwatch. Kinch is waiting on the bottom side of the hill, so they could be spotting out Infantry anytime soon here.
What I like about Infantry is they know where the best spot in the circle is, and they're going to push for it. They're going to try to get it. Even if it is very difficult for them to take, they're confident enough. Oh my gosh, Kinch. Kinch! No! Kinch! Maps! Too fast, too good! Or excuse me, that was 9, not Maps. Maps is LYG. That came up in the kill feed too fast for me there. Longsker goes down to LYG. My mistake on that one. I thought that one went down so fast. Okay, back over to LYG. They're still 4 strong, so Infantry tried. Kinch is there just a little bit to make it a little bit tricky for him, but Kinch should have had that, man.
Zhao Yang's now in a little bit of trouble as Maps is on the Overwatch. He's hiding behind the rock, but that's still outside the blue zone. He has to provide that support for his own teammates. Looks like he's going to be the sacrifice here. And that allows the leftover 2 members of Infantry to enter the circle. So that's a worthy sacrifice. That should be fine. But for now, LYG is definitely smiling as they have really good Overwatch onto every single compound and every single location in this current circle.
Yeah, this is not ideal. Of the compounds to have, the God compounds are among the worst on Miramar. These are really, really difficult to hold down. They're pretty exposed, and when you have to leave out of them, it's pretty difficult. Some headshots coming through for Asura on to GEX. This is his last frag. Got to make it count. Up. Let's see if it lands to anything delicious. Chaiwei able to dodge enough of it. Just a little bit of damage there. Not a bad idea from Asura. He's got GEX pretty well pinned. But that one, not able to connect quite enough to make it worth it. Okay, so it is going to go southeast. So this will become difficult for LYG, depending on how long they can hold out on top.
Griffin has a really good chance. If Infantry can crush LYG pushing down the hill, then Infantry can also look towards winning this game out. But Griffin is still 4 up strong and holding onto the only compound in the circle. Asura takes a little bit of damage from Chai Wei, but that shouldn't be much of a problem. He has enough walls to work with. He's going to be able to pull the heal off. And in the meantime, 2Tap and Minsung could be flanking from the side, and watch the other side of the flank. That could come downhill.
It absolutely could. I mean, GEX has no choice. They have to go through Gen G at this point. And the real problem could be that LYG is looking down on top of this as well, and Carrot's going to open fire. Carrot has free range on all of this. Migo getting involved, Crazy getting involved, but Carrot gets knocked. It's actually going to be Griffin that steals most of this. GEX is out. Many of those kills end up going to Griffin, and they get a knock in exchange.
And now Infantry might be looking to aggress onto LYG, seeing the kill feed knocked Carrot in the feed over there. Looks like they're going to be waiting, proning down. They don't want to risk anything. Crazy wants to return the favor onto Griffin for knocking out Carrot, but won't be landing those either. 3 teams left. 4 strong for Griffin, 4 strong for LYG, but the circle is still in favor for LYG and Griffin.
Well, this could be a situation where Infantry wins it because LYG and Griffin kind of have to fight each other, and Infantry just kind of hugs the wall and just waits. We'll see. But LYG, it's going to be weird. They can stand up here, and if there's enough smokes available and they can wait long enough, Griffin might be able to like just kind of sneak their way into the middle of this circle. We'll see. But I think Infantry has a decent chance at this. Again, if they just hug the wall and be very, very patient, LYG's not going to be able to really get angles down on top of them because the middle of this circle is off of the mountain. So I'm really curious to see how this one's going to play out.
Griffin is now trying to hug the cliff, sending Asura out in the forward. Carrot's going to be knocked up by 2Tap. That's a really accurate fire. Could have been Carrot's kill, but looks like 2Tap was just too good. And now he's trying to dish out more smokes to continue the smoke way into the circle. Infantry still not doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, LYG's attention is completely on Griffin. They have no desire, and that's some good shooting to get 2-tapped down by Migo. Good angle he's able to find there. Gonna try to finish it off with that molly. They're going for the res on Carrot. Looks like they're gonna be able to get it. Infantry now feeling like this is their time to go. Grenades are coming through, a bunch of damage being done. That's the molly. It catches 9. I think he's gonna be able to get the heal off just in time. Indeed, another molly coming through from Asura. That's his last one. The utility being used up very quickly here by Griffin, and now LYG makes their way down the hill.
Will Migo be able to pull off the Alamo just jumping down and killing the Griffin players down below him? I don't know exactly, but Griffin and Infantry still has some time. Migo peeks out from the side, knocks and flushes down 2 hard.
Wow, this is so tough for Griffin. It is LYG and Infantry completely bottling them in. Neither of them want to allow Griffin to get forward. Infantry because they need to be the ones that control the bottom, control the side of the rocks. LYG because they've just been hammering down on them, and Infantry hasn't been bothering them too much, although that might change here pretty quickly as some grenades are being flung up towards LYG from Infantry. More mollies down on top of them. Now LYG's getting on them. Boliang going down from the spray from Maps. Let's see if they can get the res as Griffin is just going to hug the edge of the circle, and they're about to get spotted out. And they come through, but Asura! No way! Taking Crazy down. That could buy Griffin some much-needed time.
And now Griffin is going to be tossing more flashes up the way of LYG, trying their best to get inside to the next circle. Infantry as well will be spotted up by Carrot. Carrot is too good, finds one, almost finding the second. Vincent steals the kill. Asura finishes Boliang. That's going to be Infantry out from the game. Maps now spots out Asura. That's going to be Migo coming down, but he's going to be spotted out by Minsung. And Crazy is going to be jumping down and finish the game for the hands of LYG.
Oh, what a finish there at the end. I think the blue ended up being what took Minsung down. Minsung tried to do everything he could, but he was blocked in, and it was a heroic effort there at the end. But LYG is able to last it just barely long enough. What the heck was that? What a finish there to game number 4.
Well, that was like a Deadpool landing, like just bam on the ground, and that smashed Griffin apart.
I mean,
great stuff in Asian PUBG, guys.
Big time POG right there. That was a fun ending. I tell you what, every one of these endings has been incredible. Intense, just so good today. The games are so good, and who else? Who would have thought that LYG on Miramar would win it? Who would have thought? What What a fantastic game.
We thought this was going to be a mediocre finish because the circles were centered up quite often. We've seen like 3 donuts continue on. But in the end, the god of the game, decided to make this one a little spicier for the players, give it to the cliff half-half.
I gotta see exactly what transpired there. If Min Sung got blocked by a knocked player, that he couldn't move around him in time, that the circle chewed through him, or if he did that on purpose. I don't think he did. I think he probably still felt like he had a chance. By the way, 2-tap was great over here. All of Griffin doing such a fantastic job getting knocks onto LYG to give themselves plenty of time. All right, here we go. Min Sung's in the blue. Somebody drops down in front of him. Look at this. I think he can't get forward. I think he's trying to. See, he has to stop to finish this, and then the blue is just too fast.
Another player actually dropped by as he fell to the blue. I think that was crazy as well, dropping by. But that leaves LYG the first chicken dinner from themselves. 18 good points. Griffin coming in second with 14. Infantry with 13. Consistency for Infantry for sure.
I mean, if Crazy had the wherewithal to drop down to try to block Min Sung into the blue, that is a million IQ. I don't know if that was really his intention or if he was just trolling to drop down like that. Whatever. It was awesome regardless. Infantry 1 point ahead of Quadro. What a series of events we have here. Entis at 79, L-Stars at 73, Tianba not far behind them. This is getting intense. This is getting nuts at the top. Guys, stick with us. We are going to be back shortly with our final game of day number 2. Stay tuned. The PCS1 continues.
Update 7.3 has arrived and brings an explosive new weapon, some new updates to vehicle balance, quality of life changes for landing with your team, and an update to the Esports menu. Let's get right into it. The first update is the addition of C4, a brand new explosive that sticks to most surfaces. Once its long timer finishes, this powerful explosive deals damage to everything within a 25-meter radius, both horizontally and vertically. C4 isn't meant to be another throwable, but rather a tactical choice to prevent enemies from staying in a defensive position. There's a clear audible beeping sound when C4 is armed, which increases in frequency as it gets closer to boom time. You'll want to be clear of it when that happens. C4 spawns as world loot on Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, and Sanok, and will also appear in care packages on these maps. Vehicles are getting a balance update this patch as well, with new damage zones being added to change how you go about taking them down. Starting with 7.3, damage dealt to the engine of a vehicle will still be full, but damage done to the sides and roof of a vehicle will be reduced. Vehicles will also no longer explode immediately upon reaching 0 health. Instead, the engine will die and catch fire, giving you about 5 seconds to bail before the vehicle reaches its ultimate end, though excessive damage can be an exception. These new damage zones affect most basic four-wheeled vehicles like the UAZ and Murata. Other changes include increased armor for boats, no more increased collision damage when vehicles are rolling, and a 50% increase to spike trap length. You can check out the patch notes for full details. One more vehicle-related thing. The trains on Vikendi have gotten a new vertical line on the map, which should give more options for use. Some trains will now also make an additional stop before reversing direction, and we've added new indicators for when trains are arriving and departing. Players dropping with their team can once again utilize the parachute follow feature, which was previously disabled pending some improvements, to stick close to their group without having to maneuver there manually. From the pre-match countdown to before the drop, you can select a teammate to follow to the grounds. This can be cancelled on the map screen by holding F while in the plane or while following the player in your shoot. Finally, the Esports menu has been updated in preparation for PCS1. Here you'll be able to find an overview, team standings, and the next iteration of the Pick'em Challenge. We'll be talking about PCS1 and the Pick'em Challenge more soon, so keep your eye on PUBG channels for more information. Update 7.3 is available now on PC test servers, so drop in and check out everything new.
It's the final game of the day here at PUBG Continental Series 1 Asia. There are your top 5 damage dealers for match number 4. Not too shocking to see this one led by the LYG guys. They were on top of that hill, raining fire down onto everyone, and that is a good way to pick up a lot of damage.
Migo, Carrot, Maps from LYG just shining apart from the top 3 for damage leaderboard here. Asura and Two Heart from Griffin. So not a lot of teams, there are only 2 that dished out a lot of damage in this game.
Yeah, I think it was basically down to these 2. Griffin had that compound off of the hill, LYG had the hill, and they're able to just maintain those positions for quite a while and just fend everyone off. And that's hard to do. And they did a very nice job. There is your day 5 top damage. Or no, this is for all, for 1 and 2. Okay, so Two Hearts. I mean, this guy, we know, we've seen him in Korea. He is nuts. Renba and Under as well. I mean, these are definitely, when you talk about top 5 players in Korea, these are guys that are always in the conversation.
Not surprising to see Longsker, but 9 really stepped up his game. 3,100, that is insane. Killed top 5, day 1 and 2. Under and 9 at 21. 9 is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have both passed WNB today, coming through with some big numbers. Renba's right there now as well with 20. Longsker with 15, so not too surprising to see a lot of these guys up here. These are some of the best of the best, and if you haven't been watching Asia and this is your first chance, these are names that you should become familiar with because you're going to be seeing them around. They are extremely good. Pio is zenning out. He needs to refocus. He needs to channel his energy. Pio, I'm sending you the rest of my coffee energy. It is yours. Nah, it's for the circles.
Yours.
Sorry, Pio, you don't get it.
Yeah, never mind.
No, it's only for circles. You don't get any. Too bad. Kinch is disappeared. He put on the invisibility cloak. Oh, okay.
Oh, he's back.
He's back. Say hi, Kinch.
In the meantime, I hope that this game continues on with the schedule. Hopefully no technical difficulties or delays as we've had 2 games in a row. That's also quite rare. This is also quite rare. You've mentioned that you've never had Steam down once.
I've had it one time, but it was a long time ago. Where
Right.
Steam died. That's only happened to me one time in casting over 1,000 games of PUBG. This is not the longest delay by far that I've ever seen in esports. I mean, in esports, eventually, if you cast enough, no matter what game it is, I mean, I've had every
like
game ever. I've seen
hour delay.
I've seen more than that. I've seen the worst I've had is 3 hours.
How? What was it?
Just a server problem. That's all it was. I've seen in every game I've seen just massive delays, 2.5, 3 hours. I mean, there was a time where power goes out and then things go for they can't even do it and things like that. So crazy things happen. We're on here. This is normal. This is our normal run of show. We show the players, then we show us, then we go into the game. So we're getting ready for that.
Well, I'm praying.
Eventually, we'll get into the game. Eventually.
Not 3 hours.
I'm a little weird right now. I'm like a little tired and
a little too much coffee.
A little too much coffee. But I needed to create those early on kind of crazy circles, and that one was really bland. So I didn't channel my coffee powers well enough. I'll work on that, guys. I'm sorry. We're getting there. As we have one more Miramar to go today, and then join us next week. More Asia, as we have Friday and Sunday. Same time, same place.
Same time, same place.
Get
Friday,
ready.
Sunday. And at the same time, I heard that the tournament will be streamed in a movie theater in South Korea.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you live in Seoul, if you live in South Korea, as far as we know, I think it's just one theater, right? Just one CGV.
You have to have your mask on. You can't sit next to people. You have to have like 2 seats apart, apparently.
Yeah, so, and it's like,
Social
I think it's
distancing.
like 15,000 won per person, so it's not that
Right.
expensive, like $15. But to experience PUBG in a movie theater, okay, if you've ever experienced PUBG live, first of all, it's incredible. It is like the sound is all around you, and it really immerses you in the game. You feel like you're there, like on the battlefield. It's so cool. It's so fun. Like I am so excited for when we're able to do PUBG live again. We did one here in Korea that I was at. You know, we did the Face It Global Summit in London, and then we did PGC in LA and Oakland. It's so invigorating and so cool. I mean, even my parents, dude, who know nothing. My parents know nothing about video games really, other than the fact that I do this for a living. And they came to PGC to the finals last year, and even my parents said, "Wow, this is really incredible." Like, we didn't realize that this was so immersive, and there's all these graphics, and the stage is cool, and there's lights, and it's just the production value is through the roof. So you got to come check it out someday if you can, once everything is back to normal. and we can go places again, then you guys got to come out for PUBG because it is so cool. It is so cool. Like, I'm not even if I wasn't a caster and I was just in the audience, it is a spectacle.
And expect PUBG to be shown in 4DX. Imagine your chairs are shaking and everything in the 3D. That would be crazy.
And like if like they jump in the water, like some water mists in your face, and like that would be so cool.
That will be cool for sure indeed. But this game is going to continue just normally. Won't be having any technical issues. Yeah.
I think it looks like we're good. I see 64 players in the lobby. I see parachutes. I think we are okay on this one. As El Pozo is LYGs. Nobody really messes with them too much. This time, Element 36 is not going to contest EM up in La Cobreria. And there you go. There are your winners from game number 4. They seem to just have the pulse of this map so well, does LYG. They play extremely well on it, as we are just trying to get to this circle. You know what? I'm just going to tell you where it's at. It's south.
Very south.
Very south. Not as south as it could be, but it's pretty south. Center in between Chumacera and Los Leones. As we're just having a little bit of an issue here. We're getting it fixed for you guys.
The game is continuing, so it's fine.
The game is good. The game is good. It's just having a little bit of the feed here, as the internet across the world seems to be struggling. I'm saying solar flare. I think solar flare. That is my studied opinion. I don't know.
There we
for
go.
sure.
We have it back.
All right.
In the meantime, Alka 5 took a bunch of damage, maybe from failed shooting, most likely. I don't think nobody shot at him. 10 HP, so yeah, I think he might have fell on a tree or like
he might
power
have
pole.
Yeah, he had a shooting accident. One way or another. He'll be okay though. Not a big deal. As long as he didn't get knocked, it's not a big deal. You just heal back up and whatever. So you have to waste like one med kit and one first aid, and that's not a big deal because you can usually find enough with the way the loot settings are that it's really you're not losing anything.
Surprisingly, no one has been contesting Gen G for Picado, given that Tiamba successfully stole away South George. And you know, if a team does give up like that for other maps, you know, there could be other teams challenging that. Given Gen G has already given up one, you know, we could have bullied Gen G out from Picado as well. But nobody looks like they want to take risks on that. So Gen G should have this city for free for themselves.
Yeah, well, if you remember at the oh, you don't remember this. You weren't there with me. I just I've been casting with you so much recently. I'm just like, you were there. This was a while ago at the Miracle weekend, where it was China versus Korea, and Gen G and a team called Kaishin Gaming were competing for Picado. They were dropping there together, and Gen G mostly won it against Kaishin. So since then, nobody's really had an idea to try to mess with them. So it is what it is, as Aqua 5 is also
band-aiding.
That makes sense. You want to use those bandages instead of those first aids this early on. Nobody's going to be messing with you. You're in the circle. It's going to slow you down a little bit, though, which is the only kind of downside of this, is it slows your looting down just a bit, and it does slow down potentially your first rotation a bit. Loki just shooting at stuff. Gen G's been doing this. Some teams
Everyone
do this.
has been doing it.
Yeah,
almost.
I think they're just trying to get warmed up. You know what I mean? I think it's more of I've seen a lot of teams do it. You're right. Or I think they're just warming up. I don't think there's anything weird about it.
It's just for any FPS. You want to get those shots accurate. That's why you test it out. You know, like checking out if your muscles are on par with the screen. You know, your hand movements and stuff like that. So it looks like they're going to be adjusting those for that quick spray down they have. Element 36, they've been really performing great, I would say. Really out of expectation, so to speak.
I would say, yeah, of the teams that have surprised me, I'd say Element 36 is the one that's surprising me the most. Their first time on a big stage, a team from Japan, which historically hasn't had the best success in Asia. I hope and I want so bad for a Japanese team to come through and really pop off someday. And Element 36 has had moments. And you got to give them a lot of credit for this. They're ahead of Gen G right now. They're in 10th place.
Right. 45 points and Gen G sitting at 42. First place is 86. Gen G's 40 points away, 44 points away actually, to be accurate there. But still a shootable star, I would say. Good chance if they start winning out. But this first week haven't been their week indeed for Gen G. Having a hard time here. Looking over towards Griffin. Rank 6, 57 points, 37 kills. Decent kills, I would say. Really nice kill points.
Oh, those are great. It's not too surprising here for Griffin. They're a team that gets it done based on kill points. They're often ending up with more kill points than placement points in Korea. And typically, historically, that's led to success internationally, where teams that are really good at fragging tend to do well. But so far for Griffin, 6th place, not bad. It hasn't been as good as I was maybe thinking it could be. They've had a little bit of bad luck here and there, but they've not been able to win a few fights that I think they should have. But overall, I think there's still a lot of potential here for Griffin, and a southern Miramar circle like this should fit right into their wheelhouse.
And the main difference between Griffin and Gen G, and what makes the point difference here, is that Gen G is not keeping their consistency, and Griffin is able to maintain their consistency. Like, even if they lose members here and there, even if they lose fights here and there, not being able to enter the circle whatsoever, they always have a player towards the final circle and grab those placement points. At the same time, Too Hard pops off Asura, takes kills here and there, adding those points. Not even though they don't have any wins under their belt, they still have those points gathered up as the result of the consistency they have.
Yeah, they've been really good, especially today. They've been better at snaking out late game points, coming through with a lot of kills again, and also getting some placement points, which they need. VSG, it's not been as good today for them. They're in 7th place now, so they fell from 2nd to 7th, so definitely not as good of a day for them so far. They look to pick it up here in the final game. They got a lot of points in the final game, mostly on this guy's play. It's been a bit of a struggle for Mental today. Whoa,
Right.
you can see his gear settings. Look at this. They're telling you
Razor
he plays on the Black Widow
Widow.
TE. Ooh, that's my keyboard. And I don't use this mouse though.
I used to have a Black Widow back in the days, the silent one.
They
but
clack.
Zoe is, I don't know if Zoe is famous in PUBG, but Zoe is like the top gear for CS:GO pro players actually.
Oh, it's popular.
It's like I would say it's like
any
at
first-person
least-
shooter game.
Yeah, it's like 50% of the players would top off with Zoe gear. I personally like Zoe gear. FK2 really fits my hand nicely. I have a pretty big hand, so and a lot of players also use Logitech too. Actually,
Yeah,
as a matter of
Logitech's good.
fact.
Logitech's quality. There's a lot of quality.
Steel Series is quite low, maybe like 10-20%.
Yeah,
not that many. But their Sensei is really good, I would say.
I'm looking for a new mouse, so might have to see what we're gonna get. Mine one is getting old. I've had it for almost 6 or 7 years now.
God,
I know it's finally dying. It's been great. It's been a wonderful mouse, but it is time to put it to pasture. Let's see. Over here is E36 heading over on the eastern side. There's not much going on here on this side of the circle, frankly, because Los Leones is in the way. Everybody's kind of set up around the western or southern or northern side of Los Leones, so that's what you got to do as these guys are coming through, and they head over to... I'm not sure where E36 wants to go. I'm not too familiar with their tendencies. So are they going to head really south of Los Leones? Are they going to be one of those teams that likes to, like Griffin or like you see this with Navi in EU, where they really like to go as far south as they can on Miramar and then work their way up from there no matter what the circle does? Is that going to be E36's playstyle? Lol, that vehicle.
All-Stars failed to deliver, and that vehicle is going to be sitting on its belly looking for any rub from the owner. Not happening, though, because that car is not a dog. In the meantime, we're going to be looking at DA. Fancy observation for all the fans of DA out in Europe.
I know, it's so funny because everybody's like, we say DA, and they're like, ha ha ha. I'm like, not that DA.
That's a meme.
This is Curzon's DA. Oh, my goodness. Way west on this one. Tianba's got to be happy about this. Chumacera is their drop spot, so they should know this area pretty darn well. A lot of these teams are going to be rushing to get over this road. That's north of Chumacera. Everything north of that road is a disaster. And then even a little bit south of that road is not great either. You want to get to the other side of it as quick as possible, but right now Gen G is stuck. They can't move. They got to wait a lot. You can see the race is on for a lot of these other teams.
Tiamba almost getting caught off here. Lin Shun's barely dodging the aggression from Rush B Gaming. Tiantian taking a bunch of damage. He's going to have to prone 4 HP. And that should be enough for him to take the medkit onto him.
Oh, there's your final code of the day. Oh, another vehicle accident with Crest Gaming. It's going to be Ryu TV running over Rio this go around, and that's a little unfortunate, but I think they should be A-okay. As Rush B still holding this one down as infantry moves their way around. There you go. No problem. Rio's back. First aid kit here. Murado available.
I think they were parking the car and they ran over the teammate by mistake.
Yeah.
Dlex is now going to be controlling this compound for the rest of the team to come into this. VSG is far on the screen, quite far away, so that won't be any trouble for Quadro to take onto this. In the meantime, phase 3 should be moving in 5 seconds. 4am is going to be coming out onto Picado that Gen G is controlling onto.
Yep, there's Curzon right behind 4am, actually, as they roll through Picado. I expect them to just bypass. They're going around this side of Picado to try to avoid getting shot up. Actually, nobody's really in Picado except Pio. And I don't expect... Oh, Pio is actually going to take shots. Who am I kidding? It's Pio. He's going to shoot at everything. As they should be A-okay to get ahead of this, though. I'm a little bit surprised at Gen G's passiveness right now. They are letting everybody get in front of them. They didn't even move when this circle moved. They just sat tight.
Pretty much. Now 4am still continuing to rotate into the northern part of the circle. I don't know where they want to place themselves. Maybe a little down towards the central part where LYG is controlling. Could be a little bit risky, but that could allow them a little more room to work with for the next circle pops.
Yeah, there definitely is a little bit of room. Not a ton, but a little bit. LYG set up along the side of the hill. Now Curzon, they went the other way around Picado because of what 4am was doing. They didn't want to roll up behind them and get dusted. And little do they know that there is a Pio waiting, seeing if he can get anything out of this. Oh my God, they're rolling up next to him. I don't know about this. If Pio has a vehicle, he's got to go. I think he's got the... I see that motorcycle out here, and that's going to alert something that there is something going on. But thanks.
I gotcha there.
Thank you. But Pio, man, this is so risky. I don't know why. You know, I understand why his vehicle's back there because he needs to keep it safe. But he should be getting out of here. In fact, there's 2 motorcycles back here. So there's definitely an awareness by Curzon that something could be going on. I just don't know why. Pio's got to have an escape plan for a team coming up behind him like this, because as good as he is, pulling off a 1v4, even if you're Pio, is extremely difficult.
Gen G is way too spread apart, can't be providing any support for Pio. Now Mental wants to open up towards Pure Boy. That's going to be an easy knock. Could be flushing out anytime soon. And now rest of VSG looking to provide support as well. Almond 36 pulls up right behind them. And that will leave a lot in the question mark. Hulk will start opening up, not landing any bullets.
All right, VSG, they're up ahead. So E36 did swing way to the south, but VSG was already there. It was a good idea. I like the idea by E36. It's just this go around, somebody was already waiting for them. Mental gets the finish on to Pure Boy, and now he's heading up the top of the hill. He is all alone out here, though. There's no reinforcements from VSG. Goes for another shot, isn't able to get that. That's going to alert E36 to his new position, and way out there is Quadro. Jeez Louise, he's got eagle eyes as Mental. I would have never seen that. Granted, with my 35-year-old old man eyes, I don't know if I could see that.
Had to point that out there. In the meantime, the circle will start moving, so Element 36 has to start moving as well. Wicked's going to open up, and that will be an easy knock onto Aminog. He's going for more. Accurate shots, lands 32 damage. Not doing any more, so that's going to be a phase 3 circle. So that's resable for sure indeed.
Yes, this one, phase 3 is still resable. You can still do it here. Good grenade, though, right into the face of Satao. That's going to back him up. Force the first aid out very quickly. The rest of Element 36 trying desperately to push forward. VSG not really interested in allowing it. They are a very good team at setting up defenses and traps. They love to do this. It is something they are well known for in Korea. As now Wicked finds Satao. He tried to get up. There just wasn't an angle for him to work with because VSG is too good at spreading out. And let's see what more they've got as the blue is now here on top of basically everybody.
Aminot burns out to the blue. Sophia is running to take Satao back on his feet. Don't know if VSG wants to continue poking at this piece of pie. Looks like VSG still on the rotation, leaving Wicked as the last member to rotate out. Maybe they're looking to control the edge of the circle, but little do they know, there is a good amount of Quadro at the southern side of the circle, that's spread out still on the overwatch for anyone coming in from the south.
Well, I'm pretty sure VSG saw Quadro, at least a little bit of them. There is a Groza. We've seen Grozas before in the hands of Chinese teams players. A 4am guy had one earlier. I think it was Forever. And this time, it is going to be Carl who likes it. They like the Groza. It's a bit of a tricky weapon. It's a gamble to pick it up this early because you don't know if you would have rather had that assault rifle like an M4 because you get in a medium range fight. But the Groza, if it comes down to close range, one of the best.
Now VSG's pulling up right in front of Renba. Renba's waiting. He's popping on nade. I don't know. The car's passing right by him. That's lucky. Yacha finds a headshot onto Hawk. He's waiting patiently. Renba opens up. Takes a knock off the Wicked. Going for the second one as well. Nice headshots coming through. Mental's going to be knocked out as well. Now VSG's shattering apart.
I mean, just so good today is Renba. He is decimating VSG. A little bit of help from his friends. Foxy's taking some shots. He's trying to come up and around. He's going to see the backside of Renba. Renba's running. He isn't able to get around the corner. Or who is that out there? That's Yacha. Never mind. Renba looked like he went down, but it was actually Yacha's health bar that kind of overtook that. So Renba's still okay. He is able to get through. There is a molly there, and that is going to be it. VSG succumbs to the blue, and they go out in 16th place.
Renba destroyed VSG with those two accurate kills onto Wicked and Mental, and Foxy really couldn't do much there at that point. And now Pio wants some pie piece of his own. That's going to be PH111 flying with the Mirado. Pio's waiting patiently. He's going to be pulling out that DMR. SLRs are quite accurate too. But looks like he's going to let this one pass for now, maybe waiting for any more Curza members to pass by him.
Yeah, he's making sure that no one else is coming, and also he wants to, I assume, get back with his teammates somehow, and hopefully if he doesn't give away his position. I don't think PH111 actually saw him. I think he's okay.
No, it's FPP, so.
Yeah. Even if it wasn't, he was rolling, and I don't know, sometimes these players see stuff where I'm like, how the heck? You know, because he did flip once, and I thought, well, maybe while he was rolling. No, I'm just, I know, it would be so hard to see Pio, of course.
And now Quadro on the rotation with 2 vehicles only. Monsters opening up, not landing, just not accurate enough. But any headshots will pay Quadro to be sitting at the ground here. Carl's going to be coming from the side, blowing up that vehicle.
All right, big gut test here for both of these teams. L-Stars looking to try to reclaim their throne on top of the leaderboard. Quadro trying to get back there as well. Grenades are out. A lot coming through. Not a ton of damage being done either way just yet. Yacha trying to help out, buy time for Renba to get through. WNB is going to be the first knock. It's going to be Yacha with a good grenade, but Renba finds, Long DD finds Renba with a grenade, and now the push is on. L-Stars trying to come through on the right-hand flank of Quadro.
Yacha's going to open up, but the spray down will be punched by the Groza of Carl. That will be Quadro losing yet another member anytime soon. Renba and Yacha both down, leaving D-Lex and Yolk to be the last ones to be alive. D-Lex is falling away, and Yolk is holding on to the backside of the circle. So I think their plan now at this point is to hold L-Stars from joining into the circle.
Yeah, I think that's going to be their best bet. Yacha's finished 4 AM in a battle with GEX. They're coming up through. It is going to be a knock from Leo onto Lou. Tianba's getting involved in this. Oh boy, 4 AM in a lot of trouble. Somehow able to get around that corner with a sliver of health. I think that's Luo. No, it's Forever, excuse me. Grenade coming from Lin Shun. It is up. It is going to bounce on the outside of the wall. So it's not going to connect with any members of 4 AM. It blows up a motorcycle. So there is that headshot coming through. But Forever once again. But it's going to be Yan Li who's going to catch him crossing over there. Some good shooting by Yan Li.
Chai Wei's now fully sending it in for the help. Wayless going in, taking the knock. Will be taking the flush as well. Yan Li will be knocked out and dusted. And now Chai Wei's coming in. He's going to find the knock. Easy one to go through as well. Wayless is out and dusted. Forever as well. 4 AM now shattered apart. ZGG will find a nice knock onto Chai Wei as he was looking behind him.
Chai Wei, how did he not see that? I thought that was going to be it for ZGG, but Chai Wei just didn't turn far enough. He just missed it out of the corner of his eye. There's a Griffin fight with Rush B Gaming. Rush B Gaming, it has not been their tournament so far. They want to turn it around, and Griffin trying to continue to climb the leaderboards here today. 2 Heart peeking. There is somebody in that shack, and that shack, not a fun place to be. Bunch of damage being done. 2 Heart's going to try to go for something. He's going to swap places with his teammate. I'm not sure what that was. I think that was a smoke that he threw. I'm not sure if he wanted to do that on purpose or not. He just kind of rushed it out of his hand. Oh, no. 2 Heart has been unreal. Your top damage dealer here so far.
And that's going to be DabG with a clean headshot to his face. Will be knocked out. Pao now trying to peek out for an angle. Minsung will be knocked up by Silver. And so is DabG being finished off by 2 Heart. And that motorcycle just going to be...
I thought that was a person for a second. I guarantee it.
That molly misses, but 2 Heart bursts from it, and so is the other player. God, 2 Heart taking so much damage, and he's going to be knocked by it. And that is a crucial mistake from Asura.
Yeah, and that ends up being Griffin going out. Good job by Rush B Gaming holding that down. Not the finish that Griffin wanted. LYG, now they're in a fight with the EM. EM, another team that needs a good finish here. Migo's going to go down, that's 2. Kira, Maknae, Kinch pushing forward. The finish comes through. Maknae's going to go down, though. It's going to be Maps. It's going to find him. Where in the world is that? Because Kira's coming up. Okay, D-Lax and now Quadro's involved with this Rush B squad. Some good shooting from Pow Pow. Sits D-Lax down. Yowook's coming through. Luis spots out the last member. No! The shots go into the side of the hill. It's actually going to be Bolyang from Infantry that finishes off Silver. Crazy gets Kira V over here. Now Kinch, the last member alive for Element Mystic. They just couldn't work the side of this hill. LYG doing fantastic stuff. Going to finish that one. Crazy up and over. Trying to spray and see if he can get Kinch. Hasn't done it just yet.
Crazy landing yet another bullet into the face of Kinch allows the time for Kinch to not pull that medkit, and that's going to be Element Mystic out at 11th. Tiamba fully sending it on the motorcycle, M200 on that. On a run, Infantry is not poking at that, so he's going to be taking bullets from Entis, but he finds a little bit of ditch to work with, but the moment Infantry peeks out down, I don't know what more they could do at this point.
Well, an Infantry could come up behind them and has great angles. You can see they're already smoking those angles off because they know Infantry could be coming through behind them, putting some shots down. Genji has pushed through onto Crest Gaming Xanadu. They lost PO somewhere along the line. They're trying to finish out never mind, he's done. Eguto is out. Crest Gaming finished off by Genji. So 4 kills here for Genji. Let's see what else they can do as Anonix starts to heat up a bit with his SLR, trying to finish off members of LYG. Crazy is running down the hill. You gotta get this going. Finally, it's Aqua 5 who's able to do this. And Aqua 5 finishes that. I tell you what, man, Anonix just looks out of sorts. This is not the Anonix I've come to know.
Hopefully he picks it back up coming to the second week next week. But for now, it's just not been the greatest tournament for Anonix coming into the first 2 days. In the meantime, the circle is going to be an Eastern shift, leaving Genji's compound out from the picture. Infantry in top of the church, looking for any angles to finish with Quadro. Yowook, I think he's been spotted out, and that's why he's hiding behind the tree, and 9 is still overwatching that. He's going to have a hard time there, but Kale is going to knock out Zhao Yang, maybe leaving a slight chance for Yowook to rotate into the next circle.
Yeah, under for Entis, you can see him flanking out to the south, just checking it. He's getting recon. He's got to be super careful. Somebody's eventually going to fill into that southern area, and you don't want to lose, especially under unnecessarily. I know you want to make sure that hill is clear, and you might want to actually think about leaving this compound if you're Entis. It is a little bit dangerous to get in and out of it, although you're going to get a little help with a crate coming through. It looks like, oh, maybe it's a little bit further away than I expected. Those shadows are a little tricky. Carl shooting into Infantry. Infantry's got to make a move. They are outside of that circle from the church, coming down the road. Carl, nothing doing just yet. The last member of Luminous Stars. Shots not doing much here to Infantry.
In the meantime, Infantry gets to pull up by the center of the circle. L-Star is looking to get into it, but it's going to be a downhill push. Entis has a pretty good look onto the hill if L-Stars decide to come downhill. Genji will be rotating into the edge, finding that little ditch by the streets of the crossroad. And now Anonix, this man having a hard day. Hopefully he can pick it back up. Tiamba, now knowing that Infantry has rotated out, leaving only 2 members. I don't think they're putting out any more smokes, not wasting those utility. Now rest of Infantry is on the rotation as well. Sophia almost catching Carl off guard. Has only a single nade and 2 smokes to work with.
Yeah, the stun comes through. He peeks around the corner, re-peeks it. Nice job by Sophia. He has been very fantastic today for Element 36, picking up another point for them at least, and they have a few points in the bag because of their placement. So, not a bad little round here to finish things out for Element 36. A decent day for them, not the best, but that's okay. Now, Nanonix comes around, and there is something from Curzon waiting with open arms. Puts a ton of damage in him. Gonna get finished off by PH. Aqua 5, nowhere to go now. The blue is here. Is he gonna be able to get something off? No, the blue is going to finish him because of the damage here to be taken. Loki in a desperate position now, trying to get something. Okay, he's gonna get PH 1-1. Good bit of shooting there from Loki.
There was absolutely zero reason for Anonix to swing out wide like that with his full body exposed to the public. I don't know why he did that. Maybe just scouting for information, but in the end, that was punished by Curzon right off the bat. And now the next circle is going to be a dead center, leaving Tiamba with a pretty decent spot. Infantry up top of the hill, so they have a pretty good chance onto this one as well.
Well, now Loki's trying to get over there. Genji is really keen on moving over to this position. Curzon, the blue's going to make it so Curzon's angles aren't as good on him. Grenades coming through, though. He is pinned behind this rock. And again, outside of that next circle. And now Tiamba is like, no way, dude. You do not get to come over here. You do not get to encroach on our territory. And Loki will back off. He has four first aids left, a little bit of utility, so there is some potential for Loki to do something, but it is going to be very, very difficult. Infantry with 4, Tianba with 4, Entis with 4, Curzon with 4, and then there is a solo in Loki and Sophia for Element 36.
The blue will start moving in just a second. Tianba holding onto a decent territory, so is infantry. Entis holds onto the compound. Curzon has the other side of the street, but Curzon might be out if they don't have any vehicles to work with, because it's going to be a hard cross that Entis and Tianba is both looking down onto. Longsker finds the tip of the head on towards Tianba, and so is Loki going to be picked out. Not going to be doing any damage as the dodges are fast enough. Lorena will be spotted out by Loki. Loki doesn't want to finish this game with just a single kill. He wants more in his backpack.
Yeah, he's going to be throwing a lot of smokes out as he has to. He has no other choice to get into this next circle. And then he's got to hope that somehow somebody starts third-partying onto Tianba and he's able to take advantage of that a little bit. You can see he's just getting desperate. He's throwing up frags, trying anything he possibly can. He gets a little bit of damage in there on a Tianba, I think. Either that or with some shots or something from infantry. Here comes another frag. Lin Shun doing everything he can to block this in. Loki gets some damage through. Grenade up. Is it going to connect? No, that one misses as well. So he's got a molly left and a smoke. And a prayer for Loki.
He can still pop out one more smoke and find an angle to shoot down towards Tianba. But infantry will finish with Sophia. That's going to be Element Mistake out of 6th place. And now Lorena taking even more damage. Loki doesn't want to stop. This guy is mad right now.
I mean, Loki, he is known for these kind of solo heroics. The guy is pretty special. He's so cagey. He doesn't die a lot. You know, like, or easily, I should say. Everybody dies a lot in PUBG. He doesn't die easily. It is going to be bullying, though, who takes him down eventually. I mean, at that point, he had nowhere else to go. There's enough of a hill for infantry to see up and over, as they have a great position in this circle. Entis is finally going to have to make their way over behind infantry. So the good news for Entis is, unless Curzon just runs up right behind them and completely catches Entis sleeping, they should be pretty decent if they can get up this hill, but Curzon is not sleeping. Curzon is ready to fight.
Curzon's going to take the res back onto PH111 most likely. And now Under taking a little bit of damage here. He's going to have to back off for a little bit. And now infantry, their choice is really important. Will they aggress on towards Tianba or will they aggress down towards the Entis Gaming? Lorena is going to finish off Jiao Yang, and now 9 is on the rotation to find a better angle to shoot down Tianba. Tianba has actually made a pretty good way into the circle.
No, this is really impressive. Tianba kind of doing the infantry, what infantry is good at, pushing uphill.
DA?
Oh my god, DA. DA, you monster. Let's go, Curzon. Getting into the back of Tianba here, but they are taking a bunch of damage themselves. That's going to open the door here for OGN, shooting into everything. Tianba getting torn apart. Infantry has 10 kills themselves. M200 and Lin Shun, the last 2 alive inside of this pit. Longsker's going to go down, but not before finishing off Curzon in 4th place.
Entis now looking for strong, pushing up the hill. Infantry with Longsker down should be able to take the res back onto it. Entis is aggressing right behind infantry, and Boilian should be aware of this, but Tianba is still ticking away, and that's Under looking towards the way of Tianba.
All right, this is what Entis needs to do. This is good timing. I think they maybe a little bit slow, but it's going to work out. Indigo has the M249. You'll love to see it. See if he's got some machine gun magic going on. Sungjong and the others. This is what we were talking about very early on. 4 strong Entis is a force to be reckoned with in the final circles. They are flanking out. They're doing a really nice job covering as much of the center as they can. They've got to block off this push by infantry. This is key. If infantry can get up through here, or if Tianba gets on their flank, it could fall apart quickly for Entis.
Looks like Under is going to be on the overwatch towards Tianba. Lin Shun goes out to the blue. Longsker wants to steal the kill, but M200 is also going to be spotted out here. Longsker finding a bunch of damage there, but Entis is so well spread out and controlling the center that if Under pushes out any further, he can be acting as the anchor.
This is so sneaky by Under. He gets that kill. He recognizes that no one is up there. He's going to find another angle down onto 1. There's somebody on his left. Does he realize it just yet? Here comes Indigo to try to help. The push is on for Entis. They're pushing up over there, bullying. Not able to get enough. He's going to trade it, though. It is a 1-for-1, and it's going to be Entis coming through with their second chicken dinner of the day.
That was Entis really popping off, and this is what you need to expect about Entis. If they don't lose any members early on or mid-rotation, if they're still 4 strong, they will make things happen, just like match number 1. Match number 3 is, and match number 5 is going to be just like that.
Yeah, these guys are so good in late game, and they just need to find a way to be more consistent like they have been today with getting 4 up into these situations. Now, today they got a little circle love, but it was good early rotations that got them there, and they weren't caught out. And that's been their Achilles heel. It's getting caught out early.
Now you get to see the quintessential Entis that you have been waiting for, making the fights happen, making the wins happen, gaining those points. I don't know if they can beat Infantry in terms of points, as they have like 12, 13 kills. But it's going to be close. It's going to be very close.
I mean, the top 3 teams here, top 4 teams are going to be, the top, like, everything is really close right now. And that's what's making this whole event super exciting. Some really good moments. Genji doing a good job against Crest Gaming Xanadu. And Loki doing everything he could to try to survive this. Under, so good for Entis today. He was absolutely nuts. He had 7 kills in 1 round by himself. The guy is a monster. Kale finishes the job there. Just something I love to see from Entis. Even though Infantry had 12 kills. I mean, Entis only had 5 kills, but still a good round from them regardless. And Tianba continues to just get 3rd places, 4th places all over the place.
In the meantime, Infantry is going to drop 12 kills, and they'll leave them with 18 points in the first spot still for the match leaderboard. I think that should be enough for them to maintain the first spot on the total leaderboard as well.
Oh, yeah.
But Entis should be able to take 2nd place.
I think it'll be really close. Yeah, let's see. You're right. Entis 2nd place, 94 points, only 10 behind Infantry. Quadro nipping at the heels with 90. And then it falls off to L-Stars, Tianba, and then Griffin at a pretty steep down after that because of Griffin's, I think they put up 0 on that last one or close to that.
Right.
They did not get many points, and that's not good, as the bottom 3 of the left-hand side is going to be Korea.
Griffin VSG still has some shot into it. Genji maybe 50 points away from Infantry. They really have to step their game up and bring Infantry down to make things happen. In the meantime, on the right-hand side, we're going to be seeing GEX, CGX, Team Careers on Rush B Gaming, 4 a.m., all suffering from lower points there.
Yeah, it's been tough for 4 a.m. especially. They've been taking fights, and they look decent at the beginning, and then everything just falls apart for 4 a.m. And that's not the 4 a.m. you're used to seeing, especially with ZGG coming back. It's really shocking, to be honest. So, indeed, you know, Genji, the world champs, at 8th place right now. And then here is our next one, guys. It is going to be PCS Europe coming up soon. So you guys don't want to miss that. That has been crazy fun. Navi came out on top after day number 1, and that's really exciting to see. That team that has been really solid all throughout this year. They struggled in the qualifiers, just barely getting through in the last round, basically, to make it. But they are proving that they are a very good, consistent team, as we have really come them to we know them to be.
But that was Asia for us. We are going to have Europe happen in the next 4 or 5 hours, I believe.
Yeah, it's pretty soon. It's
pretty
not
soon.
Too long.
It's not too long.
Yeah, I'm not good with time zones, so you guys can figure it out in chat. You just type in what time it's going to be. Anyway, we're done. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. We love you. More PCS1 coming your way. We'll see you guys later.